A beautiful evening to you and thanks for joining us on ITV News at this time. I am Harry Iboje. The Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, Nyesom Wike, says the presidential grace period granted to ground rent defaulters has long expired, insisting that enforcement will now begin without further delay. FCT correspondent Joy Goche Ehiakina reports that the minister made this known during an inspection of the ongoing construction of a 6-lane road from Life Camp Junction to Ring Road 3 in Abuja.
The FCT Minister, Nyesom Wike, on Monday visited the construction site of N2 and N5 corridors, a 6-lane road linking Lifecamp Junction to Ring Road 3 near Karimo, to assess the pace and quality of work. He expressed confidence in the contractor's ability to deliver according to schedule. Wike used the occasion to reaffirm that a grace period earlier granted to ground rent defaulters has elapsed, stressing that full enforcement will commence immediately.
You realize that when we started this enforcement, there was a presidential intervention to give them 2-3 weeks more. But it's more than 4 months now, and we cannot carry out these projects without people paying their taxes. So we did also make publications of extending. And of course, they like to rush. If you don't go and enforce it, nobody will go and pay. So we believe that this is the last time. We're not going to extend any further.
The minister also addressed concerns surrounding the recently inaugurated Abuja bus terminals, giving updates on their operational phases and expected timelines.
Well, it's not a question of being quiet. It's a question of making sure that those who apply to run it, it's a contract. And so the procurement is ongoing. And then we also want to see the number of the fleets that they have. To believe, by the grace of God, before the end of the year, that would have been rounded up. So it's a matter of getting things done very well the way it's supposed to be, by following due process.
From Abuja, Joy Igoche Ehiakina, ITV News.
The Edo State government has appealed to President Bola Ahmed Tinubu to, as a matter of urgency, direct the National Boundary Commission to immediately resolve all boundary disputes between Edo and neighboring Delta State. The Deputy Governor and Chairman of the Edo State Boundary Committee, Right Honorable Dennis Idahosa, made the appeal when he led members of the committee on an inspection of some encroached communities in Orienwa local government area. Deborah Ubefo has more.
Following a petition on alleged encroachment into some communities in Orienwa local government area of Edo State by neighboring Delta State, the Edo Boundary Dispute Committee embarked on a visit to the affected areas. The Deputy Governor, Right Honorable Idahosa, made his first stop at Igwelaba Town Hall, where leaders and representatives from Obe, Ikobi, and Obozogbe Lokun gathered to give first-hand accounts of the alleged encroachment on their ancestral land.
To highlight the security situation in our communities, which has resulted in several deaths, insistence, rape cases, and kidnapping.
Most of the people, they always come to the farm, arising every other person. Most of them is the one steady them, that to the extent that they don't share even the labor slot to Delta State.
Spokesperson for the community Friday, Iyewaye Boegbe, and Asemota Lucky Nusakai alleged that Delta State had encroached on Edo land, attacked farmers, and compelled investors operating in their territory to pay royalties to Delta State. Right Honorable Idahosa and his committee members then proceeded on a fact-finding mission to the affected communities, including River Jimsi, which forms part of the boundary between the two states. Addressing journalists and villagers, the chairman of the Edo State Boundary Committee, Right Honorable Dennis Idahosa, appealed to President Bola Ahmed Tinubu to direct the National Boundary Commission to urgently resolve all outstanding boundary issues between Edo and Delta states to prevent possible communal clashes.
We want to thank all the community people that we've seen, the settlers, and we want to beg that they continue to maintain peace pending the determination of National Boundary Commission.
The Deputy Governor also vowed that the state government will reclaim all government lands or properties illegally ceded to political or business associates by previous administration. In Orienwa, Deborah Ubefon, ITV News.
Edo State lawmakers have taken steps towards amending the Edo State Local Government Electoral Law of 2012. Assembly correspondent Joe Baisiabo has more.
In a significant move aimed at updating and strengthening the legal framework guiding local government elections, members of the Edo State House of Assembly during Monday's sitting considered a bill seeking to amend the Edo State Local Government Electoral Law of 2012. The Majority Leader, Honorable Jonathan Ivama, expressed support for the proposed amendment.
To ensure that Edo State has to assembly also is in tandem with what has been passed by the National Assembly. This bill before us today is to amend the Electoral Act in a sequence with the Electoral Act at the national level, so that we can receive days, 360 days where it's supposed to be, 90 days where it's supposed to be, 30 days as the case may be provided in each case. So we should be seen as a community of society that work the law and keep to the law. So let us amend our bill, our law, Mr. Speaker, by telling you, so that it will be active with what operates in the Electoral Act, so that Electoral Act will not be going in a different way. Edo State is having a law that is going in a different way. We all did our elections, including the number of days that we set for our offices. Edo State cannot be different.
The bill was subsequently slated for third reading.
This bill is the on local governments to looking to where we need to cross T, cross, and where we need to cross the line. We will just go back to the last 20 years.
From Benin, Joy Obaisiagbon, ITV News.
The Patriarch of the House of Igbinedion, Isama of Benin, Sir Chief Dr. Gabriel Usawa Igbinedion, has felicitated Honorable Dan Uyide, CEO of Rendezvous Hotel and Apartments, on the joyous occasion of his 58th birthday celebration. In a special congratulatory message on behalf of the House of Igbinedion, the Isama of Benin, Sir Chief Dr. Gabriel Usawa Igbinedion, said he is proud of the accomplishments Honorable Dan Uyide, distinguished CEO of Rendezvous Hotel and Apartments. He said his 58th birthday celebration marks another remarkable milestone in the life of a man known for hard work, integrity, vision, and unwavering commitment to excellence. The Isama of Benin said Honorable Idehen's contributions to the hospitality sector, business development, and the community continue to reflect diligence, noble purpose, and values that resonate deeply with the traditions of the Benin people. He offered prayers that the Almighty will continue to grant him wisdom, sound health, prosperity, and the fulfillment of his heart's desires, and that his path ahead shine even brighter. And to other stories now, former Vice President Atiku Abubakar today officially joined the coalition party, the African Democratic Congress, just 17 months to the 2027 general elections. The 78-year-old politician disclosed this in a short post on his official X handle, attaching pictures of him holding the party's membership card with a brief caption, "It's official." Prior to him joining the coalition, the former VP had been a high-profile member of the People's Democratic Party, PDP. He, however, resigned from the opposition party on July 16th, citing irreconcilable differences that have emerged within the former ruling party. Atiku explained that he found it necessary to part ways due to the current trajectory the party has taken, which, according to him, diverges from the foundational principles it stood for. The opposition coalition officially adopted the ADC as its political platform on July 2nd, 2025, to contest the presidential and other elections in 2027. The coalition said it was set to rescue the country from collapse and rebuild its democracy. A requiem mass was held to honor the life and memory of the presiding pastor of Carpenter's Church, Port Harcourt, late Pastor Nkechi Ene. She was widely described as a woman of honor both in Nigeria and around the globe, and passed away at the age of 56. Warri correspondent Benga Ahmed reports that her husband, Engineer Emeka Ene, children, grandchildren, extended family, dignitaries, including Engineer Elvis Obaseki, Managing Director of Independent Television and Radio, pastors and friends from all walks of life gathered at the church to pay their last respects.
During the service of song on Friday, 21st November 2025, at the headquarters of Carpenter Church in Port Harcourt, the atmosphere was filled with emotion, praise, and heartfelt tributes. The event theme, An Evening of Testimony, celebrated the profound impact Pastor Nkechi Ene had on the lives of many.
No words I can describe how much you mean to me.
Let's be glad that Pastor Kedge is in heaven today.
Commenting on the late pastor's life, Engineer Elfris Obaseki, Managing Director of Independent Television and Radio, said she lived a fulfilled life.
It is not really how many years I will live on earth that we should measure life with, but the impact. This woman, in about 56 years of being alive, has impacted very seriously both in the body of Christ and in the lives of those that she met.
The homegoing service took a solemn turn as the remains of Pastor Ikechi Ene were escorted into the Champions of Faith Carpenter Church premises by her husband, children, friends, pastors from various denominations and dignitaries, all gathered to bid farewell to a woman who lived a truly fulfilled life. Music, ministration, tribute songs, and testimony were presented throughout the service. The first Bible reading was delivered by Faithman Oguada, while the second reading was performed by her daughter, Zoe Ene. In his exhortation, Pastor Soska Forbes from Abiding Word Ministry, Gambia, reminded attendees that death is inevitable and encouraged Christians to live a fulfilled life worthy of admonition.
As a kingdom witness, all you have been taught and all that has been constantly modeled before your very eyes, from Pastor C to Pastor Kedge. And for that, I congratulate you.
Your life's example, your ministry, your selfless spirit will all live on, Mama.
I've had your full support, and I thank God that such a beautiful, strong woman of God is who I get to call my grandma.
I've been pinching myself. Every day I pinch myself so that maybe I will wake up from this dream. I say, which kind of dream is this self? I find the dream, that kind of thing.
The body of late Ikechi Ene was later taken to her husband's compound, where the dust-to-dust rites were performed before she was finally committed to Mother Earth. From Port Harcourt, Benga Ahmed, ITV News.
The news returns after this break. Please stay tuned. Many thanks for rejoining us. Over now to entertainment, where iconic reggae legend Jimmy Cliff, who helped transform the Jamaican rhythmic music into a global cultural phenomenon, has died at age 81. His wife Latifah Chambers says her husband Jimmy Cliff died of seizure caused by pneumonia. Oluwapelumi Abioye in this report reflects on his life.
James Chambers, born on 30th July 1994, known professionally as Jimmy Cliff, was a Jamaican ska, rocksteady, reggae and soul musician, multi-instrumentalist, singer and actor. At the time of his death, he was the only living reggae musician to hold the Order of Merit, the highest honor that can be granted by the Jamaican government for achievements in the arts and sciences. Over 4 decades, Cliff wrote and sang songs that fused reggae with his sensibility for folk, soul, ska and rock music, and addressed issues like politics, poverty, injustice and war protest. Cliff, a multi-instrumentalist and singer of hits like You Can Get It If You Really Want and The Harder They Come, is widely seen as reggae's most influential figure after the late Bob Marley, with whom he collaborated early in Marley's career. Jamaica's Prime Minister Andrew Holness said the nation was pausing to honor Cliff, a true cultural giant whose music carried the art of the nation to the world. Work good, Jimmy Cliff. Your legacy lives on in every corner of the island and in the hearts of the people. From Benin, Oluwapelumi Abioye, ITV News.
Let's now take a trip to the super exciting world of sports, where Jude Bellingham scored one and assisted another as Real Madrid returned to the top of La Liga despite being held to a draw by Elche. The England midfielder fired Kylian Mbappe's cutback into the net with 3 minutes remaining to rescue a point from Xavi Alonso's side, who had trailed twice at the Estadio Manuel Martinez Valero. Alex Febas had given mid-table Elche the lead 8 minutes into the second half, poking his shot past Real goalkeeper Thibaut Courtois and in off the right-hand post. Former Bournemouth defender Dean Huijsen prodded home Bellingham's knockdown to restore parity 12 minutes from time, only for Alvaro Rodriguez to put the home side back in front with a low shot from the edge of the box. Alonso's Real Madrid are next in action at Olympiacos in the Champions League on Wednesday, 26 November. And that report wraps it on ITV News at this time. Thanks so much for watching. I am Harry Igbo. Do have yourself a lovely night rest.
Certainly the best.
ITV, certainly the best.
Thank you very much for joining us on the program, Healthy Living. What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body, which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain, which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits.
It is curable, but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well and avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity to be down, then the risk of contracting tuberculosis will be reduced.
If you're healthy, then you're wealthy.
ITV, certainly the best.
Thank you very much for joining us on the program, Healthy Living. What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body, which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain, which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits.
It is curable, but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well and avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity to be down, then the risk of contracting tuberculosis will be reduced.
If you're healthy, then you're wealthy.
ITV, certainly the best.
Thank you very much for joining us on the program Healthy Living. What is the kidney? The kidney is an excretory organ in the body which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits.
It is curable, but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well and avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity to be down, then the risk of contracting tuberculosis will be reduced.
If you're healthy, then you're wealthy.
Welcome to Viewpoint on ITV. I am Caroline Okonji, and today let's talk about self-defense and the extent with which one can actually go to defend himself or herself, and also look at some laws that support self-defense, making reference to the case of a Nigerian farmer, Sunday Jackson, who overpowered and killed a Fulani herdsman in self-defense, and also he has been sentenced to death by hanging. Despite claims that he acted purely in self-defense, the Supreme Court of Nigeria on March 7, 2025 upheld a lower court verdict, ruling that rather than retaliating, he should have fled. its viewpoints on ITV. So let's go meet and sample opinions of resource persons regarding this topic.
I don't think there is any extent that is too far when it comes to a life, an issue of life and death. It is the right of every individual to go any length to protect himself, his properties, and loved one. And that is why the 1999 Constitution has amended, instructed the government of the day that their primary responsibility is safety of the life and property of his citizens. Therefore, if you narrow it down to an individual, it will therefore tell you that his primary responsibility is to ensure that he defends himself, he protects himself and his property and loved ones from any attacks that may lead to life or a loss of life. And in the case of Sunday in question that was sentenced to death by the Supreme Court, I would say ordinarily it is regrettable, it is appalling, and it is very disappointing. The question I would have loved to ask, and I want to ask Nigeria, who were the prosecutors? Who prosecuted Sunday? Is it the Nigeria state that prosecuted Sunday, who defended himself in a situation where security agencies and the Nigerian system were unable to defend him? And I will also ask, what was the fact that were before the judges and the court? Was he established to the extent that those who wanted to sniff life out of Sunday were the killer herdsmen, or those facts were not available? Because they said the law is blind. Depends on the facts that were available before the judges. And who were the lawyers of Sunday? Was he appropriately represented and defended? And I want to say, in such manner, this matter have been visited with a series of public condemnation. The Supreme Court will now have the cause to revisit his decision, because he himself have the power to revisit his earlier decision, and it's not alien before the Constitution. So in this case, I say it is sad and it is evil, because if this is sustained, we are indirectly giving the killer herdsmen the impetus, the encouragement to further attack innocent Nigerians and innocent farmers, because the law, it seems to defend their actions.
Self-defense, one have to, even if you are not prepared, or you with the current situation in our country, let me just boil down to our local government area where we are of their notice. With the current situation of security threat and all, one have to be ready for anything. You self-defense for yourself, because one, the police cannot be everywhere, the security operatives cannot be everywhere, but that does not warrant we owning rifles, assaulted rifle, which is not registered, which is not does not comply with the government regulations. But we should be prepared for defense, because we don't have much security personnel that will go around or be better for each and every citizen. But one should be ready to defend himself when you find crisis, or when you find something like that's going to endanger your life. So we should have that at the back of our mind. Well, that is APEP's court. They've delivered judgment, but on the other side, the court was wrong, because if that man was murdered without he didn't defend himself, the story will not come up. It wouldn't get to the people that killed him will not even be apprehended. But he defended himself on the cause of a security threat to his life. He defended himself in that extent. He killed, but I blame him for killing. If he has been able to maybe get one of them injured, apprehend them, hand them over to the security operative, would have been better. I think that is the angle where the Court of Appeal or Supreme Court gave their own verdict. But for me, I think everyone should be prepared for self-defense, because the current situation in the country does not warrant us to be relaxed or just play a hanky-panky game with your own life. I value my life, and I value the life of people around me. With the current situation of these headers, is getting alarming, and government cannot do it all alone. We should also be prepared, because somebody coming to kill you is prepared to do shit. So you should be prepared to defend yourself. So I see no evil act he committed, though the court gave verdict, but does not warrant to that level that he also should take life. Leaving the scene wouldn't be the best option, because they were prepared for him. The attackers are prepared to eliminate this man. If he had fled, they will still get him, because they will definitely overpower him. Those ones are with dangerous arms. They are with all sorts of. But he made himself. He defended himself, and I think he's right. He's good. And I also want the government to bring out this policy of controlling our arms for those that are fit to have arms. Each and everybody should be licensed and should be scrutinized before you have arms. In our society today, the headers are causing me harm. If you see, the total numbers of headers, crime being committed in Novia Northeast alone is on the high side. It's on the global page. So one should be prepared to defend himself. It's not when it happened they will start. Oh, had I known, had it been, we would have defended. A whole community was rendered homeless because of headers. It has happened years ago, and it's still happening. So our government, we self, should be prepared to defend ourselves. That's my own opinion.
The case of Sunday Jackson is a very, very sad one. One has tried to see if maybe it was being misrepresented or misreported, but as tried as much as one has, it seems to be that is what the Supreme Court said is what was reported. The man has been sentenced to death. Very unfortunate. The mere mention of the word that he was sentenced to death, convicted and sentenced to death, to me, it sets Nigeria back more than 50 years in our jurisprudence. The reason I say so is very clear. Section 33 of the Constitution of Nigeria. And the Constitution of Nigeria is the ground norm. Any law that is inconsistent with the Constitution, by that level of inconsistency, is null and void, invalid, and must be set aside. So if any law falls short of what the Constitution provides for, that law should go. Now, Section 33 of the Constitution says every person has a right to life, and no one shall be deprived intentionally of his life, save in execution of the sentence of a court in respect of a criminal offence of which he has been found guilty in Nigeria. Section 33(2), I think that is 33. Yes, 33(1) I read now. 33(2) says a person shall not be regarded as having been deprived of his life in contravention of this section if he dies as a result of the use to such extent and in such circumstances as permissible under the law or as necessary. Then 2A says for the defense of any person from unlawful violence or for the defense of property. Now that is very clear. You have a right to defend your person. You have a right to defend your person. You have a right to defend any other person apart from yourself, any other person that is within your precinct of protection. You can defend yourself, you can defend your wife, your children, persons that are anybody who is in danger in your precinct, within your presence. You have a right to defend that person. You also have a right to defend your property. That being the case, if we are to interpret it as it states clearly there, you can defend yourself, defend the persons around you, and defend your property. A person who was farming in his own land, in his own farm, in his own land, he was there sitting in his doing his business privately. He didn't go to attack anybody. He was doing his legitimate business, and suddenly he was attacked from nowhere by another person who left home with the sole intention to go and do harm. That other person, the herdsman who came to attack Sunday Jackson, left home with the intention to go and do harm. See, these are two clear cases. If you read the criminal code's provisions on murder, it is the Fulani herdsman, the herdsman that was killed, that actually committed murder, that actually attempted to commit murder, and he was overpowered. Sunday Jackson ought to be given a medal. In a responsible society, he will be given a medal for defending himself and also defending his property. The reasoning of the Supreme Court is that so far as Sunday Jackson had been able to overpower his attacker, the headsman, he ought to have run away. Our people must learn that in this life, there are things that are born with you. You have certain rights that are born with you. If you are sure that you are within your rights and you have not committed any offense, and somebody just came to attack you, he's attacking you, you have done all that you needed to do to avoid the attack, but he's attacking you on your own property, please defend yourself. You have a right to self-defense. I know that it would bring down the fight, the push back to defend yourself from the farmers, because the farmers on their own part, they've suffered enough and they've been trying to defend themselves. But with this judgment now, judgment is going to bring down, going to dampen their spirit. It's going to dampen the spirit of defending themselves. But they shouldn't see from that perspective. Rather, the farmers should speak up in one voice, go to the National Assembly, push for an amendment of the Constitution and even the Criminal Code, so that it will not expressly so say that if you are in your property and you are attacked, you can do anything to defend yourself. Let it be expressly so say. Because when it is not expressly so say, the way it is, I read the provision just now, you can see that it leaves room for the judgment that can go this way and go that way. It's time we amend this provision to make it now clear. Even though it is so already, but it should now be very clear that anytime you attack a man in his own property, you can be killed and nothing will happen. Everybody understand that one.
Actually, I want to look at it from two major aspects. The reason that I want to look at it from these two aspects is because of some things that I know. When I say some things that I know, is that one, I'm looking at the aspect that have to do with the issue of some things that trend in social media. That when you find out the detail, it might not be as it is being presented. So, if the judgment was actually based on what we have been hearing and reading on social media, personally, I would say that is extremely wrong, bad, injustice, and wickedness. But if that is not the true story, that there is something behind it, probably they find out that it was not in self-defense, then that means the government need to come out and make the truth to be known. But for now, since we have not heard contrary outside what has been going on social media, it's a condemnable act, an injustice of judgment. Then, if I want to look at the extent to which one should defend himself from the biblical aspect, I know that some people want to say something, want to react negatively. Some others may also want to see it from another perspective. Why did I say so? For instance, Jesus was saying something. He said that if somebody slap you on one side, you should give the other side. Then if you also look at it, he was also talking about that if somebody is dragging you to the court, he said you should quickly settle the matter on the way. And when you read that scripture down, you now discover that one of the reasons that Jesus was giving such counsel was actually because of the injustice of men. So when you look at that, I want to say that if you see anything that have to do with trouble, the best is that you should run away from it. Be somebody that will follow the Bible principle, where the Bible told us that we should follow peace with all men. That means we should be peacemaker. Then we should not allow anything that will make us to become in trouble with anybody. But that is not to say that trouble will not come. Because even if you decided to stay on your own not to relate with people, not to trouble will still come. So I want to say this. There is a law of the land, because as far as we are still here on this earth, so you discover that there are things that we cannot do without. There are laws that are guiding everybody. So when it comes to the aspect of self-defense in the area that is, we are now going out of the biblical principle, it should be that the government should know that if they are not there to provide security for the people don't have option. Now for them to at least to also want to rise up to say let them defend themselves, because you can't watch an evil man coming to you to take your life and you now say because tomorrow they will judge and you will not be defended based on to say you kill the person that is trying to kill you, that you should allow them to just come and slaughter you before your face. So you have to also rise. So I want to use this opportunity and this medium to tell our leaders that they should rise up to their own responsibility. They should rise up to their own justice. They should not make those that they are leading to lose confidence in them. Because the truth is this, as far as Nigeria is concerned, the summary of our justice is injustice. It's something that is condemnable. So rise up and do the right.
Something whereby how to defend myself. Just like the way I'm working right now. This is my factory where I'm doing my production. Someone can just walk in down here now and tell me that he wants to come and take over this property from me, and which I knew is for me. It belongs to me. I will take it to the extreme length the way I could, because I have to defend the property for myself. Because I will not want someone out there to come and defend it for me, because I own it. I know how I purchase it. And at the same time again, for someone else to just come in and badge on me to tell me that he owns this place, that he wants to take it from me, I will go to extra length to fight and defend myself. If I can defend myself and take a weapon from him, I will not hit him. I can only paralyze him. I won't kill him. I will paralyze him and I will call the police to pick him up.
In English, they have a word called defend. And for me, for somebody that I didn't know, to barge into my personal life, just for him to come and show me, even for any form of intimidation, to go as to something that will affect life, I can go as far as to defend myself. First of all, first defense for my own self, for him not to take my life. Understand? What about if I didn't defend myself and eventually he now succeeded to kill me? For example, I didn't defend myself. How will I learn to take God? And everybody must surely blame me. I must try all my best. But if it happens, something must kill a man one day. Understand? You first try. If it not happen mistakenly, the man now die. But in the law court, I don't know, that is for lawyer, I don't know whether if they have a way of they will not use because of, if they are finishing, that's why police need to be there after finishing the investigation. They know whether if I'm really I'm guilty, I intentionally did it, before they can take anything that they wishes them.
Self-defense is provided for under the criminal code, which is applicable in the southern part of Nigeria, and as well as the penal code applicable to the northern part, which of course where the Jackson incident took place. By virtue of section 286 of the criminal code, self-defense is not, to my own understanding, is not an absolute defense, because going by the provision of that section, it uses the word reasonable necessary force to repel or to retaliate, so to say, any attacker. And of course, we all know that what is reasonable and necessary at that particular point may not be to the ordinary reasoning of an ordinary man. And we are looking at the Supreme Court here. Their judgment, they have their own reasoning why they come to the conclusion that he should have fled why after disarming his attacker. But the question that is begging for an answer is this: when your life is at stake and someone has come to you to kill you and you are able to disarm him, I think in my own little legal knowledge, if you can disarm him and the weapon with which he attack you, you use it against him, I think that should be regarded as self-defense. But still, I think Supreme Court may have their own reasoning. They are the apex court, and they have their own reasoning why they come to that conclusion. Like I said earlier, self-defense is not an absolute defense in law. Because if you look at the defense of property, it's different from the defense of one's body. And in the defense of property, it will be said that until the attacker is within your premises, before you can actually say he has come to attack. Self-defense, to my own best understanding, is not an absolute defense in law. Going by that provision that you have to use reasonably necessary force.
A semi-war between the Christian and the Muslims, and that's the gospel truth. If Jackson was one Alaji Usman Dafodo or one Malam so and so, they won't say this. They will take you self-defense. Okay, you brought animals into somebody's farm to destroy his crops, and the person was trying to okay, please stop this, your cattle or animal, whatever, from destroying my crops. Then you attack the person. Self-defense. The person trying to save himself took the knife from you, and you could see the mark all over him. Fought back, and in the process, the other person lost his life, and the Supreme Court was quick to pass judgment. They will not be so quick to pass judgment when it comes to politics, when it comes to election and all that. So I think it's one-way ticket. The Christian Union, Christian CAN, PFM should wake up to their responsibility. They should stop fighting themselves. This is a clear motion for believers to think about. Stop fighting yourself and focus on better things. If the Muslim nation can just pass this judgment, just like that, then I think this is Nigeria. Nigeria is not a Muslim country or a Christian country. It's for everybody. Whether you're Muslim, whether you're Christian, whether you're non-believer, whatever you're serving, that Nigeria is for everybody. And so the law shouldn't favor one side. So the favorism is going to one side. You can say an Hausa man. Sorry, I'm not trying to be partial here. Selling dagger, knife. Then nothing. When the police, in fact, they won't even arrest him on the street. But you and I, if we walk by the street, there is a knife in our car. The policeman will ask, what are you doing with this knife? When you get to the station, you will explain. But there was some man where they sell for street, we carry dagger, carry knife. They hawk them. Nobody harass them. So that's Nigeria that we are.
We're going to be wrapping it up on Viewpoint on ITV by letting you know that in any situation you find yourselves, and if you must defend yourself, you should be ready to do it in accordance with the law. Don't take laws into your hands, and don't do it in a way that you will end up in trouble. I am Caroline Okonji. Bye for now.
ITV, certainly the best. ITV, certainly the best.
The burgeoning insecurity challenges in Nigeria is a major talking point across the country and even at the international stage, where there was a vote in the U.S. Congress and the vote favored military intervention or intervention of the U.S. in checkmating the insecurity situation in Nigeria. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu couldn't go to the G20 summit in South Africa, and is justifying that decision because we have seen some of the kidnapped students being returned, and we've also seen the president issuing an order that all security details attached to VIPs be withdrawn, particularly the police, and then of course an approval for the recruitment of 30 police officers. All of this is perhaps a knee-jerk approach against the background of some of the challenges that we're having. That's going to be the major talking point on the show this lovely Monday morning. And I'm Sonny Duke Okosun. Chukwufunanya Adigo is with me on the show. Good to have you.
Good to be here. But as you did say, we've had a spate of security challenges in Nigeria, the mass adoption of students, and even, religious worshippers. It's a cause for concern, and yeah. It's good to be here to deliberate it and, throw light on the happenings per time. Okay, from Benin Network Studio, Reverend Sheriff Azake is a security expert who will be here. Frank Ehiosu, who is an author and public affairs commentator, will also be here. And Dr. Patrick Awosage, who is a public affairs commentator, will be here as we look at all of these issues. And then we'll take you to Abuja Network Studio right now, right away, where we'll continue with our discussion and conversation. Joseph, it's good to have you on the show. How are you doing today?
A very good morning to you, Dr. Sonny. Good morning to Kufuminara. Of course, a colleague in Lagos, greetings. Abuja is cool and calm, though everyone is conscious of the security situation. The Tinubu administration has never had it this hot, where you have within 4 days several kidnappings in Kebbi, in Kwara, in Niger, in Zamfara. You know, he has never had it this very tight, and that explains why he didn't travel and why he was at work yesterday. After all, he requested, cajoled votes. He actually said he would do this job, and the job is now very, very hot. The kitchen is hot. He has to remain in the kitchen and continue to cook the food. But we just hope that the decision that he has taken to withdraw over 100,000 police attached to VIP will not be a mere vocal utterance. It will be, you know, matched by action. And of course, we expect that the civil defense, who are supposed to take over from them, will be redeployed as soon as possible. But the issue concerning security is one that concerns everyone, and we must try our best to ensure that it is meeting the board.
Joseph, it's delighted to know that we're all on the same page this morning on the show. And Ms. Selina is live from Abuja Network Studio. Ms. Selina, what's up with Lagos? And obviously security or insecurity is the dominating conversation today.
Good morning, Dr. Saniji. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning, my colleague from Abuja. It's a beautiful Lagos, although you know, a lot of people are scared. We are scared because of the insecurity issues. As of the weekend, we saw a couple of abduction from schools and, you know, kidnapping here and there, Borno states, Kebbi states, and we also saw that students that was kidnapped, that some of them are set free, you know, their families. And the president has also promised that he's going to do more. Although a lot of people, a lot of citizens, netizens, they're calling on the president to resign, you know, because of issue of vacancy. And the government, the president, the heat is there because a lot of schools, boarding schools, they're shutting down. I mean, you would not want your children to go to school with all the situation. Schools calling parents to come pick their children from schools because of the insecurity. I mean, you're sleeping, you're scared, you're sleeping with one eye open because you don't know what will happen next. So in those states also, the kidnapping issues. We saw recently in Borno, issues. It has taken over the day, and I mean, the people are scared. Nigerians, we are scared. Everybody is scared in the country. What, you know, you don't know who is going to happen to next. It doesn't happen to you doesn't mean it's not happening. I mean, you come to the internet every day, you're seeing kidnappings here and there. I mean, the president, of course, has promised that he's going to do his best, and seeing that some persons has been rescued, some persons escaped, you know, we are just hoping and praying that the issue of insecurity in Nigeria, because it has been a major problem that we've been facing and battling in the country. So from Lagos, basically, we're also looking at insecurity. You know, how can the government curb insecurity? How can we see that, you know, we no longer have insecurity in the country? What will the government do at this point? Now that netizens, you know, public, political citizens, they're coming out to call the president to resign. So I just hope and pray that things get better in Nigeria, because it is getting worse by the day. So from Lagos today, we are looking at
Lagos Network Studio. Ms. Selina, of course, we'll be joining you much later so we can have more on that issue. But let's just look at where we are, Chukwufunanya. I mean, we saw back-to-back kidnappings, like an onslaught against students and pupils in schools. I mean, we saw one in Niger State, and I think another one in Kwara State, and even Edo State here, just some few kilometers from Igosa, where our broadcasting village is situated. There was a kidnapping. I saw a video yesterday on TikTok where the daughter of one of the people that was kidnapped was actually on a live video with one, I think a TikToker, and she was explaining the situation. The kidnappers are asking for 50 million naira, and they've been able to raise 3.5 million naira. And then the kidnappers are telling her, well, By now, you should be talking about 30 million or 20 million naira. And if you can't raise that money, just forget about your mother. I mean, it's very saddening. But just before we could say Jack Robinson, we saw again that ISWAP kidnapped about 12 farmers, 12 female farmers in Borno State. I mean, what is going on? We've seen that this upsurge is tangential to Donald Trump's statement of coming to Nigeria's rescue, particularly the allegations around Christian genocide.
You know, when you look at all of these things that are happening in the country as regards the insecurity that we've seen over time, it kind of poses the question, what's our government doing? And when the president comes out to make his broadcasts or give press releases, he talks about it being inherited. But if the people cannot get as little as security, what really are we asking for? Right now is just really alarming, the things that are happening. Children are not safe. People go to school. You've seen closure of different schools from Yobe to Kebbi State, varsities, and even secondary and primary schools being shut down because of the cases of insecurity. It's really not, it's not something to write home about. Yeah. It's a lot of Nigerians are shaking in their boots. It's all over social media how unsafe the country has become. And it's really no news that we've now gotten the kind of international attention right now. Okay, the president has come out to say it's not as serious as it looks. We've gotten it under control, and even gone ahead to pull out police orderlies from VIPs and politicians. But really, is this really the bigger picture of trying to keep Nigerians safe, or is it just a performance? Is it just theatrics so that we'll say, oh, he's working, and then also him not going to the G20 summit? And when you're talking about some of the adoptees from the St. Mary's Catholic School being released, they weren't released. Okay.
They escaped.
I think they escaped. So we should make that clear. So he shouldn't take, the government should not take the glory for that, saying that, oh, we are working, look, some of the students have actually been released. No, we wake up each morning with more happening, okay? Yeah. Well, the cases of the 12 farmers that were abducted in Borno State.
Female farmers.
Female farmers. Yeah. You know, it just shows the vulnerability of our society. Absolutely. On and on, these things are happening. We've gone from begging for economic safety or security to begging for our lives. Yeah. You know, you see gory pictures out there on social media of people being killed, some that if you don't even have the heart, you can't watch those videos.
Yeah, people being beheaded, you know, at the slightest provocation.
It's very, very disheartening, the things that are going on. I think by now it should be beyond press releases. Okay. It should go beyond that to actual action.
All right, let me get Joseph to comment on this. I saw a retired army officer or military officer saying that the Nigerian armed forces is very, very low in terms of the number. And so in a sense, they have been overwhelmed by this problem that is just coming up from different parts of the country at the same time. You've been following up, security issues, for a long, long time, as far as I can remember, in terms of coverage. What do you make of this line of reasoning? And then the approach being taken by government to address this problem now, where we know that these problems have been there for a long time. Even while this administration came on board, it was one of their campaign promises. Yeah.
The issue about the number of our personnel, not the required number we have, or is largely inadequate, is not far from the truth. Of course, we have had this discussion from time to time and at different fora. There is the need for a continuous recruitment of personnel, because most time the people we are fighting, though to an extent some people know them, but the military don't know them. So what do? You need to match them with number. Number is what is required in this war. Even as we also talk about the fact that you need to increase your hardware, you need to procure super power firearms, because what they have most time, as even the former governor, now the vice president of Nigeria, has said, what the bad guys are using is more sophisticated than the ones we have. So you now ask the next question: what is happening to the Nigerian budget concerning defense? Year in, year out, defense is taking the biggest chunk of Nigeria's budget. And we hope that when that is appropriated, it should reflect in increase in the purchase of military hardware. It should reflect in increase in recruitment of manpower. It should reflect in, ultra-modern technology to actually, detect where these guys are, and of course launch attack on them. Why is the military always waiting to respond? Why is the military not proactive? Why is the military not looking out for their hideouts, at a continuous and regular interval? Get these guys and neutralize them. Why is the military always at the receiving end, always reacting? You can imagine what has been happening in the last 4 or 5 days. Whether army, navy, wherever it is, civil defense, police, they are all running helter-skelter to ensure that the hideout of these guys are, discovered. But the whole thing rests on the need for the federal government to increase the number of personnel. I remember President Tinubu, when he was campaigning, he said he's going to increase the personnel with about 50 million, and of course that was an error. Maybe he meant to say 5 million. But as we speak now, the number we have is still the number that we have, and we have removed subsidy. We have so much money. The various gateways of our revenue, custom, federal inland revenue, the monies are coming in, in so much volume. Why can't we allocate a huge chunk of money to increase the number of our personnel? Something is really wrong somewhere.
Many whys and whys and whys, and unfortunately the answers can't come from here.
I have another why.
Yeah, the answers has to come from the federal government. Just before you bring in your another why,
okay.
let me get Messalina to make her contribution. I listened to that military officer clearly, and he said something about some of our armed forces are war weary. In other words, they are worn out. In that, in civilized climes, what you have is that you have the structure that is put in place is to ensure that you have batches. Okay, you have your first batch, second batch, and the third batch. The first batch stays for maybe a period of 6 months, then the second batch replaces like that. That way you have that level of freshness. But you have people that have been in the war front for as long as maybe 4 years, 3 years, and that's a big challenge. But we'll talk more about that when we return after this break. My colleague who's been in Lagos, I won't say she's a guest on the show today, but she's joining us from our Benin Network studio, Patricia Gabriel. So that's the reason why Messalina is alone. But we'll take a short break. We'll be back with you in a moment. Stay with us, still TMI, Monday morning on the ITV network. All right, thanks again for rejoining us on the program TMI on the ITV network. I said a while ago that we made Messalina lonely in Lagos because we took away her partner and brought her to Lagos to feel the vibe from our Benin Network studio. Patricia Gabriel is live with us. Patricia, good to have you on the show.
Good morning, sir. It's good to be here.
Absolutely,
good
absolutely.
To be here. Ifunanya, good morning.
Good morning to you. It's good to see you live.
Good to be here. Thank you for having me in Benin.
Absolutely. I hope you've been enjoying your time here.
Oh, yeah. I had a good night's sleep.
Okay, fantastic.
Yes, not the noisy sleep in Lagos.
Okay, now, Patricia, okay, no, not Patricia now. Messalina is live in Lagos. Messalina, I was just talking about the fact that there's supposed to be some sort of structure of having these military officers coming, to a roster or a shift, but you have instances where Some will stay for as long as 4 years, 8 years, back to back. This is certainly not healthy. People have been talking about the fact that there seems to be a knee-jerk approach to dealing with this issue. There are compromises, there are complicity, there are insider challenge, because you look at the issue of General Uba, who was captured and killed by ISWAP fighters. There are allegations that there was some sort of insider connection in trying to reveal his location, and that made it very easy for ISWAP to, get him ultimately, and then he was executed. Our hearts goes out to members of his immediate family, as it were. Ms. Selina.
I mean, a lot of people, a lot of speculation saying that they are actually insiders, because it tested his people, it tested the military personnel, tested, this is where I'm going to be in. If you're coming, just I'll wave my canoe, so, I will happen, you pick me up from this place. So how do these people, the ISWAP, know that to capture him there? It means that, like I said, a lot of speculation saying that there are insiders, that work with this terrorists that work with them. According to Kadri said something earlier. Where are those people actually waiting for, the government to tell? If you know where this, it's your job to protect, lives, protect properties and all of that. I know they are humans as well. Sometimes you do not wait for the government to strike. If you know where those people are, go there, strike. And going to Gumi has been saying a lot of things on the internet, saying that, they are negotiating with bandits, they are negotiating with this terrorists. Are we supposed to be negotiating with them? It has been a question, a lot of Nigerians has been asking, are we supposed to be negotiating with bandits? That is why, I believe that is why a lot of persons are calling on Donald Trump, the US president, to come help us, because it's just as if we Nigerians are military personnel doing, what they're supposed to do. I mean, that is on to come rescue Nigeria, to come help Nigeria at first, because I see no reason why a person would be there for a very time. It's supposed to be like a shift, chefing and all of that. You're working for a so time, this other person is working for this certain time. It's just, we're just going through a lot of points. I mean, the fact that a lot of people are calling on the president, not the US president, to come help us.
The government to see how
we have our military personnel we have
these
here.
Issues. Very important. Ms. Selina, I'll come back to you in just a moment. But Patricia, I think some cheering news coming in with these kidnap issues. Some of the girls were rescued, but Chuku Funaya said no, they actually escaped. But I'm wondering how it's possible for about how many were they?
There were over 300 people abducted in the school, and about 50
escaped.
So that's the pupils in the school, in the Catholic school.
Yeah,
they escaped actually.
Okay,
they were able to find their way home, and they reunited to their with their families.
Yeah.
Okay, they escaped. But the one of Kwara State, they were, they were rescued by the police and the military.
Yeah,
they were rescued and they're back home.
Yeah,
some of them are testifying to what their experience was. So Chukwufanya is not wrong by saying they escaped. That's from the Catholic school.
But I'm just wondering how 50 people could have escaped. I mean,
if we remember the time of Chibok, there was a girl too that escaped.
Yeah,
and she gave the story of their van got broke down in the bush, and they all went to the front to see how they can fix the van, and she was able to get down and escape. I think she's in the US right now.
Yeah.
So the same thing with the Catholic children. They are plenty. They're about 300 and
over 300,
no,
315.
Exactly.
And now we're having schools being shut down.
Federal government has asked that the schools should be shut down. Is it the right thing to do? That's the question.
I think it is, because when you have this kind of thing happening, because there's a security report about threats to churches, threats to schools, threats to public places.
It's very pertinent.
Yeah, so that's a very strategic move. But security as it is today has gone beyond bullets and guns. It's more tech driven if you want to get results. It's more about intelligence gathering. All of these things need to be fused into what we're doing if we must get the results that we need. And that's why Kadu raised the issue. The budgets coming into the defense ministry year in, year out, what are we doing it I mean, I saw, you know, a report recently. It was online. The academic qualification of the Minister of Defense. I don't know if you saw that.
I did.
Yeah,
I did.
I mean, you looked at the guy's CV. There is really nothing to write home about. And that seems to be part of the problem that we are facing in this country. People get responsibility in offices that they don't have the capacity to handle. So what do you expect? Okay.
Okay.
All
I'm
right.
going to quickly talk about the U.S.
Yeah.
Like Messi had
mentioned.
And
Yes.
a lot of Nigerians are asking Donald Trump, please come. But I do not understand why they're asking him to come. He's not going to be coming to fight for us.
Yeah.
He's just going to bring in the intelligence aspect, like you have
Which we
mentioned.
need. We need
Which
it.
we
We need it.
We
Yeah.
do need.
Yeah.
Okay, so but the U.S. demands immediate release of Sunday Jackson as part of the conditions to begin military partnership with Nigeria. If you remember Sunday Jackson, he killed one of the, I think the Fulani headsmen or something, in
and then
protection to protect himself.
in self-defense.
In self-defense, and he was arrested and jailed.
And sentenced to death.
To death,
Yeah.
yes. So
And the Supreme Court affirmed that sentencing.
You see, how would the international bodies not accuse the Nigerian government
Of
and military of
complicity.
complicity when you have things like this happening?
Yeah. So that's the condition now.
Yeah.
And so we hope the federal government meets with the condition. And
Okay,
then
so much talking about on the insecurity situation in the country and the need for government to do something urgently. I mean, we need collaboration, we need cooperation, we need synergy, we need support. If we must make any move, there are those who are saying, well, Donald Trump and the US, they are envious of the fact that Nigeria is now stronger in terms of relationship with China. And so the US is after Nigeria's resources, and that's why this interest. I don't think so. We need to see how we can collaborate and cooperate so we can take care of this monster that has bedeviled this country for a long time and is beginning to take its toll on Nigeria. We'll take a short break. When we return, we'll look at the papers. Our guests are already coming into the studio. We'll be having them on in just a moment. Stay with us on TMI on the ITV network. Dr. Dan Aharafo is the head of Mass Communication Department, University of Benin. I hope he can join us for this segment of the show. But let's get started with Business Day as our first point of call. Okay, we've got Guardian now. And what do we have on the Guardian newspaper? It says, court warns FBN Access Zenith Bank MDs against defying order in Nestor's alleged $1 billion debt suit, okay? And then the big headline there on the Guardian says, international pressure mounts on FG as states close schools over kidnappings. I mean, major thing we've been talking about in the last couple of minutes. So let's move on to our next story, our next paper.
All right, so our next point of call this morning on the newspaper review segment. So one of the major headlines you get to see there is alleged $1 billion Nest Oil debt claim. First Bank, Access Bank, Zenith Bank MDs risk imprisonment over alleged disobedience of court order. That is one major headline. And also on the Vanguard newspaper, 50 students abducted from Niger Catholic School have escaped, says CAN. You get to see that story on page 5. Also on Vanguard newspaper, a headline there says, Tinubu orders withdrawal of police officers guarding VIPs, okays recruitment of 30,000 officers. That one is on page 10. Also, Oyedepo to Christians, take charge before genocide descends into anarchy. Those are the stories on the Guardian newspaper. Let's see our next newspaper this morning.
Okay, so we'll have the Punch.
Okay, we have the Punch, and the major headlines on the Punch says mass adoption crisis. Tinubu pulls 100,000 policemen from VIPs. And we also have audit uncovers over 61 billion naira payments bridges in NNPCL. States pile up 1.0 trillion debt despite record allocations.
Okay, so now you can see that over 100 police men attached to VIPs. Anyways, look at what we've got on Daily Trust. It says, insecurity, 13 teenage girls abducted in Borno. Again, ISWAP is responsible for this dastardly act. Let's move on to the Nation newspaper. Yeah?
On the Nation newspaper, you see the 38 Kwara adoptees rescued. 51 Niger pupils returned home. I won't relent, says Tinubu. That story is on page 2. Grab yourself a copy and you get to see more on that. Also, a recurrent story there is the alleged $1 billion debt claim. First Bank, Access Bank, and others risk imprisonment over disobedience of court order.
Okay, so that's, we'll go to Nigerian Tribune and let's see what the other stories are on the Nigerian Tribune. Patricia?
Okay, so the Nigerian Tribune says 38 worshippers rescue in Kwara, 50 students escape from kidnappers in Niger. Tinubu orders withdrawal from police VIPs. That's on page 3.
Okay, so that's a wrap on the newspaper headlines on the show. We'll take a break and then we'll get our conversation on course with our panelists. Stay with us on TMI on the ITV network. General Theophilus Danjuma was in news over the weekend, particularly on social media, addressing his people, saying what's happening today in the country were some of the concerns that he expressed and raised strongly some years back, and it was heavily criticized, particularly within the military sector. As a matter of fact, the Defense Ministry set up a committee to investigate the allegations that he made, and he was invited, but he never went. And then he went ahead to write a report to say it was just speculating. But today, what do we have? The insecurity situation in Nigeria is disturbing and it's frightening. In recent times, we've seen back-to-back school abductions with the federal government shutting down unity schools, public schools, especially in some of the flashpoint areas. But interesting is the fact that this is not really a northeast, northwest thing. It's more or less like a national thing because every state, every region has this same problem. Just a few days ago, I think on Saturday, at Iyowa here, some kidnappings took place and the victims are still with their kidnappers demanding huge ransoms. Our panelists today, I'd like to welcome Frank Ehiosu, who is an author, public affairs commentator. Thank you for joining us.
Well, quite a pleasure.
And then we have Reverend Sheriff Azake, who is a security expert. Thank you so much for joining us on the program.
Thank you for having me.
Dr. Patrick Awosage is a public affairs commentator and is also a lawyer. Thank you for joining us on the program. Let me start with Reverend Azake. I know for a long time you've been on this voyage of public awareness, creating that nexus between the people and security agents and the need for us to take our destinies in our hands in terms of how we respond to security concerns. What do you make of this trend and the seeming concern by the U.S.? We saw the Congress vote over the weekend. Those who are for assisting Nigeria are more than those who are against assisting Nigeria. Is this something we should consider?
Yeah, security issue is a very important and dynamic issue as long as we are concerned. Our main problem in Nigeria right now is insecurity. All this while it has been in the tough burner. Really, everybody's affected. From the presidency, even to the prisoner, even to the baby in the womb. Everybody, nobody is exempted when it comes to insecurity. And the thing is growing every day. It's just like a little serpent that enters your house. Very tiny thing, you just overlook it. One day, it will grow to become a python. And it will chase everybody from the house. That's where we are today. Insecurity issue has not been handled seriously. If it has been handled seriously, we wouldn't have been where we are today. Like I keep on talking about, it's not a governmental issue, it's a general issue. We should not just put security issue in the hand of government or security agent alone. Everybody is a stakeholder.
But the responsibility of protecting lives and property, the primary responsibility, or one of the primary responsibility of government is to protect lives and property.
Yes.
Yeah.
We keep on saying that that the primary responsibility of a governor or a government is to provide security for the citizens and their welfare. But if we tie it to that, everybody will go and sleep and looking at the government to come and give them security. Okay. It is high time for awareness. We lack awareness because even the people in the village don't even know this theory, they don't even know this definition, that the government has full responsibility over their security. But what we need to do is to take, because security is a grassroots issue, we should not talk it up, we should talk it from the grassroots. Okay. We should take it to the grassroots and begin to educate our people.
Okay.
The education of security is very paramount.
I'll come back to you, Frank. We've gone past the stage of this theorization. We should go to the stage of finding solution, adopting relevant modern technology to drive insecurity problem. I mean, to confront this problem. Often than not, you hear people say the bandits, the Boko Haram, the ISWAP, they are all the same axis of evil, even though people try to, break it down to make it look like, they are different people. For us, as far as I'm concerned, they are all the same. And even the headers who are terrorists, they all are in the same category as terrorists. But what you make of the level of response? General Danjuma also said, look, in his training as a soldier, the best way to defend is to attack. Are we doing enough of this?
I'll first of all say that theorizing in code would never stop. Even though you say we should go to the stage of highlighting some specifics in terms of technology and how the issues should be tackled. No matter the stage at which issues are addressed, ideas will always pop up to either improve or repair to a new path to ensure that there's, issues resolved properly. On the issue of security in Nigeria, I would first of all say that security is not one of the main issues. It's actually the primary purpose of government. That is why it's clearly stated in that provision of the Constitution, Section 14 sub 2b. Funny enough, that provision was repeated in the same portion. In 1979 Constitution, it was the same provision in the same portion. In 1999, the same provision, the same portion. Even if you go back to the 1963 and 1960, 1960 Republican Constitution and the 1960 Constitution, though not in the same section exactly, it is a clear mandate the world over that the primary purpose of government is the security and welfare of the people. And it wasn't a mistake that security precedes welfare. That's why I said it is primary. It is not just one of the main issues. Security comes before any other thing. So in Nigeria, government unfortunately has treated these issues with kid gloves. And without sounding as an alarmist, I can tell you with confidence that as we are here seated, if those guys want to go and strike in 20 schools at a time across different zones in the country, without any planning, they will succeed. As we are here, we hear the news. Because it will just be like the days of the past, where government is simply reactive. Because in true measure, if we say government is irresponsible, we are being mild in our assertions. When it happened in 2014, it was seen like, oh, it was a new phenomenon, not too peculiar. Boko Haram, they did this, they did that. Between 2014 and now, it has increased, it goes on and on and on, and government just reacts like citizens do. And I beg to differ a bit with the distinguished security expert. Security is not something that you say is not just about the government. It is about the government. Government charts the course. Government sets the pace. I don't make policy, you don't make policy. Those who we elected, those who have our sovereignty in their purview to manage within the time they have in office, 4 years as the case may be, or whatever time they have, they are the ones that make policies that we go by. If I drive on the road with my uniform, I can't stop any vehicle. It's only a policeman with a uniform or a man that is in road safety or any of the security apparatus of the government that can stop anybody or interfere in what pertains to security and or whatnot. The role that the people would play is inspired and motivated by the government. In fact, the role you play is determined by the government. If government creates the appropriate channel for people to play due role, for there to be inclusivity, it will be. But when government does not do that, what will people do? We are victims in our own state. Like I said just now, if those guys want to strike in 100 schools today, they will do it without batting an eyelid.
Okay, let me pause you there. Dr. Awosage, we're here now. I'm sure when the Chibok incident happened, that was a pointer to the capabilities of these people. But after that time, we've seen even bandits following that line. And I'm always bothered when we see this classification. Oh, these are bandits. These are Boko Haram. These are ISWAP fighters. But they all belong to the same axis of evil. What do you make of the level of response? Now, we saw immediately Donald Trump made a statement. The federal government started talking, started responding or reacting to it, which is the usual reactive disposition of government to issues of this nature rather than be proactive. What do you make of the concerns about complicity at the highest level? Talking about sponsors of terrorists, we've been told they exist. We've never been shown anyone being prosecuted for that matter. What are your concerns about this?
Thank you very much. It's, like I will always say, it's everything rise and fall on a leader, and if you have a leader that seems not to act properly, it's obvious that there are other things underneath the sleeve. So basically, when you look at it, Jonathan made a statement, President Jonathan, I beg you, and he said, we have some Boko Haram members in his cabinet, and I wonder how they got in there, and I wonder what he did afterwards, not just making statements. So we talked about the Chibok girls, and all of those kidnapping back and forth. It has always been the same old story, this nonchalant attitude towards the saving the lives of those young folks that have been apprehended or adopted by these kidnappers. So the truth is that government of the days, or not just Tinubu Ahmed, not Ahmed Tinubu's government, I'm looking at all there is. It's all about what I can get from the system. You know, it's not what I can give. You know, leadership have been redefined in this context because we're looking at back in time, they say, well, when I get into power, like I often people call me, oh, you'll be this, I'm not contesting, I'm not in a political party, I don't see any sense in it because I cannot be, like my desire at this time, I'm over 40, so at this time of my life, I should be thinking of what to make. If a man at over 40 is still thinking of how to amass, then I wonder where he's going to. You should be thinking of how to give back to society, how you can help. That's my own true concern about life now. Okay. Now, if you look at the way we run our political elections here and there, it's so funny because nobody is talking about the average person on the street, and they are talking about the, I think I wanted to say Pastor Goodluck Jonathan built Amajiri schools now to get some of these young folks off the road, because these are the hurting people that are being pulled and being initiated and brought into this, you know, this evil agenda because they have been neglected. You see a lot of neglect around the country, especially the Northeast and all these axes. So when you have a they don't take care of those children, and you see them, they're wandering on the streets. Even you see them in Benin, you see them moving up and down. Now, before you know it, somebody is showing them kindness. How this the Boko Haram guy came up, was preaching and talking about how Islam is this and that, and he went on and on to. Before we saw it, it was Boko Haram that was born. So that's exactly what it is. What is government doing to tackle it at that level? Yeah. To see how you can win those children. Goodluck Jonathan built a school or built schools for them. Who are the teachers there? And how was it being funded? Was it just to do some political stuff and at the end of the day? So I think this is where it all starts. We should look at the beginning, the basis. How? Teach them to love and to show kindness. And when they say Haram, Boko Haram, education, Western education, no, we don't want civilization, we don't want this, we want to remain who we are. And somebody is taking them to a corner and nobody is checking on them, and that's basically what it is. Today now, you look at the world today and then you're calling on Donald Trump. I was looking at the Donald Trump rally, even America, his ear was almost ripped off. If he had turned his head, would have been dead. I'm telling you the truth, so you cannot, what I'm trying to say, you, in your own country, you saw a young man could go there and, you know, let me do this to him. And See, look at even Charlie.
Charlie.
You know, you saw the way he was killed.
Yeah.
You know, so what make you think in the civilized, you know, we're only looking at footage. The man is dead already. We're checking out the footage. Is it in Nigeria you want to? So I believe we need to do more. All this talk of here and there, Nigeria and the government and even the women, and look, I think they are afraid of some individuals, truth be told. Because there are people that should be in jail now. My uncle is talking the other day, is it today now? I don't know when he was saying it, Oji Kalu, that they are trying to frustrate Tinubu's government. You know, he was saying that, I wonder what has been happening before. Was Tinubu president proud to now? So it doesn't make sense. It's not just to make statements. I think we should look at it critically, and it should be an issue of emergency. Okay, now we had emergency ruling, Port Harcourt.
In Rivers State.
Rivers State. Now, Northeast, they don't have,
no,
with all that is going on. So, it doesn't, so how do you expect people like us to really make sense of what they are doing?
All right.
Basically, we look at education as a way to think properly and to act right, and we have all these resounding intellectuals sitting around the Senate and talking back and forth. And you are talking about the Northeast and no emergency rule. And then the Boko Haram and all
a running riot.
Nobody is saying anything, and they're moving up and down. A young girl was saying something on this. He said it's supposed to be a group chat, a classroom
group chat,
and not a religious, and they killed her.
Yeah,
for it.
yeah.
They killed her. Somebody was preaching, oh, Jesus is Lord or whatever, and they said, oh, he said there's no religion in the state. No, that's Section 10 of the Constitution, all those stuff. And she was killed for it. So all of these, people worshiping inside church. Now we've heard now that we have released them, or how did they do it? And I think I'm not interested in how they go. You paid some money, or how did you go about it?
Releasing, the rescuing them.
The rescue mission, we need to see it on footage. We saw how Osama bin Laden was killed.
Yeah.
So I need to see how the soldiers went and fought them, and then a whole lieutenant, brigadier general, I saw the wife crying.
Yeah.
How the husband was killed.
Yeah.
Just imagine that.
And the following day, the vice president was in Kogi State, dancing Azoto in one of the ceremonies there, and that was so insensitive, to be honest.
It looked like, okay, I shed tears listening to that woman. He said, I thought my husband would retire and come back home, since I've been the one taking care of the children all alone. Now, just retire and come back home so that we cannot have our life together again.
Now he's gone forever.
Now, he even sent message. He tried to say, look at my location, look at. Now, I don't know.
How did the bandits or the terrorists get his location? Yeah.
Repentant bandits.
Yeah.
You know how repentant Boko Haram?
Yes.
And they will now repent. They didn't receive the Christ, they didn't receive Muhammad.
They just come back.
Just repent, and they will now bring them back. And they are not even in the Nigerian army.
All right, Patricia, yeah.
Okay, I'm going to be asking you a question as a security expert. He has said a lot that I would have asked. He has answered and asked so many questions, if you know. Okay, so President Tinubu recently said, under my watch, we will secure this nation and protect our people. He also said some people are supposed to be in jail right now. We have seen Gumel talking about giving this Boko Haram a better life. That's the reason why they're doing this. Is it not enough for him to have been arrested? At least to, keep him cool and asking questions that...
Yeah, because it seems to be supporting these people, that they don't need to be killed, they don't need to be attacked, they need to be, negotiated with, they need to be given amnesty. But is it the same, like she's saying, is it the same agenda when we look at what happened in the Niger Delta?
I usually say, when there is no sincerity in handling security, it will breed insecurity. All this while, the managers of security, there's a level of insincerity in displaying the issue of security. You look at this entire structure, you discover that we are not really making headway when it's in the issue of security. Every day we hear people die, it's like it's a common thing now. When you hear 50 people die today, life continues. Nobody is pricked, nobody is done. Just like what he said about the general. A general in the army was just picked and killed, just like that. If a general is killed like that, how much more the man at the streets? Who is safe? That's why I said, even from the presidency to the prisoner, nobody is safe. Let us not pretend as if everything is okay, everything is going well. Let us not stage manage security issue. You don't come and tell me I should not talk certain things. If I come to the studio, I won't come. Because security issue is not something you play with. Every day we see people dying. You talk about the president. We have heard about marching orders right from the beginning. When you have presidential marching order, is the marching order coupled with sincerity?
Sorry, so what is he doing wrong to get the security tackled?
Sincerity. We should put in sincerity into security issue. Nigeria is porous.
We should put sincerity into security, yeah.
To get the right security.
Okay.
When you want to kill a tree, don't cut the branches. Handle it from the root. When you handle it from the root, the tree will die. But what we are doing, we are cutting the thing from the branches. And the thing is, they keep on growing.
So, sorry sir, we heard that they pay ransom to get these people out. Is it the right thing to do?
Ransom paying, kidnapping has become a normal thing in our society.
A big business.
A real big business. I said we have two kinds of government. The Federal Republic of Nigeria and the government of kidnappers. And these guys are making money in billions. It's becoming funny. It wasn't with us all this while. The first time we heard about a Nigerian trying to blow up a plane. I was in Asia that very day. I was in the airport that very day. I know what happened. They packed us. As long as we are Nigerians, they have to separate us, investigate, try to put us on a very tight checking. We keep on saying it's not our nature. This thing can never happen in Nigeria. A Nigerian can never do that. But today, you can't defend that statement. It's everywhere. The government needs to be sincere, and the school issue that we are talking about, our schools are porous. Our schools are not well managed in the area of security. The government should look at it because that is the area they are now targeting and weakening the government. Just imagine 300 students adopted. Where did they pass? How did they do it? Have we asked? 300 students are not just 30 students. 300. How many buses want to carry them? Where are they passing? When they were coming, who saw them? That's why I talk about awareness, education, enlightenment, and sensitization.
Okay. All right. Frank, let's get you into the conversation a little bit. We need to talk more about proactive solutions to deal with this challenge, because it's been on for years. I'm sure if it was nipped in the bud at the earliest stage, probably won't be where we are today. But the biggest concern for most analysts is the fact that this seeming politicization of the insecurity problem is also there. And then we've talked about, let's have state police, and some states are doing that already with the civilian JTF. Why can't we replicate that in a very robust, elaborate manner, like we saw the Amotekun Corps? I saw the Arak Nakakafo, I think Gani Adams, say there's been serious infiltration in the Northwest, that they've got to watch out what is happening there. And this is something that can be dealt with when we have that political will. Even when we set up vigilantes, they are not properly armed. They are left with dank guns and stuff like that. I mean, how serious are we in terms of even deploying the strategy of security policing, state police or vigilantes to deal with this issue?
In response to this question, I'd like to establish a fundamental. That is to say that nationhood requires peculiar discipline. Unfortunately, that is where the brunt lies in Nigeria. Not just this administration. I would almost say from time immemorial, but maybe it was much better in the earlier days because there was some requisite discipline in the First Republic and some bit of it in the Second Republic and maybe about that period. But presently, we could almost say that there's none. For any group of people, any collective, to work in harmony, there must be some sense of discipline. After the Second World War, what gained prominence when the US leading the West took charge somewhat the world over, they called it rule-based order for the world at large. Even for a company of 3 people, for there to be harmony in whatever it is that they embark upon, there must be a set of rules they go by. So in nationhood, there is requisite discipline which pertain to primacy placed on law enforcement. Nigeria is a comedy in that class. Abasu said so long a time ago that example is not the main thing that influences others. Example is the only thing. All this stuff about insecurity and whatnot, they are offshoots of the example set by the political superstructure we have in Nigeria. It's a flow from top to bottom. You cannot get profound discipline within the rank of the military when the superstructure that superintends over the nation state rears indiscipline as a way of life, where the rule of law is not primed, where some people are more important than others, no equality by the basics of commonality before the law. So Nigeria as a nation state is not serious with nationhood. Government is not serious with nationhood. All this is happening as simply offshoots, just as a distraction. Even the US coming to intervene, unfortunately, will not solve the problem. In the history of the evolution of mankind, no nation builds another. Nationhood is a choice by those who have chosen to come together. America was in Afghanistan for many years. They gave them hood. They gave them support. Immediately they left, what happened? You know, come crashing. Each nation has made another nation to stand. So even if America comes to intervene, how long will they be here? Should they come? Even if that's not the case now. They will just come, they will intervene. But because Nigeria as a nation lacks the discipline of nationhood to ensure law enforcement and the survival of our people, what is happening will get worse. Why not making sounding an alarm again? I wish to state that all that is happening is simply reactionary. The governor of Kebbi State made allusions. He said that some people were supposed to be at essential duty posts and were called off just before the strike took place. Is that the first time it is happening? You mentioned Jonathan just now, that Jonathan took some actions. In 2012, it is the public domain, just Google. Alimadu Sheriff was arrested in Cameroon by the Cameroonian government. He was held in custody. They reached out to Nigeria because they wanted to prosecute him. They had evidence based on the fact that the group that so-called, in quote, he inspired or had a hand in their evolution were having, some actions in their territory. Jonathan intervened and said no, they should bring him to Nigeria for prosecution. Alimadu Sheriff was released, he came to Nigeria. What did Jonathan do? He gave him a battalion of army to be protecting him. Femi Falana addressed a press conference. I still have that video. If you just Google it, you see it. Is that the nation that is fighting Boko Haram or that is fighting insecurity? In 2009, when this Mohammed Yusuf stuff came up, first of all, you know, I said the superstructure is the factor that brought us to where we are. Yeah. Why did Boko Haram get momentum? It is because politics was anchored on rigging. If we don't change this political system, nothing lies ahead but hell. Obasanjo was inclined to rig the election by all means. That was why Alimadu Sheriff, being a very rich man as at that time and with all his connection, had an alliance with Boko Haram. When he won the governorship, he gave 2 commissioner slots to Boko Haram. Did it not happen in Nigeria? It did. 2 commissioners were given to Boko Haram. When the commissioners were now having some issues, one of them resigned from the government. Bill, I can't remember his first name. Bill was one of his names. That commissioner was the commissioner of religious affairs. He was one of those killed with Mohammed Yusuf in the custody of the police officers in government house under the same Alimadu Sheriff. When they killed those guys, government did not see any attempt to pursue justice. It was viewed with the lens of politics. It was 2 years after, in 2011, when Boko Haram regrouped, after they got proper support from their line of network from the Arab region, that Jonathan government, because Jonathan articulated from Yadua, they are now going to arrest the policemen, and they say, Titory, I don't know if you heard anything about the case.
As is always the case. As
is always the case. So, that guy resigned from the government of Alimadu Sheriff. What did they say? They said these guys are going by the same thing we complained about. Sooner about Akudi, that every executive council meeting is just a case of going to share money. Corruption is the mother of the bulk of the crimes we complain about. So I'm saying that government is not serious. Was it not Jonathan that gave that guy? Another country arrested him. It was in custody. Everybody knows to a large extent the guy's ties with those people. He came to Nigeria, rather than justice taking his course, he was given freedom. It is that same pattern that has ensured that banditry thrives in Nigeria. And the same man said he had Boko Haram in his government. How do you know Boko Haram in the government?
When you encourage them.
The anchor man that is at the center of it, another nation arrested him, you release him, gave him maximum security for his protection. That is just by design. Look, if you study the history of insecurity in Nigeria, you not just wait for Nigeria. You barely give up. Because it dates back in time immemorial. Okay. On and on and on. There was a time when Yusuf was declared wanted. It is well.
Okay. You know, what you just said now is akin to the story surrounding the crisis of banditry in Kaduna State, and even, you know, before that 2015 election, where the likes of Nasser El-Rufai came out to say how they went to have alliances, brought these guys in. At some point, he was making payments to them. He couldn't sustain it anymore, and these guys refused to leave. And today, they have become, you know, Hydra in terms of how they network the country and carry out all of these activities. But let me get your take on it, because we must find a way out of this logjam. But whether it's a little bit too late is another kettle of fish entirely. Let me take it off from there with you.
Well, if you, in security issues like this, I don't think they should treat it with kid gloves. It's better to fight and fail than to keep pampering. Remember sorry, that was Hitler now, the appeasement policy. I liken it to the appeasement policy. What was that like? You know, Hitler would take a particular territory, they say, no. The League of Nations will just say, okay, that's fine, let's leave him because it's Hitler, or, you know, it's trouble and all of that. And they tore the treaty and tore it, say nobody will talk to me, oh, come on, just leave it. He said it hasn't gotten to Britain yet, and all of that stuff. You should fight them. Call for help. This is a country. Like we are talking about Americans coming to, you know, you can call for help and support as a nation, as a country, to combat them head on. I think that's how, why do we not have them? So you should do just that, other than having this pampering. Why will they be giving them money? What kind of stuff is that? You should fight them. That's why you're in government. That's why you are there. So all there is, I think there are a lot of other things that we don't know. That's the truth. It's not just about, I don't want to, why will El-Rufai be funding them? And right in under your watch, you as enlightened as you are, why will you do that? So you should fight. You should call for help. You should do the needful. I think that's just the only way out. Okay. Because if you fight, and eventually you know, and other nations around know that you have started something, I believe they can also join.
Okay, thank you so much. I'm just going to ask this question because a lot of Nigerians are saying this, and I want to know if it is true. Some people say the insecurity is a sabotage on this present government. How true can this be?
Okay, maybe Frank wants to react to that. I think he has the key to that.
That's
ridiculous.
That viewpoint is it's not even tertiary. It's not in any class. If you want to actually view things the way they happen, there's no such thing. Insecurity is being part of our evolution in this Fourth Republic. It's just been compounding because there's no due response to tackle it, and it will keep compounding. But in going I want to say something. In 2014, when ISIS gained momentum, I watched an interview by the former vice president of Iraq on CNN, and the guy said something that caught my attention. He said there were barely 1,000 or less ISIS folks who came after the Iraqi soldiers. That they are not as good, they're not in the class of Iraqi soldiers. They don't have the kind of equipment the Iraqi soldiers had. He said the Iraqi soldiers had the best of equipment provided by the US at that time. He said the Iraqi soldiers left their weapons because they felt they had nothing to fight for. That was where ISIS got, all you hear about ISIS started from their attack in Mosul in 2014. It's the same thing that applies. I tell myself, if I were a soldier, will I shoot a bullet for this nation? I ask myself that question. I'm not sure I will say yes to it. And those up there take things for granted. You see, when the saying goes that a straw broke a camel's back, a straw has never broken a camel's back. But leaders take this concept for granted. That everything that hits the camel's back has impact. You may just think that people are fools, nothing they happen, we're in charge, we have power, do whatever you want. Everything that hits the camel's back had impact. Unfortunately, at some point in time, a mere straw. It's not the straw that broke the camel's back. It's all the other things taken for granted. Accumulation. Yeah. That is where we are as a country. In the First Republic, Tafawa Balewa felt he had so much power. When elections were rigged in 1964, Nnamdi Azikiwe was shocked, he was surprised. It was at that point he tended to regret his alliance with the NPC because he thought that was the best bet rather than aligning with Action Group. Yeah. But he now became a victim too. He now said, no, I will not recognize the election because it was thoroughly leaked. In his own place, it was hard for him to win. Tafawa Balewa held the president of Nigeria under house arrest with Nigerian military. Nnamdi Azikiwe, the election took place. They 1, they 2, they 3 refuse to recognize the government because we ran a parliamentary system there. It's the president that will recognize you to allow you to come and form government as prime minister. Yeah. So Nnamdi did not recognize Tafawa Balewa because the elections were thoroughly leaked. And Tafawa Balewa used power is it. And Nnamdi was held under house arrest. The bulk of what culminated in 1966 had bearing with the dissatisfaction of certain people who were even telling us that how could that happen? Because FAD was the president. Did those people who used power that they had it at whatever level, how many of them survived it? This should be a lesson for those who lead us today. It would be a big shame that Nigeria that has a population of over 200 million. You go to Togo today, go to the Republic, they laugh at Nigerians. Not because we are not good people, we are very smart people. We are about the smartest in the world. But just a few, very infinitesimal few that lead us, make us a laughing stock in the Committee of Nations. And that should change. Tinubu, in my opinion, has what it takes to change Nigeria if he chooses to toe that path.
Okay. We'll keep our fingers crossed and see how much all of that comes on board. Let me get Reverend Azeke in here. I heard someone say that these guys came with the feeling that, oh, they need lands for their cattle, right? Talking about the Fulani herdsmen, which are also a part and parcel of these security concerns. And states like Niger State, that is almost 2 times the size of the entire Southwest, states like Kano, that has so much landmass, requested for them to come to their states and they will give them lands to do their business. But why are they not taking those options, preferring to go to other states, go into the forest, stay in there, and from there they start carrying out some of these activities?
I think it's not land issue. It's an agenda. We have to be very, very sincere. Because I like when we are dealing with security, we should remove sentiment, religion, politics, and deal with the matter raw so that we can get solution. In Nigeria, we put sentiment, we put politics, we put religion, we put region, we put so many things. That's why we are not getting the real answer to what we are going through right now. They came with an ideology to really take over this country. I'm telling you the truth. They came with something in their head that this land belongs to them. And they will take it by force, by killing, by any means. And they are doing it. See, no matter what we say in the studio, no matter what we say in the newspaper or the television or whatever, our boundaries are porous. No matter, we came to this place. This place is fenced with heavy security. If this station is not fenced and no security, and you invite me, sincerely, I will not come. Our boundaries are, nobody's even talking about it. The president is not talking much about it. The government is not talking much about it. We are talking about politics. We are talking about 2027. We are talking about so many things that does not affect the human life. People are entering this country in their millions and nobody's talking. See, it's not about news. It's not about television. It's not about, just go to YouTube. You will see all these things. Our boundaries are open. Check how many countries share boundaries to 4 countries. Niger, Cameroon, Benin Republic, and I think there are 4. Check these countries very well. They are even helping their own side, but we are not helping our side. We are not even thinking about boundary protection. Anybody can enter Nigeria without passport. Anybody can enter Nigeria without document. Anybody can enter Nigeria without, it's just like you going to New Benin Market. Nobody's asking anybody, and they are coming in their trailers. Let me tell you something. This morning, just go to Aduwawa. Just stay there for 2 hours. You will see trailers of human beings coming to this city, and nobody's asking. All the way from the far north, nobody's asking. They put things on top. You don't know what is on the under. Guns have entered this country in their millions. They're everywhere. We are just at the keg of gunpowder, and you are allowing somebody with a cigarette to enter the hall. There's going to be an explosion. If care is not taken, any time from now, we'll be hearing much of this if care is not taken. These guys are in our forest. They've taken over our forest. Our farmers can't go to farm. They are not even in the forest alone. They are already with us. They are in our streets. We have too many strangers in our streets. Nobody's asking. And most of them are not Nigerians. What are they doing here? What are they doing here? The question, what are they doing here? Just like what you said just now, few days ago, just not too far from this place, kidnapping took place in a community. Go to that community right now. You see the panic. You see the whole thing is becoming very funny. The security agency, they have been overburdened. The police is underfunded. The police is undermanned. Less than 500,000 police officers to police a country of more than 200 million is a suicide mission. I heard the president yesterday talk about withdrawing of VIPs from the police officer from the VIPs. That is a welcome development. Let them face their real job, because when you check these numbers of police officers, you've got, if not more than half, they are taking care of VIPs, institutions and organizations. How many of them are really policing us, taking care of us? Look at the army, overstretched. Now, we are not even using technology to fight these things. We are just using manual, the kinetic approach. Yeah. We are not even using the non-kinetic approach. And these guys, they are weaponized. They can kill. Just watch our videos. See the way Nigerians are killed like animals. They line people down, begin to chop their head. In Nigeria, yeah, and we just look at this as if nothing is happening. They kill them in their numbers, nothing is happening. People are being kidnapped, nothing is happening. Children are as we are talking in this studio right now, there are hundreds of students in the forests. Imagine how those children are feeling. Imagine how they are coping up. Imagine the trauma. Imagine even the raping. They must have raped them. These children, even though you free them today, they cannot be normal. Yeah. Their mindset has been tampered and damaged. And we are still talking about school protection. Our schools are porous. Now you are closing schools. Is that the solution? If you close school, okay, they are not coming back. Next year, January, they will come back. What are the things you put on ground? They're still coming back to meet this thing. These terrorists, they understand that the Nigerian system is so porous, they don't care, they don't value their citizens. Somebody went to one country, he killed a bird, he was arrested. Why did you kill that bird? He was arrested and deported. But people are chopping up people's head every day. Nobody's talking. We are in a very terrible dilemma, and we should be practicalizing security. Enough of this talking. It is high time for us to take security, hold it at the bull. So
okay, let's quickly call it right before we link up to Abuja Network Studio. We're here now. Getting the locals involved is one thing, but empowering them to be able to face these challenges is another. I think it was Senator Ned Nwoko, the estranged husband, or the husband who has an estranged wife in Regina Daniels, that
I like the combination.
that suggested licensing of guns to every Nigerian. And I think General Danjuma also talked about that. He told his people, look, don't ask me, I won't tell you. You said, I asked you to go out and confront these people, but I didn't give you guns. He said, but I won't give you guns. But find out from them how they get their guns, and you follow suit. So this is where we are. Wow. Licensing guns in Nigeria, I don't think that will work as it were, but what better option do we have to confront these people? I mean, take a look at the Iowa incident. If we have a vigilante structure there that is well equipped, perhaps those guys may think twice. I always reference the case of Alfred Nobel, who gave birth to the Nobel Peace Prize when he discovered dynamite. His thinking was that if we all have explosive device or have weapons of mass destruction, it will serve as a deterrent. Just the same way we have nuclear powers today. Russia is wary of America, China, India, and the rest of them, the same way America is wary of this country. What is the way out in terms of, having adequate equipment?
I think the answer is already in the question. You've already answered yourself. So it's clear. You see, I think this mindset of, I think religiously, Christians who say we don't, Jesus said, he that killed by the sword will
also die.
Yeah. That kind of, thought, it makes a lot of believers want to pull back for those that are Christians. And then for the Muslims, they will tell you they already are acquainted with the use of things like that. You see them with knives back and forth when they're journey. I think Nigerians should be reorientated. Every home, they should have guns. Yes, they should.
Okay.
They should have guns everywhere. Yeah, everywhere they should have. Because in international relations, they said there's what we call balance of terror.
That's what I just talked about now.
That's what you just talked about.
Yeah.
If you have your armaments, you have it.
Yeah.
After the Second World War, there was this arms race. Oh, what happened there? Let's go and get it.
Yeah.
So that's how you safeguard
All right,
yourself.
Frank.
That's
quickly.
how I see it.
Yeah.
For me, in conclusion, I think we should appreciate the day crisis we are in. There are a number of states in this country where they have as much as 10% of their population in displaced people's camps. The population of Benue State is over 5 million. Right now, they have over 500,000 people in IDP, as IDPs. And you have similar stuff in different parts of the country.
Yeah.
It is a statement of failure of states that we're not saying that people should think of how to help themselves.
Yes.
Unfortunately,
Yeah.
government should hear it very clearly. Self-defense is a universal right. If government continues on the path of failure, you're not able to get what they need.
That's why
People
Sunday
resort to
Jackson
self-defense.
is on the death row now. Sunday Jackson in Adamawa State that was sentenced to death for self-defense against a header that destroyed his farm.
I am sure Jackson will not be killed. If that happens, it's not America will intervene. If that happens, Nigeria will intervene.
Okay, all right, gentlemen, thank you so much for your time. Frank Ehiosu, thank you for the energy. And Reverend Azeke, thank you so much. And Dr. Awosage, thank you so much. And Patricia, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, we've got Kadri. Joseph Kadri is in Abuja Network Studio. Joseph, it's been a very robust conversation here, and I'm sure you want to take it over at this time and look at the issue from a different perspective from our next set of guests in Abuja Network Studio.
Last week we were here, we were talking about this. And I remember mentioning something that I keep saying nobody could hear me. Is that I am shocked that those who are kidnapping our children are operating with one template, one procedure. They have not changed it. For God's sake, how can anybody tell me that people come into an institution, pick 227 children in one night? How? Were they mango that they were picking into the bag and take away? Children, living children, secondary school children. Come on, boy, there's something more than this.
So what is more that we don't know?
What is more is politics. Politics and nothing else. Otherwise, I use the word politics because those who are in power now, they are all politicians, they spend 24 hours playing politics. And the spectacle of politics, so anything that comes in front of them, see it from color.
Politics from insecurity.
Good. What is the nomenclature of our president? According to the Constitution, President and Commander-in-Chief of the Nigeria Armed Forces. To that extent, is the apex authority that give instruction. No wonder countries that know what they are doing allow those who govern them to have some military background or experience. So that when they say President and Commander-in-Chief, when they say Commander-in-Chief, you know what we are talking about. Not for you to call some people to a round table, they come and tell you sweet stories, and they walk away, with some swag and pretend that all is well. How can it be well when our children are in the forest? The Commander-in-Chief should be able to command chiefly, give orders. Commander-in-Chief don't discuss, he gives order. Because he must have received his briefing privately from those who are concerned. In that briefing, the president was there with Russia. If the DSS DG was there, was he there with his director of intelligence? If the chief of army staff is there, was he there with his director of military intelligence or army intelligence? These are core professionals that are dealing with daily information and intelligence gathering. If I am the commander-in-chief, I will summon these gentlemen, not the people at the top. Those at the top have become politicians in military uniforms. That is the truth. They are now politicians in military uniform. That is why a minister will take phone and call the CDS and say, I am here to implement an instruction that I give to my people. And your men are here disturbing me. We say, okay, come to the office, let's settle it. Is that a procedure? Is that a procedure? In my days in the army, the minister does not have direct access to the CDS. What is your problem with the CDS? What are you doing there? That is even a question that can end your career. What are you doing there? What's your business with the minister? CDS is to face his job, command the troops, ensure that the territorial integrity of Nigeria is intact. That's your job. In your Benin session, just some few minutes ago, I was hearing one gentleman there telling you about our porous border. We don't have borders. There's nothing like borders. It's not porous. We are borderless.
We do have borders.
We are borderless, my dear. And all these places is an open desert.
If we don't have border, custom will not be able to generate.
Where are they? Where are they? You have just gone to another area where I'm always angry when you mention it. Don't go too far. I don't want to go too far. Go to Kogi State here, Lokoja. Between Obajana Junction and the Niger Bridge.
And the bridge.
There are 8 custom checkpoints. 8. Go and anytime you travel that route, count them. I travel that route almost on a weekly basis. And whenever I'm going, I count them. 8 custom checkpoints between Obajana and the bridge. Custom checkpoint. What are they checking? Tokumbo vehicles. Nothing else. Men are there sitting down and waiting for Tokumbo vehicles. So don't go there.
Okay, now let's not go there. Now let's look at the decision of the president yesterday when he ordered the withdrawal of over 100,000 policemen attached to VIPs back to the station to now do their job of policing. How will that be sustained and how will he help?
I laugh in Swahili. My dear, we are not hearing that for the first time.
Not from the president. We have
heard it.
We have been hearing it from
the IG.
In fact, every new IG comes two-point agenda. First agenda is to dismantle all roadblocks. The second agenda is to withdraw all VIPs. And those pronouncements are not effective.
Good.
Yeah, but this is the first time we're hearing from the CNC saying they should come back and do the core job for which they are employed.
Okay. That's why I laugh. You know why I'm laughing?
Do you think it's
the police that are guarding VIPs, were they there on their own? They were deployed there. Let me tell you what is going on if you don't know. Does it require a order? Follow this one that touches on me and you. Does it require a presidential order for the DPO to have mustard parade? My dear, I grew up in the police barrack. My father was a police officer. And I know that there is something called mustard parade. How many police stations conduct mustard parade now? How many?
How many policemen are in the barracks?
Do you need a barrack? You have a police station. You don't need a barrack. You have a police station. As a matter of fact, police are not supposed to be barracked. It is soldiers that, because of their nuisances and their peculiar way of living, that requires a secluded place where you can keep them away from mingling with people they are supposed to be with civilians. Now I see soldiers walking barefooted around the place. In my days, you are in the barrack. You are in the barracks.
You are still in the barracks.
They are no more in the barracks, my dear. Those in the barracks are just like 3%. The rest are, with various corners. Let's leave that. That is not the issue. The issue is that Nigerian police have long forgotten about policing. And it's like when a hunter goes on hunting with his dog, and he gets into the bush and starts blowing whistle, calling his dog. A dog that you went with on hunting left you where you are standing and walk away, and you are calling him with a whistle. There is every likelihood that that dog will not listen to your whistle. That is the situation we find ourselves. Now the president himself has blown the whistle. Let us see the level of obedience and compliance. Because these people that the president is trying to withdraw the police from, they are his people.
Yeah, but he's replacing them with civil defense.
Which civil defense?
You say heavily armed civil defense.
Yeah, I hear you. And what type of arms do civil defense have?
No, they do have arms.
My dear brother, what type of arm? I use the word.
They do have arms.
Are they more armed than some of these people we are talking about, the bandits?
No, of course you know. You know that the VP, when he was the governor of Borno State, did say that the weapon these guys are carrying are more sophisticated than the ones are.
So what stops us? What stops us from arming our?
It's actually that is the next question.
Good.
I just want you to explain if the withdrawal of over 100,000 policemen from VIPs can solve the
It will not solve the problem.
I mean, again, are we going to have them deployed in these hotspots?
How can, you see, the problem we have, we are not facing it yet. We keep playing politics. As far as I'm concerned, you see all these grammar and security jargons that our leaders are using is what is annoying me. Oh, kinetic and non-kinetic. I'm hearing that for the first time. You know why I say I'm hearing it for the first time?
In your days, it wasn't there.
Who is talking about kinetic and non-kinetic? A criminal is a criminal. Go ahead and deal with him. Somebody will say, oh, they live among us. That is why we have intelligence. If they live among us, the intelligence is supposed to fish them out. Are you getting it? For neutralizing Boko Haram. Soldiers have been dismissed for crying out and say we don't have arms, we don't have weapons. They have been dismissed. Some of them are living right behind you here. If you go just behind this place, there's one corner there where some dismissed soldiers are hiding. They've been there for almost 8 years now. They were dismissed in Borno. Some of them walked up to me one day and said I should give them something. I said, why? And they started telling me their story. How they were dismissed because they... Have you not been hearing of these kind of things in the media? They are there. Now, the question is, when these police, in the first place, what pushed these police to VIPs? What pushed them?
Insecurity. Of course, it's the way of insecurity that may require a VIP to say, I want police protection.
A willing buyer and a willing seller. Because government is not allowing private security to carry arms. Government is not allowing individuals to carry arms. So they can't protect themselves. To that extent, they go and hire the police. They hire, they pay. Those individuals are not carrying the police for nothing. They pay daily.
So police is also a revenue generating agency?
Yes, to support their pocket.
Not to the government?
Not to the government.
Okay, so now let's move on. And it is to say, so much is allocated to defense annually. Those monies, what are they supposed to do with it?
Well,
you were once there.
When I was there,
yes,
money allocated to defense does not go to I mean, it's not used to construct estates. In my days as a soldier, if you want to buy a car, you first of all walk up to your CEO in the morning and say, sir, I have 1,800 naira in my account. I want to use it to buy a car. And he will ask you, how did you raise the money? I have been saving. And my auntie dashed me is 200. I added to it. And my mother's piece of land that I sold, added to it. So he said, go and put it in writing. You put it in writing and come back. Because when you bring that new car, Somebody will walk up to the commanding officer and say, Captain so came with a new car. Sir, are you aware? And if he says he's not aware, you are in trouble. You will explain how you raise the money to buy that car. Is it happening like that now? No.
So what changed that?
What changed that is the day we changed the academy to a university, we changed the army. Sandhurst in England, the oldest officer training academy in the world, that trained people like George Washington that founded America. It remains an officer training academy till today, 2.5 years to be trained as an officer. Not university. By the time you finish your officer training, you see what you want to be academician, you can go to university. But that 2.5 years is to mold you into an army officer. But they go there now, spend 4 years, wear academic gown, do matriculation, and then go and learn accounting and mathematics. The funniest one is political science. What's the business of soldiers with political science? Was that not what Gowon said when government was handed over to him? He said, I am a soldier, I know nothing about politics, so I need a politician who knows politics to support me. That was why Gowon was a successful leader. Because he allowed people who know the game to come.
So from what you are saying now, the monies allocated to defense is ending up in private pockets.
Don't go to me.
So that's what you're saying, because now they can.
But we are seeing signs.
They can buy.
We are seeing it in the air. If an officer will buy a 40 million naira vehicle, where did he raise the money? Even as a general, where did he raise?
And they are also struggling for land.
They are buying land 400 million. Because land in Abuja is as expensive as that. Like the ones they are quarreling about that Wike went and started throwing blow with a junior officer. Was he supposed to go and, it's because of the cost of the land. Why didn't he go to Buhari to go and enforce demolition? Why here? We know what is at stake now. Why didn't Wike go to Kuje to go and be enforcing demolition? But why did because of the cost, the high cost involved. Officers are buying what their salary for life cannot buy. So how do you explain that? How do you explain that? So, for me, if we put meat in the plate, and all of us close our eyes and say, let us pray before we eat. By the time we finish praying, we open our eye, the meat has disappeared. Do we need to go and be looking for an external person? We know that it is those of us around the table that stole the meat. So that's the infraction I am making. If money is allocated in billions for our defense, and we are not seeing defense, rather we are seeing our generals building estates, they get CBN day for their compound. So what I am trying to say in essence is that we are not seeing a moderate life from our military.
Okay, so as it stands now, you have really raised some issues that require the military hierarchy, the CEC of President Tinubu to begin to look into these issues. I mean, army officers buying land worth of 1 billion, buying cars over 100 million. The least you said is 40 million, and that worries some people, who ordinarily believe that those are not money meant for them. They are monies meant for intelligence equipment, right? Meant for military hardwares, so that you can have sophisticated weapons to attack those guys. So how can we get to that atmosphere where monies allocated will be judiciously used towards the area for which the monies were allocated? How can we enforce that?
Well, we have structures in place that will have enforced that. Unfortunately, the structure has collapsed. What is the structure? The National Assembly, with their oversight function. That is why they
we still see them scrutinizing.
My dear brother, forget that charade. Forget that charade. That grammar you see them speaking on TV, that they are doing budget oversight. They are going there to collect percentage.
Allegedly.
And not allegedly. Not allegedly. They are going there to collect percentage. Otherwise, can the National Assembly members tell me why they will go and oversight an institution and discover that fraud has happened and it dies there? It goes with the wind. They even come back and laugh over it. Gave you. If meat is missing on this table, and we only close our eyes so that we can pray. And then those of us who close our eyes did not know someone that did not close their eyes. National Assembly are not doing their job. That is why budgets are not in fact, in this era, we have now come to see that we have 2 or 3 budgets running concurrently. Is that a normality? It's not. So if we must see, let me tell you 3 things quickly because our time is flying. You see, the insecurity in Nigeria, I have repeatedly said it, is not rocket science. Something very basic and simple. It's because those who find themselves in power have always weaponized it and used it as a political tool. That is why we are not fighting insecurity. Take it or leave it, that is the truth. Everything you see now is happening for 2027.
So make up, plan to come assist Nigeria.
Oh, I wish Nigerians are wiser. If we are wiser, we will say, Trump, come as early as yesterday. If you have an American, see, when somebody pass you, don't pass you. America don't pass us. Let's not debate it. America has, anywhere you see American military base, America has a responsibility to keep that place safe. And let me say this to anybody who wishes to hear. America knows about the insecurity in every corner in Africa. So if they say they want to come and help you, it's like somebody hiding your thing and they now want to help you look for it. Welcome me with open hands. Not to begin to rub, the democratic grease around it. It is not going to help us. Let America come and help us. They were the creator of this problem in the first place.
Thank you very much, Dr. Peter Adoni, security expert based here in Abuja. So much has been said. I'm sure that the relevant agencies or authority have taken note on how these issues can be tackled once and for all. Topmost is the fact that military budget should not end up in private pockets. It should be used to procure military hardwares, get intelligence, drop ultra-modern equipment to monitor where these guys are hiding. We'll take a quick break. When we come back, it shall be time with the Lagos Network Center for continuation of the program this morning on ITV.
Thank you, Joseph Kadri. All right, from Lagos this beautiful morning, we are also looking at the mass kidnapping and collapsing security structure and Nigeria, and it is a problem in the country. We've been battling, and you wake up every morning, different stories on the internet, different coming out to say what they've been, in the schools kidding. And today, mainly insecurity. And of course, I am Marcelina Unko, and I have my guest this beautiful morning that would be helping us analyze insecurity in Nigeria today. Ken Odu is a political analyst. Good morning.
Good morning. It's my pleasure to be with TV. Thank you.
Thank you for coming. All right, today, like I said earlier, the conversation in Nigeria and a dramatic turn as more voices from leaders to civil societal groups and even the public figures, are all calling on President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, to resume from the mass abduction of 300 students, 12 teachers and children in night to the rising cases of banditry, kidnappings, terror attacks. Many citizens say that the nation's security situation has gone beyond limits. And also, we saw yesterday that 50 students has actually escaped from the kidnappers. They escaped from the kidnappers, and we saw that 30 were also rescued from Kwara State. Saw the videos. Take a look at the videos yesterday where we saw they were rescued from Kwara State, the church that they were kidnapped. 30 worshippers were actually rescued, and 50 students. And our president has said he's not relenting, he would keep working. And we saw that he ordered withdrawals of pleas from. So the question is, will this help? And we saw that Gumi has to say that they're negotiating with bandits, that the SEV, dealing with them, that if we should drop, that they are ready to drop their arms, that if we drop our arms,
the recurring decimal. 2014, it happened during the time of Goodluck Jonathan. In fact, that was the time the hyping of the whole insecurity, the hyping of Bono, where you have bomb, you understand. There's a kind of, we have to be very, we need to look at the basis of this and how we did so far, how successful administration handled it so far. You are aware that you even started my, that was silent, that the issue was silent. Then it moved to another banditry. From that banditry, the forces that was happening, it moved out from she now moved to another transform of it. Look, if we had nipped it on board as at that time, you'll have occurred. And in the essence of this thing, if we openly, quite a lot of people have mentioned that most of all these Fulani that comes in now, they were brought in to aid election. Jonathan, what even caused a lot of problem was the issue of the Sahel nation, Burkina Faso, the Mali, them, you understand, the Niger, them, the three Sahel nations. They're not with the ECOWAS. And those are the epic centers. So for people to come and say they are calling for a skin of the president, I just look at them and say, man, joker, because it's a real consequence. What you look at is how has successful administration the issue of insecurity? How is this addition handling society? And let's look at this water and the weakness, opportunity, and be able to highlight, okay, we need help. Those are the issues. It's a testament. Anybody that comes to you see, let me show you something. It's an agenda that we are going through agenda driven though. People claim that the entire Nigeria belongs to Ottoman and Fodio. We should understand that. Understand that there's fulanization on board. No written film. Take for instance, in Nigeria, we call that Nigeria is supposed to be a secular state. Is that not so? But in a secular state, we have some people are still under Sharia law. If I address to quite a lot of people are even okay, should also take on Sharia law. And we rejected it. That look, we can Sharia law. Political with the weak institution in Nigeria, as soon as the lack of political will to take a decision is what is happening. And also, what is happening in Nigeria is still that now. The way the Northerners are treated is different from the way Southerners.
So how are the Northerners treated?
You see, now that in North, successful administration has indulged, especially during the war, have been seriously indulged. Indulged in the sense that, for instance, when there's a farmer headers class, that means prosecution. Killing, you kill a cattle, a person is going to people open confrontation about land. What is happening in Benue? Farmer headers class. You understand? Look at this scenario, the nuances that are what president. We have gotten the Saudi abstention of the finance sector. We've not been dealing. I appreciate the fact that they say we're dealing with them is a complex. Appreciate that, but no matter how complex it is, let us see traction in it. If not because of the issue of the advances made by Trump in naming Nigeria as country and a disgraced nation, based on people who have given them, because actually give them people who are killed within the Benue. We've seen the Catholic priest, quite a lot of people that it is a genocidal effect going to give proven evidences. But we're feeling now that a question of genocidal effect is quite general. Because take for instance, who are killed in not Christian. No, they are not Christian. Quite a lot of Muslims. What we're saying is this: they were only trying to look at the situation analysis. You see, the killing is the same across cross-board, it is quite commercial. We should take that program.
So, Gumi came out to say that they've negotiated with this terror bandit that is said going to lay down if we are getting the same benefits, all the Nigerians will lay down, and also you people have to promise us that we won't be arrested. In Nigeria, we're supposed to be negotiating with bandits.
Thank you very much. I told some people consider themselves to be. Take for instance, such a person will be in the south. They will have been labeled a terrorist. And simple. But how they now that if you look at it carefully, for Gumi to be in and out, and there are quite a evidence misconduct. Now, they were saying that Gumi can shift terrorist, made him chief terrorist. No. Let's ask ourselves a question. Who made him chief terrorist if he doesn't know about it?
That they are insiders working.
It's complicit. In fact, let me tell you, Gumi, we're only directing attention to Gumi, called Gumi Spirit, Gumi Show. Gumi is a movement. Quite a people in high and mighty place also believe in what Gumi is doing, which is an issue, which is the possession of the land. Don't let us deceive ourselves and even the issue. Okay, take for instance, aspect, and that is what is even causing trouble with issue of terrorism in Nigeria. If we have at this point in time, if declared headers are in Nigeria, we're still trying to look at them as bandits. How can you be talking some people that kill at will, some people that possess people, kidnap for ransom? You cannot declare them as terrorists. You are still saying banditry, because banditry for purpose, for commercial purpose, is that not so? That's the end of banditry. Possession for commercial purpose. But when life is involved, it becomes action, because it goes beyond the issue of money.
Otumba, the fact that you go to the internet, there are several videos of this terrorists or banditry. It's coming out on the social media to like. I saw one of the video where one of the bandits says that you people are asking us to release those people. Do you know where they are? Come get them. You know that they are coming out the internet to let you know they are not even hiding their face. So let you know we are the bandits, we are the kidnappers, we are the one doing this thing. Like, and it has a lot of people talking, a lot of speculations. These people might be working with something. I mean, either for them to, gather the courage, or have the courage to come on the internet, let Nigerians or let people know that we are the one doing this thing.
Very much. What I call agent of instability, who are perpetually Nigeria belongs to them. We should not disappoint. This agent of instability, which I call Gumi spirit, comes everywhere. How do you explain a case when somebody killed, possessed the land, hold for ransom? You are radicalizing them. You now want to get the entitlement. Yeah, there is even they say even this same Gumi is claiming what they are doing, what the terrorists are doing, and creating with Nigeria Delta Amnesty Program. He's lying what they are doing with program. Remember, Amnesty is talking about resource control. He tell you now that is a divider. Look, now, how much of the translation have we done for people we caught? Which you ask ourselves, are they more special than they killed? People was killed. Appreciate the fact but we don't. But we know, for in the south, we know those who are killed. We know instructing them. Today, that prosecution, they were saying is why are we secretive about people that we know that is a convict? If we could explain the Kanu as the one behind what is happening.
No, Otumba, I should be asking you that question. Why do you think they're secretive about those people? People are saying that they use people, those people, because I mean, with them is negotiating with them, and it's coming on different podcasts, TV station, talking about his negotiation with them. So why, if he knows about them, I mean, most people knows about them. So why are we, you know?
I wouldn't say we are hiding them. The government that came through the information that it is true. In fact, NSA has addressed the issue after meeting with the House Raymond that from asked to investigate the issue. He has some convict, but them we don't know them. That's why I'm saying now that, look, in as much as we want to, you see, it's one thing to go to the international community and tender evidences, but we at home now must not be kept in the dark, because remember, it is people at home giving evidences over there for them to stop. And also saying that we now run a divided rule. The problem we have in Nigeria, problem of weak, extremely weak institution. Take for instance, let me get to substantiate myself. This is a recurrent decimal. It happened in when Goodluck was there. It happened in 19 when it was there. The same situation is happening there. There's a safe school project initiated. Millions of naira to actually ensure that, okay, they build a safety net and they build have mechanism in place. They establish a digital network to foster, and also ensure the teachers are taught measure. And it is so there's ought to have been around the school. The question is that we now query the intelligence. Because most of the incidents that happen, we had the knowledge that they have intelligence. There's intelligence of it. If we have intelligence, so for instance, the 25 girls that were, they said some few hours to that time, police who were there came, the condition of the police, and they left. And even the governor of the state even came equivocally to say now that there were proud intelligence. The question is, when there were intelligence information, let me try to analyze the complicity. Why the principal of the school evacuated them? Why did they go and sleep? Intelligence. If their intelligence, there wasn't any reinforcement in that time. If these people were carrying and they walk along the road, people are there. It's around 4 a.m. I mean, people will be on the road. The question we're saying is it, if we want to deal with it, that we cannot deal with it. But I'm saying that the political will to do with it and come to with another, and then two, our army, the soldiers that are usually have now, total number of armed forces, there is less than 5, and you the number of recurrent killing. In fact, many people who the chief of army staff even said about 10,000 that were recruited, all of them gone. They want to start enforcement. In the matter we cannot conquer, no, I don't believe. Because Nigerian soldiers have been very, they have a long-term record.
So at this point, would you say we need Trump? We need the U.S. to come help us?
No, we killing is political, and we're bringing out internal link, interporosity, which means there's a connivance between the and people and the financial sponsors who are there. And the idea behind it, there's a recurring, that all people are known. The question is why are we making it? Look, we cannot be negotiating terrorists. It's not done. So to even get, which means we now need intervention. There are some things we cannot handle. We should be very careful, because look, people in our corner, nobody lose election. Look around the corner. By 2020, by 2026 expiration, 27 election around February, because they are trying to drag the ball. They are trying to November to December in 2027. But as of today, the irony is going to be in February. What is it? Which means by that year, we're almost election year. And if somebody is contest for a position, or want to actually legitimize a position, or want to be involved, want to retain, if you take, because there's a general consideration is the North to have the highest vote, which I believe is not even correct. Because there are 19 states in the North, and we have 17 states in the South. You understand? Abuja is at the center. No, sure. The question we're asking, that's why I query the election of the political. We're talking about a census. We have not organized census over 20 something.
Okay, before we go there, let's talk about what Ganiyu Adams says. What is Kogi, Kebbi, and other states? They're just as grand, like tips in the icebergs. That the real target is Oyo, Ekiti, Ondo, and Lagos states. What was that?
That's very encouraging. Ganiyu Adams is from Yoruba land. To the best of my knowledge, he has his information. People in the Southwest have been doing meetings, which is Southwest Security Summit. We've done it. It is not. I'm not confirming that it is true, but there's no smoke without fire. If people could decimate Northeast, Northwest, and the chances of coming into the Southwest is after as a coup successfully operating in Ilorin. What is the distance between Ilorin to Ogbomoso 40 kilometers? What is the distance between Ogbomoso and Oyo? Very close. If you get to Oyo, if you are in Ibadan, Lagos is here, we call one here. So I will not rule the possibility out, but I will also want us to now look at it carefully. Why that the intelligence does not work? The person clearly now that most of the army are overstretched, and we now have a kind of dispersion in the geopolitical location, and concurrently action. We have seen the action in Bono, the action in Gombe. We have seen in action in you've just talked about Edo now. You understand? We limit army. It's time for us to call to international support. We now need more technological approach. We have overstretched our people, and this level of sophistication of this are high. We should, because why we could Sahel nation, the outburst from Syria, the outburst Libya, the outburst from the Sahel, combined efforts is coming here because we see here a lot of money involved. Most of they used to finance, they have international finances, and they also the idea is that we should all one voice. The problem I have now is this: people are called about this situation because it has not happened to their family. It has not happened to their family. If it has happened to family, they will think another better story. Instead of us coming with one voice to condemn this thing, let us condemn what happened with terrorism. Farmers is a terrorist, pure and simple.
Okay, Otumba, good.
Why there is a rampant kidnapping is that we are trying to solicit international community to come through the airspace. They are only using those children tower because they have had everything that they will come. You understand? Yeah. You know when they say they will come, because the incident will still look provoking. Is a provocation. Look, it's an internal. It is the internal nuances and nuisance that is related with the external. Until we and until international who will be able people that are the financial supporter and also come to Nigeria help us to pick. You understand? And but all those things can be in Nigeria do not come for it.
So to not think that the federal and state government they are coordinating effectively of terrorism.
They are up their best. I mean, how effective is another thing. Are they trying their best? They are trying their best. Is their best good enough? It's not good enough. They are not coordinating. If they are coordinating, they should be able to limit it. The question we're saying is this: since we know now that the internal nuances and nuisance, the people instability that come. Let us first, what we should first do is let the government deal with the financially. Because as long as they deal, they won't be able to procure equipment. Is that not true? These people are living life of, they have equipment, they have almost everything. Once they don't have somebody that is there to trap them.
No, what have somebody that is
financing them? So how would they do?
So you think there's somebody financing?
Oh, yes, financing both internal and and from the best of my knowledge, why we go around it to go? They come with sophisticated weapons to kill our people, and we're still here. Some people who are calling for resignation don't know what their family is not involved. So how many of them are paying ransom?
Otumba, calm down. Calm down. I understand. It's painful. I mean, getting up and you're scared out, you're scared. You don't know what will happen.
You don't know. Life, this age is coming up. People have had them. Can you say how that attack is coming up? Because you're not even sure. You're not even sure of your neighbor.
Okay, at this point, and thank you so much, Otumba, for your contribution, for helping us on a particular topic. We're calling on the president, calling on the government to help us. We want a solution on terrority in Nigeria. This is what we've got for you from Lagos. Our Lagos Network's beautiful morning on CMI. I am Marcelina. Once again, thank you so much for coming. I am Marcelina Unkwa, would be hand to Benin for a donation on CMI this day.
Good morning and welcome. This is TMI Socials. I am Chukufumnanya Digwe, and here's what's making waves across the social media space. Now, we begin with updates on the cases of rising insecurity in Nigeria. What's happening right now? What are the updates from the government? Now, first off, we see that President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has ordered the immediate withdrawal of police officers from VIP escorts for redeployment to undeserved communities as insecurity deepens nationwide, highlighted by recent abductions in Kwara State that have forced the temporary closure of schools for safety. Now, this directive comes amid continued rural kidnappings, even as security forces confirm the rescue of 51 students and 38 worshippers in separate incidents. Now, to reinforce frontline response, Tinubu approved the recruitment of 30,000 new police personnel and upgrades to police training facilities, while VIPs will now depend on the NSCDC for protection. The developments faces at a time when the president's absence from the G20 summit has drawn attention, with observers linking it to intensifying domestic security concerns. Now, on the next prompt we get to see on the screen is the State House press release by Bayo Onanuga, which is also the president's statement. It says President Tinubu orders the withdrawal of the police officers guarding VIPs for core police duties. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has ordered the withdrawal of police officers currently providing security for very important persons in the country. Henceforth, police authorities will deploy them to concentrate on the core police duties. The presidential directive was issued at the security meeting President Tinubu held on Sunday with the police, Air Force, Army chiefs, and the Director General of the Department of State Services, DSS, in Abuja. Now, that picture you can see on your screen is the State House release in part. Now, let's get to see a video of the IGP of Police, Egbetokun, actually just giving a statement before this meeting with the president, and then we'll take reactions from the social media space.
What is new coming from the Nigerian police to really give momentum to this fight against insecurity?
Yeah. Okay. This emergency meeting of the service chief with the Inspector General of Police with Mr. President is to review recent incidents of abduction of school children in Kebbi and in Niger, an attack on vulnerable communities. Mr. President took briefings from all of us, and he's satisfied with our efforts so far. He's particularly happy with the recent development in Kwara, where all the 38 abducted victims from a church have all been rescued and reunited with their families. Mr. President went further to give orders to us, orders which include the immediate action to free the police from VIP protection and provide more men for the ongoing fight against.
What do you mean about the VIP protection?
Yeah, what I mean is that Mr. President gave direct order that immediately police...
Well, those are the words of the IGP of Police, Kayode Egbetukun, as regards this issue, the withdrawal of police personnel from VIPs and politically affiliated persons. Now, let's get to see how the social media space is reacting, not only as regards this, but also as regards the return of the adoptees from, bandits' custody. First, we'll take the comments of Senator Shehu Sani, and he says withdrawal of police from VIPs is a good idea and good policy statement in view of the nation's urgent security needs, but it will only begin and end up as a statement. Let's see the next reaction. The next reaction reads, very interesting announcement coming from Mr. President on withdrawal of police from VIPs for core police duties. The statement also says, according to the presidential directive, VIPs who want police protection will now request well-armed personnel from the Nigeria Security and Civil Defense Corps. I stand to be corrected, but it seems this is the first time it is coming directly from the president himself, away from the regular IG announcement. Another comment now. This commenter, Kalu Aja, says, we all know this won't happen, so why issue the order and why publicize an order you know will be disobeyed? To score points, this order will be disobeyed and openly disobeyed by friends and associates of the president. Another comment. This next reaction goes on to say, while this is not the first time they are withdrawing police from VIPs, I believe this is the first time they are providing an alternative in civil defense. I'm hopeful that the order will work this time. The commanders in civil defense will start pricing new houses, though, because that means the revenue the police chiefs probably make goes to them now. Well, those are the comments we'll take as regards that particular story. Now, let's move on to the next social media issue that's trending and that people are reacting to. This one is as on 20 November 2025, a Federal High Court in Abuja sentenced Nnamdi Kanu, IPOB leader, to life imprisonment after convicting him on all 7 terrorism-related counts, including incitement, sit-at-home orders, and illegal radio broadcasts. Justice James Omotosho opted against the death penalty, citing mercy and global opposition to capital punishment, instead giving concurrent sentences, life for counts 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, 20 years for count 3, and 5 years for count 7. The court also ordered that Kanu be held in protective custody, denied unsupervised access to digital services, and his Radio Biafra transmitter forfeited to the government. Kanu's team, including his consultant Aloy Ejimako, immediately announced plans to appeal, maintaining that his conviction was politically motivated. As you know, the social media space is abuzz about this one. It actually happened about 4 p.m. on Thursday, the sentencing of Nnamdi Kanu to life imprisonment. Now, let's get to see how the social media space is taking this very, very trendy news. We get to see the first comments coming from Peter Obi. It says, Kanu's conviction. At a time like this, the news of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu's conviction should compel every well-meaning Nigerian to pause and reflect. This is coming at a time when our beloved nation is facing severe economic hardship, insecurity, and the consequence of poor governance. Rather than reducing tension, this unfortunate development may well only aggravate it. I have always maintained that Mazi Kanu should never have been arrested. His arrest, detention, and now conviction represent a failure of leadership and a misunderstanding of the issues at stake. Well, that is the comment of Peter Obi in part. Let's get to see other reactions. This next reaction says, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu stood for Igbos. He stood against the injustice unleashed on Igbo people by Fulani herdsmen. Even though you may disagree with his approach, it doesn't warrant life imprisonment. This is an injustice. Let's see the final comments before we call it a wrap on TMI Socials this morning. Charles says, Nnamdi Kanu's life sentence raises red flags. Is silencing dissenting voices truly justice or a recipe for deeper division? Can a nation truly be united by force or by freedom of speech? Nigeria needs inclusive dialogue, not heavy-handed crackdowns. Now, that's a wrap for our stories on TMI Socials this morning, from the rising cases of insecurity in Nigeria, which was also the focal point of our discussions right here on TMI, to, of course, the conviction of Nnamdi Kanu. We go around the social and political space in Nigeria, reviewing what it is really saying. And here is where we draw the curtain on the show. I am Chukwufumnanya Digwe. Thank you so much for being a part of the program this morning. Also, thank you to our very insightful guests and viewership for joining in. Bye for now.
Cannot fight any longer.
Great to have you join us on Politics Today as we begin with two major developments shaping Nigeria's national conversation. First, the escalating wave of insecurity once again grips the nation. Another disturbing incident which emerged from Niger State, where a Catholic school suffered yet another abduction, raising urgent questions about our security strategy, the safety of our educational institutions, and of course the broader implications for communities living under constant threat. Well, we will be examining the factors behind this troubling trend and what resolutions might look like. And later on the show, we will turn our gaze on the controversy surrounding Nnamdi Kanu, whose life sentence ruling has sparked intense political, legal, and of course social debate. What does this decision mean? Troubling decision, you may say, for national cohesion, the rule of law, and of course the road ahead for Nigeria. We'll also explore how this moment could shape the country's political landscape in the months to come. Of course, we have a panel of analysts standing by to break down these issues from every angle. And stay with me. My name is Philip Omogyupong. Never will I forget that. And don't forget that as we progress on the show, listeners on independent radio and of course viewers on independent television will be allowed to join. Via the course, you will be pouring in others for free. And of course, I will be urging you to be civil in your presentation. And of course, quickly hitting the ground, running on what we have today, starting with my guests in the studio. At my extreme left, I have a professor from Novena University, Professor Tony Joweri. Big thanks for coming.
It's a pleasure to be here.
And next, just at the extreme, is a politician, and he is Honorable Etiosa Igiebo. Thanks for being here.
Good morning. Good morning, viewers. Thank you.
And of course, I have a reverend with me, also a legal practitioner, Barrister Greg Iyayi. Big thanks for taking time to be here.
Good morning, Philip, and good morning, viewers and listeners on radio.
Well, we'll be extending the discussion to virtually to a global analyst joining us via Zoom from the United Kingdom, and it is Chief Daniel Akwemokan Matthews. Good morning.
Good morning. How are you, my brother? And to my esteemed...
Awesome. Amazing.
And the professor, I agree to good morning.
Thank you, Chief. Also joining us via Zoom, as you can see, from the FCT Abuja, is another fine legal practitioner, Damisa Itote. Good morning, Damisa.
Good morning, Mr. Philip. Good morning, panelists. Second morning to you, Nigerians, and of course the listeners on radio.
Okay.
Good morning. Thank you.
Big thanks. All right. So let's quickly assess and unpack these issues. I'm starting with you, Honorable Etiosa Gable. We've been having troubling issues, and of course, we've seen recurring decima from one administration to another. Well, we have the 2027 big election here, and looking at what we have in our hands, which started with the schoolgirls at Kebbi, and of course, just 4 days later, we heard about that out Niger State with St. Mary's Catholic School. Now, troubling issues as this. Some say it could be politically motivated, and others say, well, we seem not to have a wherewithal at government level to tackle this issue of insecurity. I don't know if you see it as politically motivated or lack of political will on the part of the president.
Well, I think it's politically motivated, and before I dabble more into that, I think I want to remind our people that I wouldn't necessarily think it is a lack of goodwill or willingness from the government, because there are actually military personnel involved, and in most cases we'll lose some of them in the point of contact. So this is about a nation, people putting in the effort to be at the battlefront, in some cases losing personnel who has loved ones, and I don't think we should trivialize it to say that government would, you know what I mean, ignore that sacrifice.
Or lacks political will to do the needful.
So I think it's political, because this whole adoption reminds us very vividly of the Chibok girls. Whenever there's an election coming, or maybe they feel that there's a particular president they don't like, elements within the space politically, I'm a politician too, I believe very strongly that they start using certain militia that they keep somewhere to attack soft targets, all in the name of to discredit the government. That is the closest I would think of if I have to be very sincere with my conversation. However, that doesn't mean that there are no challenges logistically or tactically on the part of the military. Because remember, before this whole incident came up again now, that has become a talking point across the nation and all over the world, even when President Trump is mentioning a country of particular concern because Christians are being killed in any way or form. There are periods and times before now when the country enjoyed some level of security. Like, for instance, I spoke to people in Sabah, Kaduna, who lived there, who used to suffer insecurity. And in the last year and a half, into the 2 years since the president have come on board, they can literally go everywhere in Kaduna, while all of a sudden, this whole thing has started again. So I think Nigerians should really wake up and make a choice to whether they're going to defend their country against those fifth columnists in this country who feels they're involved in politics, or they're in the military system, or they're in the intelligence system, or whichever ways that maybe they've got enough money that they've siphoned from systems even before the subsidy was removed, and they can use that to distort what is right and what is wrong, to constantly get us to smack our heads together and not even know who are the true indigenous of this land, who is fighting for this peace to return, or those who are failing it. So I think it's about time we should take a step back and really reflect deeply and support the government of this country in order to get real intelligence. And because these people, we know, from facts, I've spoken to people in high places, they do know where they are and who they are about.
Exactly where I was going.
And then I think our people should reclaim their country back.
All right.
Support the government and get rid of these people.
All right, thank you. Now, we're about looking at issues surrounding how to close the gaps. Obviously, we know that Nigeria has been a hotbed for insecurity, and of course, how to tackle this headlong has been an issue that we've been dealing with for decades now. I don't know your thoughts on this, Professor Tony Jawari.
Well, I think to solve a problem, you have to look at the genesis, the background of the problem. When you talk about insecurity in Nigeria, we don't have to politicize it. The whole thing really started from Buhari's regime. The late Buhari's regime. We have to be honest with ourselves. We remember when he said if he doesn't win that election, in that year, that blood will flow like Babu. And in the process, for God's sake, he invited these militias, these fighters from neighboring countries, okay? And they were stationed in different parts of the country, just in case he did not win that election. And at the end of the day, Jonathan being a peaceful man, the former President Jonathan being a peaceful man, he now gave up and said, hey, now congratulated him in advance. Oh, you have, you won the election, congratulations. So these mercenaries that were invited into the country had no job to do. So in the process, they approached El-Rufai and of course Buhari, who invited them. What do we do? Pay us our dues. You know, when you pay us our due, we go. And those ones say, hey, gentlemen, there's no job to be done again because, you know, a new government is in place. There's nothing like fight and all that again. And so, for the sake of survival, they started doing all sorts of things, you know, went to the trenches, started kidnapping, you know, and doing all sorts of, so new groups started emerging in the process because they now discovered that there's money in the business, you know, and the president at that time could not do much because he knows that he is the root cause of the whole thing, and that is why you see the moment they are even arrested, within a short time they are let go, you know, and so the thing continues. And when these other groups discover that, oh, there's money in this business, more groups started emerging. And what happened? Then this sentiment of Niger Delta thing, you know, amnesty program. But I said, okay, in view of all the, what do we do? The same people who were beneficiaries now suggested, oh, let's also give them amnesty. Are you getting it? Yeah. Let's also give them, they now give the amnesty. They were treated as a beautiful bride. You know, give them uniform, fed them, put them in good hotels and all that and all that. Then the interesting thing, let me shock you, they now integrated them into Nigerian army. Okay, and when that happens, what do you expect? Of course, they started giving information back to their colleagues, you know, in the trenches, you know, in the trenches. And in view of that, when Nigerian army now goes for genuine operations, you know, to attack these people, they will give them information. Then that's why you start having landmines planted in strategic places and all that. And any operation Nigerian army wants to, they will also give the information. Yeah. So it's like there's an internal problem, so the Nigerian, you know, within the Nigerian army. So they couldn't do much at the end of the day. And it's unfortunate that Tinubu inherited that type of system, insecurity. And so there's little or nothing he can really do, except the army sanitized, and all these people have,
okay.
Yes, are discovered, you know, and separated, you know, filtered. That's the word I was looking for. Filtered away from the Nigerian army. Okay. If that is not done, the problem continues.
Okay, we have a very delicate situation on our hands, most especially as we have different figures being peddled, you know, as per the students that have been, you know, abducted in Niger State. We're still looking for the orders at Kebbi, and we have various numbers being peddled, which is quite alarming. I don't know how you want this to be fixed, because most especially when we look at situations where year in, year out, every 4 years, we have elections coming up. And of course, they keep giving us promises, but there's this need for us to be proactive in governance. How do you see the lapses being closed under the present administration of President Tinubu?
What the man sows, he will reap. We should look at some of the people in power today. How did they come to power? It was by sowing and encouraging insecurity and making insecurity a campaign slogan. And we all know it. Then we can't run away from it. What you sow, you will reap. What we might be reaping today is what was sown, and the people who sowed it, we know them. Kabiru Sokoto, who went to a church, and then with his men, about 25 people were killed, the Catholic Church. DSS was looking for him. Other security agencies were looking for him. Eventually, they tracked him to the guest house of a governor in the administration at that time. And because it was a government house, you know, the president has to waive immunity for them to attack. And they did. And they found him there. He was sitting on the table over very sumptuous breakfast.
Yes.
A very sumptuous breakfast. And he was arrested. That government official is a top government official in this present administration that will tell you the root of the insecurity. It was meant to spy Jonathan, to discredit him, and then to oust him from power. And the people who did that, they're in this administration.
Yes.
So eventually, what they sowed is what they are reaping. Just like the prof has analyzed. You know, they couldn't pay them, they couldn't compensate them. So those people have to find things for themselves. You see, if you are desperate for power and you want to get power, even at the expense of your own country, this is the kind of thing that you get from it.
Well, it's quite challenging, most especially where the president had to, suspend at the point his trip, his foreign trip, and of course over the Kebbi schoolgirls abduction. And again, another one happened. We don't know what the president will do this time. If he will suspend the forthcoming trip again.
I'm sorry to cut you short. Okay. You see, one has even just happened again now. I was looking at the media just now. In Nasarawa.
In Nasarawa.
Okay, I saw that yesterday.
Okay, well, escalating issues like this, let's join you, Damisa Itote from Abuja. Now, we have challenges where even the president said that the Minister of Defense should shift base to Kebbi. Now, it happened another one happened in Niger State. We don't know if the minister will again shift base to Niger State. Or just like what we just hearing now about Nasarawa. Now, what exactly can be done in all of this? Do you see the president as having challenges of lacking political will in this? Damisa Itote, can you hear me, please? I asked, what are your thoughts about how to tackle this issue headlong? Because the president did say that the Minister of Defense should shift base to Kebbi, but another one happened at Niger, and of course we're just hearing reports at Nasarawa. What do you see as ways in which this dreaded monster of insecurity can be tackled headlong?
Okay, well, thank you for having me once again. For me, I sincerely express my sympathies, over this kidnap and the endless bloodbath across the country, particularly in the northern part of Nigeria. I sincerely pray and hope that the little girls who are, schooling, who are receiving formal education, be brought back to their family, be reunited with their family, alongside everyone that has been, taken into captivity by this dreaded monster. It's painful, and I feel for the families and, of course, the little ones that are currently away from the classrooms where they ought to be if we were in a sane, society. Mr. Philip, back to your question.
Well, I don't know. Well, we still apologize for the break in transmission. Separation by technical hitch. Well, I believe as we're able to restore that, we'll be getting back to Damisa Itote. Damisa Itote, are you there? Can you continue from where you left off, please?
You can hear me. Can you hear me? Yes.
I can hear you. Go ahead, please.
Where I stopped, but I was okay. I said I was emphasizing with the little, children, pupils, and other people who were, of course, taken into captivity. And for me, we've traced the issue. Your very robust panelists have, traced the issues. The question is that what is the way forward? One thing I really want to dwell on is that we are over-concentrating our effort on 2027 that we are not even yet guaranteed of.
Certainly.
We seem to be playing politics other than governance. See defection of sitting governors, defection here and here, all geared towards 2027. While re-governance has taken the back seat. I think that is the problem, basically. If we are sincere in tackling this situation, this insecurity situation, we should come up and examine or interrogate basic issues. What are those issues? One, personnel training. Well-equipped personnel training. Re-establishment of a broader curriculum in our security institutions, where modernized way of confronting wars, quote and unquote, war, asymmetric wars that are currently going on, that should be tackled. But we discover that we are not doing that. Monies are voted for security, but you see schools being built in the villages of service chiefs, houses being built by service chiefs, military service chiefs, conference halls springing up across the nation. Is that the commandate of our military personnel or of the military to be building primary schools, and building conference centers and everything with money that were earmarked for security or for security purposes? Basically, these are the issues we should be interrogating. We should be interrogating the professionalism of our military. Then the homeland security, the disjointed nature. So the homeland security, the architectural security of our internal, the internal security within the country is heavily disjointed. We now react to issue. We are very reactive to issue instead of being preventive. Instead of integration, there is a total disjointment of the security architecture. So these are the issues. The DSS report directly to the president. The other security agencies like the immigration, NSCDC, they're under the administrative power of the Ministry of Interior. The police, it reports to the Ministry of Police Affairs, and so many other disjointed security apparatus. So how do we expect to have results? We cannot have results. So my suggestion or my recommendation is this. We should have a unified internal security mechanism or internal security framework that aligns with global best practices under the single leadership of a civilian-led administrator. So that all these other, sisters agencies, in fact, customs, which controls borders, report to the Ministry of Finance. That is not logical. Custom controls, but they report to Ministry of Finance. They are in another different ministry. So you see that the chain of command is not unified. So a DSS will give reports or give a security report. Police will be very reluctant in taking it or enacting on it. NSCDC will take because they receive instruction from other agencies and all of that. So that is where the problem is. Our security architecture is disjointed. It is disintegrated. So it we must involve ways by which we should have one single homeland security architecture under the headship of a civilian-led administrator, so that there can be a chain of command that will be followed directly down, to the lowest echelon. I think that is my position. If we fail to do that, then we are not there yet, or we are not even ready to take.
Thank you, giant. Let's shift our gaze to Chief Daniel Akwemokan-Matthews. Well, we've been on this road, though, and it's quite difficult to really unpack this, most especially where over 200, as Punch newspaper reported, about 215 students, that are declared abducted at the Niger, school, Catholic school, and of course we still have the numbers of Kebbi. Now, there were issues surrounding the President of America, what he said concerning Nigeria of particular concerns, and of course that sparked political debate, social debate across the world. But what do you see as ways to close this gap, and of course how to tackle this issue of lack of political will that you may think exists, or lack of, intelligence gathering or tactics that could help to salvage this issue? Chief Daniel.
Thank you very much. A nation full of religious and tribal bigots. And to be honest, it's also full of political cowardice with handicapped military that is not really interested in the defense of the people, but rather than road checks, collecting coins from motorists. And it's obvious now that no one can say that we don't have a genocide going on in Nigeria. From what is happening in Kwara, Niger, and all across. That genocide now is so obvious that over 200 girls or more, or thereabout, are kidnapped in a Catholic school in Niger State. So for me, until we come to grip that this so-called Nigeria needs to be re-examined and reimagined. Then people like El-Rufai, who we know is a terrorist sponsorer, and also with the late evil Buhari, who we know is the father of the bloodshed going on in Nigeria, and confronts them, then we will never be able to address the issue, no matter what strategic purpose we have. Because it's obviously clear that some people are behind this who are powerful in the government. And until we address this, there's nothing. Even if the whole America, Europe, and the whole world were to come, what happened in Somalia will happen. Will be fractionized, will be destroyed, and will never be able to be put together until we deal with one single thing, that we have politicians who are not cowards. We have traditional leaders who actually lead their people, who are not bought off. We have local people who value other people's life just as much as theirs, who start speaking up and start defending one another. So what the fine gentleman in Abuja just illustrated is a strategic thinking of somebody with critical mind. But majority of our politicians are just political opportunists. They are not interested in governing. They're only interested in the next election. They're already spending money for the next election rather than governing to prove themselves of capability to be re-elected. So until we address that and start focusing on that, calling out those political opportunists, low IQ politicians, all our problem can be politically solved. Our problem is not a military problem. It's not a religious problem. It's not even a tribal problem. It's a political problem, a political will. And I call the president, indirectly the president. I believe in him. I'm going to support him. I'm campaigning already for him for 2027. But if the president is not a coward, if he's a man of integrity and value, who value life above politics, who value a little child, regardless the religion that has been kidnapped, he needs to show his braveness in this matter. Into the armed forces should be all those who served 8 years underneath the evil Buhari and did nothing should be purged out immediately. Those are just basic two things they can start with, and immediately give the military a full total backing to go after anybody, in not just the terrorists, but anybody aiding, supporting, sponsoring the terrorists, and alienate them. That is an easy demand or request of somebody who's not a coward. I remember when an outside lady said before the election, spoke to the president and asked the president, what do you have for us in the north? The president said nothing, because if I do, they will kill me. I do not want the coward as a president. In Nigeria, there's nobody above the president. The president to show his bravery, his audacity to be president, the audacity to say, Milokon, it's my turn. And in his turn, he needs to turn this around and jettison the evil of Buhari, jettison the evil of El-Rufai. We have to be a nation that is not a nation of religious bigotry, political cowardice, and handicap military for us to really address this issue. And it's only through politics, not military intervention, not foreign intervention, not any foreign aid will do that. It's only through politics. And politics, not a politics of cowardness, we can fix this. And I believe we have some good politicians who are more capable and credible to do this. One of them is the president, but he needs to rise to the occasion. One of them is the president that needs to rise to the occasion, and rise he must, because the nation demands that he does this and fix this problem and don't live as a coward, because this will ruin his legacy forever. No matter economic policy, no matter development policy that he may have achieved to date, This insecurity that I felt or cowardly not addressing fully.
Thank you, Chief Daniel. Thank you, Chief Daniel. I know you are quite agitated, but we will come back to you. But let's quickly acknowledge what you said. Basically, your bold statements made in that direction. Even though you said that you were campaigning for the president come 2027, but you need him not to be a coward, but to sit back and make sure that he drives the figures in order to tackle insecurity. But our panelists made just some solutions that could be seen as long-term. But again, there's an immediate need to get these children out of being abducted. We have hundreds of them now, as reports have it. And how can they be released? Should we go about the ransom payment as a way to release them just now? So we're looking at a very, very short-term solution. But that will come after this short break. Do stay. Well, just as we are having issues surrounding insecurity that's quite escalating, again, we're also having issues surrounding, the life sentencing given to Nnamdi Kanu, and of course, what spills this could be having, politically, and of course, security-wise. We have the IPOB, and of course, the sit-at-home order, and of course, all that happens to deal with, regional issues. Now, let's come to you, Honorable Etiosa. What do you see as a short-term plan in order to get these children released, the students released? Of course, staff are also involved. And of course, we also have the challenge where even in Katsina, where ransom payment has taken a high toll to the point where even, bandits, the terrorists are moving freely in the society. Now, should we go this way?
Yeah, I think with the reduction of manpower and the cost of security operations in Nigeria due to over 15 years of insecurity problems, a lot of money has been pushed in there. It is almost impossible to have every sort of gadgets or the manpower that we need to secure everywhere. Most of these places where these things are happening are very remote areas. You can almost, if you go there, you can almost think that this is not even Nigeria.
So,
but then again,
what's the short-term plan? But then ransom payment?
I mean, I don't necessarily think ransom payments. The people in the locals and the bandits that interfaces for whatever they are doing understands that this may be the group that came to do X, Y, Z. If they give the right information to the personnel, and they're able to negotiate with them, or maybe go in and try and release those kids, whichever way, I think they should also seek for more technological support in terms of using drones and bringing in more advanced countries' contribution. Because we've had bilateral relationship with a lot of these European countries and Americans, so that they can have some sort of deterrence. As much as these kids have been kidnapped is bad, but this is the same model with Chibok girls. And for like
and we still have some numbers that have not been.
Some of my brothers has been saying.
Yes, that have not been.
The people that are here, the big shots that are here, that are supporting this cause, needs to be tackled. And these problems also goes back to the Western countries, because a lot of the support they get comes from the West as well. So if the West, if they can negotiate with the Western countries more to stop the support, because a price of an AK-47 is over 7 million naira. Talk less of having a surface to air missile, machine gun. So when these aspects are stopped, then negotiation or paying ransom can become a thing of the past. Because you can negotiate whether you pay ransom or you get them out through kinetic way. Tomorrow they may do another one in a soft-targeted area.
Right.
There are mines
I'm giving you about just 2 minutes each to finalize this as regards the short-term plan. I don't believe you are looking forward to ransom payments. Professor
No, I think it's more than just looking at short-term plan. We have to also look at the root cause of this problem.
Which
we can deal with the root cause.
Which we've done, but how do we solve it?
Yes, how do we solve it? Is to remove all these Boko Haram people in the army, filter them out.
That's a long-term plan.
Yes.
I'm talking about the children that are languishing as we speak right now.
Yes.
How can they be rescued?
Well, what do you expect? Ransom now. No, it's ransom. Because in Katsina State, a few months ago, if government can start negotiating with terrorists, they even came with their ammunitions, everything and all that. I would expect that the Air Force will go there, bomb nonsense out of those baggers.
But that would be difficult to do now. That would be difficult to do now.
Yeah, because the children. So at the end of the day, it's still going to end up with a ransom. That's the point I'm making. You know that, but it will not solve the problem. It will not solve the problem. It's only a temporary solution. It will not. So it's like you have typhoid and you are taking paracetamol.
Okay. Do you agree to that, Barrister Greg? Do you agree to that? That there should be ransom payments since we don't have any other way to go about it?
No, there are other ways.
Or there can be a drastic action that can be taken by the army.
Very drastic action. You see, you don't negotiate with terrorists.
Exactly.
And it has been proved over and over that when you negotiate with terrorists, you are only arming them. Obama did that to Iran, 100 billion. And Iran became the bully of the Middle East. But Trump subdued them. It took only 36 hours. And the planes went there, bombed the hell out of them.
Exactly.
And they humbled Iran. And there's some reasonable peace in the Middle East.
All right.
So I think the government should do the needful. They can collaborate. Britain pays £9 billion to Israel for intelligence gathering. 9 billion pounds to Israel every year.
Wow.
No, because Britain knows the limitation of their intelligence units. And then they also know, the global stretch of Israel's own. They pay them to do it.
But by the time you mention this bogus amount and you expect the government of Nigeria to do same, the big problem will be, will these funds not be misappropriated?
When they have prevented.
But will the funds not be misappropriated?
That's another
are we not going to go the way of borrowing?
Yeah,
that's another issue.
Right. What I'm saying, with global collaboration, this problem of terrorism, the immediate one will be taken care of, and the future ones will be forestalled.
Okay, pour your calls at us. The number will be displayed on the screen right about now. And of course, for listeners on Independent Radio, we verbalize it so that you can be part of it. And quickly, let's get your contributions, listeners and of course viewers on Independent Television. Let's quickly go to you, Damisa, as we round off on this first topic. What do you see as the short-term plan in order to get these children rescued?
Okay, for me, the honest truth is that Nigeria's internal weakness makes external narrative very easy. We must control our narrative. And in the interim, do whatever you need to do to get every kidnapped Nigerian out of the bush or wherever they are kept. I have children. I have nephews, I have cousins, I have nieces. So I can practically share in the pains of parents and family members of those whose children, whose brothers, whose sisters have been kidnapped. So do whatever you need to do as a government. Where you fail to use the monies available to you to secure Nigerians, use those monies wherever you want to use it, technologically or otherwise. Bring those kids back to their respective homes. Any means possible. Any means possible, I repeat. Get these kids out, please.
You know you are a fine legal practitioner. When you say any means possible, you are trying to dodge the aspect of even if it means paying ransom. Why don't you just say it critically? All right, let's get to you, Chief Daniel. Do you subscribe to what has been said about ransom payment as the short-term plan?
Absolutely not. And it would be a foolish errand. And basically, we're giving them more money to do what they are doing and doing it more. Good example, when America citizens were kidnapped in the north, America came all the way from America, flew in, go into the Zambezi or wherever they are, rescue their own people without a single peep. And they were able to do it and successfully left the country without a single peep. If they can, we can get their assistance. And secondly, we need to be realistic. When we talk of global cooperation, there are 5 people deported from Dubai because in Dubai, they are Muslims. The Dubai government deemed them to be terrorist financiers, deported back to Nigeria, and nothing was heard of them. Short-time fix. If we don't know where the terrorists are, the Nigerian government, allegedly, Gome knows. Gome goes and speak and dine with them. Gome was rejected from entering Saudi Arabia, the most holy land for Muslims. He wasn't allowed to come and pray to the God he served because they deemed him to be an evil terrorist. Gome walked freely and advocated for the terrorist, not the victim. Arrest Gome, put Gome in jail, arrest those people who are defending, explaining, and rationalizing them. Gome goes to the camp. If Gome is not taking the army to the camp, since the army allegedly cannot find them, then Gome should take us to the camp. And finally, yes, we should go in with all the might of Nigerian government and Nigerian military. We should go in and bomb them to hell. If some of the children were to be lost in the process, so be it. If my child was among it, I'll say yes, so be it as well. So that they do not have the audacity to do it again or again and again. They will keep doing it if we keep having this further approach. A terrorist is a terrorist, and a terrorist who is a fundamentalist, you cannot change the fundamentalist perception that believe in Takia. Takia means the art of deception. And they will continue to lie to you.
Daniel, I always enjoy when you speak, most especially when you make some bold statements and sacrifices that we must make as Nigerians going forward. You made mention of the fact that even if your children or any of your child is involved, you don't mind that you should bomb them, even if the children are involved in it. But that's a very hard saying. Well, let's look at the second topic, which is mind-boggling. And again, we need to keep Nigeria united. And some have said that with the life sentencing of Nnamdi Kanu, that brings a whole challenge again concerning the restiveness we have in the eastern region, and of course, how would that gravitate into more insecurity? So, do we seek a political solution? I give you 1 minute to react on that, Honorable Etiosa.
Well, to me, I kept asking the questions all the time why Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, when he was in London broadcasting on Biafra Radio, why he wouldn't use his position to nominate people to run in a particular political party and direct his people, since they listen to him, to vote for that particular person as governors of the southeastern states, House of Rep members, senators, and then on that nucleus of being the leader, bring out different appointees from the southeast and work with them to develop their state, rather than turning into getting people, making threats to the Nigerian state, calling it a zoo, and then put himself in a tight corner. And at the end of the day, 2 wrongs don't make it right. I strongly believe that what happened to Nnamdi Kanu was not the right way to go, but he caused himself that problem. However, if terrorists and bandits are captured, prosecuted, and released back to the community in the Northeast, I also believe that he from the South should be treated the same. Not to say that the things that he did was right, because even a blind man can see. So in a nutshell, what I'm saying is that he should have known better to understand this peculiar region and how things are done, that things are not balanced.
But I think irrespective of that, for national reconciliation,
yeah, but
there should be a political solution
I also believe
to release him from jail.
I also believe that the process is ongoing. By the time it goes to appeal and Supreme, whatever decisions that they make,
I just want to hit the point.
The president is in a position to also find a political solution. But then again, that move and way that he followed was not right. That is why he's going through what he's going through now.
Well, for national reconciliation, I don't know what the thoughts are. Let's get the thoughts, listeners, and of course viewers on independent television. Good morning. Tell us your name, where you're calling from, and let's get your response. Your name quickly.
Okay, Raf.
Your name is Raf? Did you say Raf?
Raf, the Oracle.
Okay. Make your contribution quickly.
I think the president is the chief commander of the armed forces. That is very conspicuous of the Constitution, section 130, subsection 2. Please coming as a Milocom, renew hope, so on and so forth. Subsidy is gone. Tax reform fee. Is that how it's going to follow the nation? Money, 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 money. The military, they're not there to be guarding a plot of land. And then have to be defending the country. For it to be protecting the country, they are no more. Backing the military and the soldiers all for themselves. I think the president needs to resign. By now, all the Donald Trump who said he wants to go to Nigeria, he should come and help us. Because their aim and objective is money, money. Any private jet, do they have these married women, leaving the people who they swear at oath to live in the abode of blood.
Buhari's government was
Thank you so much, Raf. Well, I think that's a very challenging one. The president has got a very risky, delicate situation on his hand, most especially as this issue of kidnapping, abduction, really the masses are bearing the brunt. We don't hear about the political class, much of that happening from that angle. But let's look at the case of Nnamdi Kanu.
Yes, when you look at the case of Nnamdi Kanu, I think it's a case of agitation, which he has a right, but the methodology has a problem, because if you look at the Terrorist Act, of 2013, it's clear that an individual should not, go into this agitation against his nation.
So he broke that?
Yes, so he violated that. And don't forget that his case involved about 5 different judges until eventually it was on 6 accounts, and at the end of the day was found wanting.
So you mean the judgment was fair?
Yes, on those 6 accounts.
Yeah.
We're looking at the case on its face value right now, on 6 accounts. And what he was hammering on, that's why you need legal aid. What he was hammering on was this Section 4, of the Evidence Act, that says, hey, once a case starts with an old law, that old law remains. You can't say the new law have to be administered.
Okay, but are you saying for the sake of national reconciliation, it shouldn't be released?
Yes, because that's what he was hammering on. That's why I said Omotosho does not know the law. That's why he was hammering, but it was wrong because the Constitution does not say that. So having done that, I think the best thing that has happened. Let me shock you.
What best has happened? Let's look at a way of healing the country.
Yes.
For national reconciliation, what good.
Yeah, but the law.
Should we leave it on what it is now?
Wait, now the law have to take its course first. If later in the future, like President Tinubu eventually get amnesty,
maybe 10 years
to some way, I don't know. But let the law take its course first. Then after that, the president may do the needful.
All right, let's get to talk on that, Pastor Greg. But before that, let's quickly take your call. Good morning, caller. Tell us your name and where you're calling from, quickly.
This is my name. I'm calling from Nigeria.
We didn't get the name. Repeat it again, please.
Edos.
Edos, okay. Go ahead, Edos.
Hello, good morning. If you recall, my dear brother who is listening, you were too, this matter started when one Yusuf started this war against government one Supreme said they should operate on Sharia in North. What I'm trying to say in North here, that they said they don't want foreign education.
Okay, go straight to the point, Mr. Idos. Go straight to the point quickly, please. You have just 10 seconds.
Okay, now, the country is giving us a headache, both the South and the North. Why can't we do this? The Christians should join hands together and discuss what to do next. We cannot continue to remain like this.
Okay. All right.
That's all.
Thank you, Mr. Idos. Okay, over to you, Ben.
Hassan Katsina, Gowon, and some other military officers from the north once said that Nigeria should be broken into pieces. What happened to them? Hassan Katsina later became the chief of army staff. Gowon became the head of state. What of Sunday Igboho? Did Sunday Igboho not call for Odua Republic? Is he in prison? Has he been tried? Has he been sentenced?
Okay.
Why Kanu Nnamdi? Jonathan was told that he should go after Kanu Nnamdi. When he listed Nigeria's problem, he said Kanu Nnamdi's own is the list of all of them. So let him face governance. And then what is somebody, going with flag and saying Biafra Republic, and that even Jonathan is not the president? He said, does that remove him from Asoro?
So for national reconciliation, you seek a political solution for his release?
What of the judgment that was given by the appeal courts?
Okay.
That struck down.
You are talking about judicial precedent?
Yes, all the charges. What happened?
So what does this amount to? I want you to make very positive.
My own is this. Kanu Nnamdi should be allowed to go home. Should be allowed to go home. Yes, it's a political agitation, and which he has a right to do. If it is not tenable, then let him go home. What of the invasion of his home by the Nigerian army? Was that not against the law? Was any officer punished for it? Was even an unknown soldier punished for it?
This is quite passionate, very, very emotional, most especially coming from a very.
But at the same time, we also are aware there was a video evidence that also showed how he was giving instructions for soldiers, police to be killed and all that, police stations to be burnt and all that. Let's not just look at
why are Boko Haram, Boko Haram who have killed, who have destroyed, and then they were not even tried.
That is why there's no balance.
They just said that they have repented, and they are even absorbed into the Nigerian.
When you realize that you're from a region where certain things is not balanced yet, and you're smart, you should apply the right methodology.
Thank you.
Not go the wrong way where you trap yourself.
Let's not rob Barrister Damisa and of course Chief Daniel time to react to this. Let's get to you, Damisa. React to this in 1 minute, please, over the life sentencing of Nnamdi Kanu. And what implications could this be? What could we do politically to solve this?
They will resolve
it. Okay. For me, I will not speak of the legal gymnastics that preceded the judgment of a few days ago of Justice James Omotosho of the Federal High Court Abuja Division. The crux of Kanu's agitation was that the law which it was used to charge him no longer exists.
Exactly.
But sadly, it failed to know that in every amendment of an enabling law, of an act, there are usually clauses that are called saving clause. And this was without exception.
Exactly.
That is the plain truth. And ample opportunity was given to him, to defend himself, which he elected not to.
So how do we solve this? Are you saying that it should remain in that, or should there be a political solution?
No. Certainly, there's going to be a political solution clearly. The right to self-determination. I mean, look at our international conventions, treaties, and all those things. You have a right to self-determine. So for self-determination, it is a fundamental right.
Thank you. Chief Daniels, quickly, you have 1 minute. React to this. Chief Daniels.
In our constitution, as well as the West stated, right of self-determination is an inalienable right. So for me, although my fine gentlemen say there's a video evidence where Kanu were instructing people to burn the police station down. Well, if you're from the East, I'm a purebred Asa man. I have no able blood in me, although my chieftaincy title, I Chief DKD Ahoma, is from Abia State. I did not even live in the East, but I traveled around the East a lot. And I come to realize that it's the most militarized zone in Nigeria. Most of those military people are committing heinous crime against them.
Okay, quickly hit your point in 10 seconds.
The only solution is a political solution. President Tinubu must interject immediately and commute Kamu's sentence to the time served and give him a conditional bail. That's it.
Thank you so
or
much,
else
Daniel.
President Tinubu will be the last president.
We'll have much time
the East will explode.
To look into this critically. A big thanks, Chief Daniel, of course, Barrister Damisa Itote, and of course, Honorable Jose Gable, and Professor Tony Jewari, and of course, Reverend Barrister Greg Iyayi. This is what you can take, and big thanks to you, Raf, Edos, and all those that joined us on Independent Television, Independent Radio. I am Philip Omo Gupon. We'll do this same time next week. Bye for now. It's Law and You, the program that brings legal issues to the people and the people to the law. Today, we shine the spotlight on accountability in governance, a cornerstone of democracy that ensures those entrusted with power do not abuse it or abandon their duties. But what happens when public officials fail to perform? Are citizens helpless observers, or does the law empower them to demand change and seek redress? From petitions and, of course, public interest litigations to recall processes and legal sanctions, this edition explores the legal remedies available to citizens when elected or appointed officials fail in their duties. We will be speaking with legal minds and, of course, rights advocates on what the Constitution says and what the court can do and what you, as a citizen, must know. And don't forget, you stay with us on Law and You as it unfolds the power of the law in the hands of the people. My name is Philip Omo Gupon. We'll be looking at accountability in governance and, of course, legal remedies, that the citizens can explore. We will also have the opportunity to have the presence of a custodian of the law in the person of Emmanuel Obakolo. Big thanks for always having time to be part of the show.
Good afternoon, Philip. Good afternoon, Nigerians.
All right, let's quickly set the ball rolling. A lot that needs to be done as regards getting it right. We have a system that needs to, work effectively. But first of all, what is accountability in governance? And how does it apply to the citizens demanding this? What importance does it have for citizens to demand this from the government of the day?
Yeah, accountability, as pronounced, is to give records. So accountability in governance is the presentation of records on government's administration to the people and how those records have been properly handled by those in government. That is just accountability. So accountability is to ensure that the people understand and have knowledge on how governance is being carried out on their behalf by those in government.
Okay, but what is the importance? Why should they do that?
Yeah. If you look at governments, from the definition of democracy, it's a government of the people, for the people, and by the people. That's what democracy is. And now, government is a machinery of governance. So, those who are in government They are managing the wealth of the nation on behalf of the people. And as such, they must give account of how those resources that are made available by the people on the people, so that the people will now understand and have knowledge properly on how governance is carried out. And this government, the governance must be on the benefit of the people. That is all. That is the singular reason why there must be accountability in governance. You don't go into administrative spree or financial spree on how to just spend public funds without being accountable to it.
Okay, do you see a disconnect in between, as in the aspect of the government functionaries, backing on the accountability project to make sure that they give account to the people and render their still worship, and again the aspect of the people, those who are being governed, demanding this? Do you see a disconnect?
Yes, I see a disconnect, because if you look at the provisions of the Constitution, the extant Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, which upholds and observe and also demand practice of the separation of power, which is spelled out of and enshrined in section 4, 5, and 6, is all about accountability. And also, if you look at section 85, subsection 1 of the extant Constitution, we provide for the office of the Auditor General of the Federation. The essence for the office of the Auditor General of the Federation is to provide for accountability, because he is the one who will audit government accounts, he audit government expenditure, and now know how money or monies that belong public fund has been used, administered, or utilized for the benefit of the people. So there is now a disconnection. Why do I say so? Because even the legislative arm, who ought to carry out oversight function in ensuring that the executive, which is vested with the power to perform executive function, and also the runnings of government on behalf of the people, are doing that as spelled out by the law. Unfortunately, we have a legislature, particularly in this Fourth Republic, that is so lackadaisical and a rubber stamp. So wherein instead of them to carry out their function, they are busy carrying out the lullaby of on your mandate we shall stand. That is not the reason why they are elected. That is not why a legislative function. The legislative function is to ensure that accounts and accountability as rendered by the executive are done on behalf of the people, even to them, properly, so that the people can now be beneficiaries of government expenditures and the runnings of government.
Okay, when you say the legislative arm seems to be failing in that, let's draw a dichotomy, because I understand separations of power, by Montesquieu has brought a situation where the legislative arm, make laws, and of course why the executive implement these laws, and then the judiciary, interpret and settle disputes, between all of this. Are you saying generally that the legislative arm under the system we operate in Nigeria is faulty to a point where any elected official seems to be tilting towards executive?
Yes, and I did say that with specific reference to the current legislative arm of government we have.
Did you say that, or do you say that as regards the officials or the system of practice?
It's not the system, because the Constitution does spell out how...
It's a constitutional provision.
And I also told you about section 85, subsection 1 of the extant Constitution, which also provide for the office of the Auditor General.
So it's not a problem of the law?
It's not a problem of the law. The law is there. Is the performance of the law now. And the legislative arm also have what we call oversight function, to question how public funds are being used. But here we are. We have a legislative arm of government with a specific reference to the National Assembly, who approves all manner of laws. And the same National Assembly does not take time to ask questions on how those laws are used for, the performance, how the executive arm of government what they be able to, how they be able to administer those loans, and how it has been of benefit to the people of Nigeria. There's no question with reference to that. And that is why you see that it appears that there is no accountability to the people of Nigeria. And that is one of the weak point, pitfalls of this administration that we have just now.
Okay. But what do you see as a causative factor? Because everything seems to be placed on a vote. The ayes have it, or the nay.
With specific reference to public funds, it is more than the question of the aye or the nay have it. It is more than that. And that is why I repeat, I did say that the legislative arm has a duty of oversight function, because the people cannot gather like a Portuguese assembly to begin to ask questions on what their monies are used for. It is their representative, both the Senate and the House of Representatives now at the federal level, and the state houses of assembly at the state level, and the legislative arm of government at the local government level, who carry out this functionality on behalf of the people. And here we are. Their performance is a near it's abysmal. It's a near zero, abysmal. That is the right word to use. And that is why you see today that even government after government, there is no form of accountability, and there is no how the people could ask questions. However, the Freedom of Information Act has provided another leeway for individuals or group of individuals to ask questions.
Thank you very much. Well, in case you're just coming across this program, it's Law and You, and we are all about accountability in governance and seeing what legal remedies are available for the citizens to, find a way to put a task on the public officials demanding accountability, of course, stewardship on the public office. And I've been speaking with Emmanuel Ogbakpolo. Well, Emmanuel Ogbakpolo raised some very, very vital issue as regards, finding a lasting solution to this. It was on my mind. You made mention of the fact that the people are giving their powers to the Legislative Assembly, their representatives, for instance. And then you also did not fail to say that even when or if these representatives fail to carry out the functions stricto sensu as they demand or request, then they also have another avenue to, explore, which is the Freedom of Information Act. Now, how can they do that? Can you deploy how this mechanism works?
Yeah. Section 3 of the Freedom of Information Act does make provision for an applicant, is a citizen now, can make application to any government institution to ask questions or to get information from that institution with respect to the day-to-day runnings of government, even where it is strictly financial.
Exactly.
Now, but that act also provides for exemptions. The act provides for exemptions where a citizen may not have the right, or an applicant, stricto sensu, may not have the right to ask for information. And what are those? What is these exemptions? Exemptions are provided for in section 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, and 19 of the Freedom of Information Act. Section 12 specifically provides for defense, that you cannot come and make inquiry or get information with respect to defense. And I think that is commonsensical. That is understood. But where it has to do with accountability on how government is being run, with special reference or specific reference to public fund, that information must be made available to that citizen. And where the act again goes further to say where that is refused, that applicant or that citizen has a remedy where Section 25, it cannot make an application to court for court to grant order to get that information.
We'll get there, gradually we'll get there. But let's explore what you just said. You know, you have a way of troubling my mind. And of course, I don't know if you're also doing same ripples to the minds of the viewers. You know, a situation where we look at it where an electoral act is specifically, you know, establishes the provisions as regards any concept or how a thing should be done, you know, in terms of accountability. And then there's still another way in which such a person or citizen cannot, you know, explore, you know, in details or directly or, you know, totally from that same, you know, function. It seems to my mind that it's an attempt to kill an initiative ahead of the purpose. I don't know how you explain that.
Well, the law has a golden eye, and the law sees the past, the present, and the future. That is the position of the law. And I think that is the singular reason why the law makes provision for exemptions. Because...
But when you say the law, men work on the laws.
Yes.
Before it becomes a law or before they become laws, they were once bills. And so men work on it. So what is the guarantee that the men that work on this do not deliberately work on this in order to, you know, protect their patrimony, their personal aggrandizement that may, you know, they may want to seek from the common good that law or that bill, you know, is seeking for in a law. I don't know if you get me.
Yes, you may not, that may not be, that cannot be removed from that fact.
Because we've had this with the Electoral Act.
It could be to protect.
Where the Electoral Act, some part, anyways, I'm not to speak on it, you know, seems to protect those who are even the political actors.
Yes, when you make reference to electoral acts, you discover that in electoral matters, they are so unique and special to the extent that even the interpretation of the laws in marrying the functionality of the electoral officers and their performance in an election gives a wide protection. What do I mean by that? There are the courts in even interpreting the law with respect to electoral acts may not consider the actors of their functionalities, of their performance, but may consider what is known as public interest or public safety. That again, to some of us, we may question that what do we mean by public safety, where there is an infringement on the rights of the voter or the electorate. Where the right of the voter or the electorate is infringed upon, is violated, do you not say that whatever interpretation you give is for public safety? That is another question begging for answer. That even the courts have not been able to give answer to. But however, we've witnessed a lot of abracadabra, legal abracadabra, but with special reference or specific reference, to my mind, to the last 2023 general elections. We've seen it. Before now, we've seen that the court visit the law strictly on electoral matters. But just now, we've seen how there is protection with respect to that. But again, let's look at the subject matter. I did say that the Freedom of Information Acts provide for exemptions. And those exemptions are specified in sections 11 to section 19 with the removal of section 18 of the Freedom of Information Act. And that you can go to court as a remedy, section 25. Now, you can see that even that law the Freedom of Information Act rather, also has given the court responsibility to make order with reference to information as applied by an applicant or a citizen of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. So it's still within the wisdom of the court to so grant or to refuse. Again, we may have the challenge of interpretation in the nearest future.
Thank you very much. But you just raised an issue that needs to be explained in total, because there's this aspect of, getting allocations that the federal government has given to each state, for instance, in their monthly revenues, of course, monthly allocations from the federal government to the states. We've always seen it where it is not properly broken down. We can hardly, have, reports on the monthly, allocations that each state gets from the federal government. All we can get from the Federal Accounts Allocation Committee most times are usually the total amount, that is being disbursed from the federal government to the states, but not the specific amount that each state gets month in, month out from the federal government. And that what you have to get it from the Accountant General of the state to have a well-explained copy or copies of how the state gets month in, month out allocations from the federal government. Should it be so?
Yes, it ought not to be so, because we have seen that with specific reference to the way the executive carry out the day-to-day runnings of administration in this country, it has shown that there is no transparency. In a climate where there is transparency, there ought to be a breakdown. Even the Constitution makes it clear for there to be a breakdown of how public funds are distributed or shared amongst the federal government and the 36 states of the federation. But here we are, some executive maneuverings are being carried out so that the people of Nigeria will not know that. And now, if the people of Nigeria do not have access to that information, what about their representative at the legislative angle of it? Or
do they have access?
Do they have access? If they don't, do they ask questions with respect to that, or they are engaged in frivolities? So that is why the freedom, I think, that the Freedom of Information Act now makes provision.
That's the importance.
For individuals, citizens, group of citizens, to now make application.
Yeah, because
to get that information.
Yeah, because it's not every information that will be on the public space.
Yes.
So, but that Freedom of Information Act can also help.
Yes.
If you seek or require such information that may not readily be on the public space, so that you can easily access such,
Yes.
Okay. Okay, but how fluid or how, accessible is the office of the Attorney General, for instance?
It's accessible. It's a public office. You can make your application.
Okay.
And the Freedom of Information Act also saw the possibility of the institution wherein that application is made to refuses to grant that application or request as made. And the Act now provides for, in Section 25, that you can go to court to seek a redress so that the court can grant an order. And once the court grants an order, you bring that order to them so that they can furnish you with whatever information as specified in your application.
All right, this is quite a sensitive topic, and we will not be able to exhaust it in one episode. But in the next episode, we're going to be looking more into, the sanctions, or how the citizens can be able to, access, remedies, these legal remedies, in tackling or finding way where the provisions of the law can, make sanctions on non-performing public officials that are found wanting in terms of not being able to, satisfy the public or the citizens in respect of giving account of their state worship. And that will be done basically, next week. But before we round off on this, let's look at the aspect of the legislative arm, for instance, that you raised. This is an important arm of government that helps to oversee, deploy, that helps to, look into oversight functions, of the executive. Now, how can we strengthen this body in order to be able to, help in accountability of the executive?
The law is clear with reference to legislative oversight, and that the legislature, their function as provided for by the Constitution is not just to make laws. Like we have agreed, they also have oversight functions to perform.
Yes.
And when they refuse,
but they are lagging in that aspect. Like what you said, they are lagging in that aspect.
Yes.
So how do we strengthen that arm? But first of all, what could be the causative factor, and how can we strengthen that arm for it to be found, living up to expectation?
With the kind of legislative representative we have, and the unique structure of Nigeria, democratically, legally, and otherwise, we may have just one function or one role to play, and that is where you discover now to the citizens, where the citizens of Nigeria discover that the members of the legislative arm of government are not carrying out their functions as legislative arm. In the next election, don't vote for them.
Okay, you are talking about, okay, before that, we could also, explore the aspect of the recall process. And of course, sanctions that may also be given on that. But well, that would be what we will be having same time next week on Law and You. Well, big thanks for taking our time to be part of this. Basically, that's what we're going to be looking at in the next episode, because we want to look at the recall process. How is it done? And of course, sanctions that will be given on non-performing public officials. How would that be carried out? So big thanks for taking our time to be part of this.
It's a pleasure to be.
My name is Philip Omar Gripo. We'll see you same time next week. Bye for now.
Certainly the best.
Tonight, Wike says no more extensions on ground rent enforcement. Minister orders new FEMA bus to deliver on road maintenance. Edo Deputy Governor urges President Tinubu to direct NBC to resolve boundary disputes with Delta State. Former Vice President Atiku Abubakar officially joins African Democratic Congress. Plus, federal government set to open Lagos-Calabar Coastal Road in December. Good evening, Nigeria, and welcome to the Network News on Independent Television, reaching you live from the nation's capital. I am Joyce Ikogu, and joining me from our Benin Network Center is Sonny Duke Okosun. Hello, Sonny. Good evening.
delight and a pleasure to be with you on the ITV Main News tonight.
It's a pleasure also. And also on standby is Joshua Ukata from our Lagos Network Center. Hello, Josh. Good evening.
Good evening to you, Joyce. Always a pleasure to have you join us on the Network News tonight.
It's a pleasure also. And we begin the news from the nation's capital. The Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, Nyesom Wike, says the presidential grace period granted to ground rent defaulters has long expired, insisting that enforcement will now begin without further delay. FCT correspondent Joy Igoche Ehiakina reports that the minister made this known during an inspection of the ongoing construction of a 6-lane road from Life Camp Junction to Ring Road 3 in Abuja.
The FCT Minister, Nyesom Wike, on Monday visited the construction site of N2 and N5 corridors, a 6-lane road linking Lifecamp Junction to Ring Road 3 near Karimo, to assess the pace and quality of work. He expressed confidence in the contractor's ability to deliver according to schedule. Wike used the occasion to reaffirm that a grace period earlier granted to ground rent defaulters has elapsed, stressing that full enforcement will commence immediately.
You realize that when we started this enforcement, there was a prevention intervention to give them 2-3 weeks more. But it's more than 4 months now, and we cannot carry out these projects without people paying their taxes. So we did also make publications of extending. And of course, they like to rush. If you don't go and enforce it, nobody will go and pay. So we believe that this is the last time. We're not going to extend any further.
The minister also addressed concerns surrounding the recently inaugurated Abuja bus terminals, giving updates on the operational phases and expected timelines.
Well, it's not a question of being quiet. It's a question of making sure that those who apply to run it, it's a contract. And so the procurement is ongoing. And then we also want to see the number of fleets that they have. To believe, by the grace of God, before the end of the year, that would have been rounded up. So it's a matter of getting things done by the way they were supposed to be, by following due process.
From Abuja, Joy Igoche Ehiakina, ITV News.
The Minister of State for Works and Supervising Minister of the Federal Roads Maintenance Agency, Bello Goronyo, has officially inaugurated Dr. Musa Babayo as chairman of FEMA's governing board, tasking him with leading a new era of efficiency and proactive road maintenance across Nigeria. Works correspondent Grace Agbulefu reports that the minister gave the charge during the inauguration ceremony in Abuja.
Speaking at the event, Works Minister of State described Dr. Baboye as a proven professional and dedicated public servant. He noted his impact leadership and the Tertiary Education Trust Fund. The minister says Baboye's contribution strengthened educational infrastructure nationwide and highlighted his humanitarian commitment to national development. The minister charged the new chairman to provide firm oversight, strategic direction, and strong policy guidance to FEMA's management team. He also emphasized the need for strengthened collaboration with the Ministry of Works, the National Assembly, state governments, and other critical stakeholders to enhance nationwide road maintenance.
FEMA is the lifeblood of our transport system. Our roads connect to towns, to markets, factories, to ports, and communities.
Earlier, the permanent secretary in the Ministry of Works, Engineer Olufusho Adebiyi, underscored the importance of the road sector to Nigeria's economy and national security. He stressed the need for stronger synergy between the ministry and FEMA to effectively address the nation's road maintenance challenges.
Government is more determined now more than ever. Government is determined. Government is not just determined. Stakeholders are also determined to hold us accountable. So I appeal to us to rise up to this challenge and also assure us that the support of the ministry is 100% guaranteed.
Responding after his inauguration, Dr. Musa Baboye pledged to elevate FEMA's operational efficiency.
And I want to assure you that this effort is appreciated, and I'll give you the kind of leadership that's required to move this agency to the next level.
In his remark, the managing director, CEO of FEMA, Engineer Emeka Abbas, welcomed the new chairman, noting that Baboye's vast experience across the public and private sectors will be invaluable to advancing the agency's mandates. From Abuja, Grace Ebulefu, ITV News.
You're still tuned to the network service of ITV. We now take you to our Benin Network Center for the continuation of the news. Over to you, Sonny.
Thank you, Joyce. And now from our Benin Network studio, the Edo State government has appealed to President Bola Ahmed Tinubu to, as a matter of urgency, direct the National Boundary Commission to immediately resolve all boundary disputes between Edo and neighboring Delta states. The Deputy Governor and Chairman of the Edo State Boundary Commission, Right Honorable Dennis Idahosa, made the appeal when he led members of the committee on an inspection of some encroached communities in Orionwa local government area. Deborah Ugbefun reports.
Following a petition on alleged encroachment into some communities in Orionwa local government area of Edo State by neighboring Delta State, the Edo Boundary Dispute Committee embarked on a visit to the affected areas. The Deputy Governor, Right Honorable Idahosa, made his first stop at Igwelaba Town Hall, where leaders and representatives from Obe, Ikobi, and Obazogbe Lokun gathered to give first-hand accounts of the alleged encroachment on their ancestral land.
To highlight the security situation in our communities, which has resulted in several deaths, insistent rape cases, and kidnapping.
Most of the people, they always come to the farm, arising every other person. The Omosoga is the one steady them, that to the extent that they don't share even the labor slot to Delta State.
Spokesperson for the community, Friday, Iyewaye Boegbe, and Asemota Lucky Nusakai alleged that Delta State had encroached on Edo land, attacked farmers, and compelled investors operating in their territory to pay royalties to Delta State. Right Honorable Idahosa and his committee members then proceeded on a fact-finding mission to the affected communities, including River Jimsi, which forms part of the boundary between the two states. Addressing journalists and villagers, the chairman of the Edo State Boundary Committee, Right Honorable Dennis Idahosa, appealed to President Bola Ahmed Tinubu to direct the National Boundary Commission to urgently resolve all outstanding boundary issues between Edo and Delta states to prevent possible communal clashes.
We want to thank all the community people that we've seen, the settlers, and we want to beg that they continue to maintain peace pending the determination of National Boundary Commission.
The Deputy Governor also vowed that the state government will reclaim all government lands or properties illegally ceded to political or business associates by previous administration. In Orionwa, Deborah Ubefun, ITV News.
Edo State lawmakers have taken steps towards amending the Edo State Local Government Electoral Law of 2012. Assembly correspondent Joy Obaishabo reports.
In a significant move aimed at updating and strengthening the legal framework guiding local government elections, members of the Edo State House of Assembly during Monday's sitting considered a bill seeking to amend the Edo State Local Government Electoral Law of 2012. The majority leader, Honorable Jonathan Ivama, expressed support for the proposed amendment.
To ensure that Edo State House of Assembly also is in tandem with what has been passed by the National Assembly, this bill before us today is to amend the Electoral Act in sequence with the Electoral Act at the national level, so that we can visit days, 360 days where it's supposed to be, 90 days where it's supposed to be, 30 days as the case may be provided in each case. So we should be seen as a community or society that walk the law and keep to the law. So let us amend our bill, our laws, so that we really active with what operates in the Electoral Act. So that Electoral Act will not be going in a different way. Edo State is having the law that is going in a different way. We all did our elections in the number of days that we set for our offices. Edo
The bill was subsequently slated for third reading.
This bill is hereby referred to the Committee on Local Governments to look into where we need to cross T cross and where we need to cross line. This will come back to the House of
From Benin, Joy Obaisiagbon, ITV News.
The Patriarch of the House of Igbenedion and Esamal Benin, His Excellency Sir Chief Dr. Gabriel Osawawu Igbenedion, has felicitated with Honorable Dan Uyi Idehen, CEO of Rendezvous Hotel and Apartments, on the joyous occasion of his 58th birthday celebration. In a special congratulatory message on behalf of the House of Igbenedion, the Esamal Benin Sir Chief Dr. Gabriel Osawawu Igbenedion said he's proud of the accomplishment of Honorable Dan Uyi Idehen, distinguished CEO of Rendezvous Hotel and Apartment. He said his 58th birthday celebration marks another remarkable milestone in the life of a man known for hard work, integrity, vision, and an unwavering commitment to excellence. Esamal Benin said Honorable Idehen's contributions to the hospitality sector, business development, and the community continues to reflect in diligence, noble purpose, and values that resonate deeply with the traditions of the Benin people. He offered prayers that the Almighty will continue to grant his wisdom, sound health, prosperity, and the fulfillment of his heart's desires, and that his path ahead shines even brighter. Former Vice President Alhaji Atiku Abubakar today officially joined the coalition party, the African Democratic Party, ADC, just 17 months to the 2027 general elections. The 78-year-old politician disclosed this in a short post on his official X handle, attaching pictures of him holding the party's membership card with the brief caption, "It's official." Proud to him joining the coalition, the former VP had been a high-profile member of the People's Democratic Party, PDP. He, however, resigned from the opposition party on July 16, citing irreconcilable differences that have emerged within the former ruling party. Atiku explained that he found it necessary to part ways due to the current trajectory the party has taken, which, according to him, diverges from the foundational principles it stood for. The opposition coalition officially adopted the ADC as its political platform on July 2, 2025 to contest the presidential and other elections in 2027. The coalition said it was set to rescue the country from collapse and rebuild its democracy. For more on the ITV main news tonight on the ITV network, let's now link you up with our Lagos Network studio where Joshua Okata is on standby. Joshua, good to see you, and it's over to you.
Same here, Dr. Sonny Duke, and of course, welcome to our Lagos Network Center. The federal government has announced that the first 47-kilometer segment of the Lagos-Calabar Coastal Highway will be open to tourists between December 12 and 17. Minister of Works, Engineer David Umahi, disclosed this on the spot assessment of the project. Aigboje Equaria has details.
Engineer Dave Umahi, while assessing the progress of work, stated that the project must meet the President's directive to ensure that the carriageway from Channel 0 to Channel 47 and up to Channel 50 is open to the public by December. He added that the contractor has been clearly instructed to comply with this directive. The minister further explains that the opening of the first section of the road will not disrupt ongoing construction. He noted that April next year has been set as the target for completing Section 1.5 of Section 2 full commissioning, excluding the bridges which form part of Section 2 contract.
I've always been imagining it from Channel 0 to Channel 750, and we have this kind of route.
That will be a revolution in terms of, the economic growth in this country. Not to talk about 1,068 kilometers of, Sokoto Badagry. Not to talk about 465 of the Trans-Sahara from Calabar to Ebonyi down to Abuja. Not to talk about 439, of Akwanga, Jos, Bauchi, Gombe.
The newly appointed Federal Controller of Works for Lagos State, Engineer Olufemi Dari, commended the minister and President Bola Tinubu for the attention given to the coastal highway and other road and bridge projects across the state. Speaking on the prolonged dispute involving Win Homes, Engineer Umahi clarified that the Federal High Court ruled that Mrs. Okenwum and Win Homes Global Services Limited lacked the local standing to initiate the legal action, having admitted through their court filings that they no longer possesses any proprietary interest in the land.
Where is the investment of $250 million? How did they pay? Where is the bank account? Where did you keep the money? So it's a fraud.
From Lagos, Agbuji Horia, ITV News.
Thanks, Josh. And back to Benin Network Studio. A service of song has been held to honor the life and memory of the presiding pastor of the Carpenters Church, Port Harcourt, the late Pastor Nkechi Ene. She was widely described as a woman of honor, both in Nigeria and around the globe, and passed away at the age of 56. Warri correspondent Benga Ahmed reports that her husband, engineer Emeka Ene, children, grandchildren, extended family members, dignitaries, including engineer Elvis Obaseki, managing director of Independent Television and Radio, pastors and friends from all walks of life gathered at the church to pay their last respect.
During the service of song on Friday, 21st November 2025, at the headquarters of Carpenter Church in Port Harcourt, the atmosphere was filled with emotion, praise, and heartfelt tributes. The event theme, An Evening of Testimony, celebrated the profound impact Pastor Nkechi Ene had on the lives of many.
No words that can describe how much you mean to me.
Let's be glad that Pastor Kedge is in heaven today.
Commenting on the late pastor's life, Engineer Elvis Obaseki, Managing Director of Independent Television and Radio, said she lived a fulfilled life.
It is not really how many years I will live on earth that we should measure life with, but the impact. This woman, in about 56 years of being alive, has impacted very seriously both in the body of Christ and in the lives of those that she met.
The homegoing service took a solemn turn as the remains of Pastor Nkechi Ene were escorted into the Champions of Faith Carpenter Church premises by her husband, children, friends, pastors from various denominations and dignitaries, all gathered to bid farewell to a woman who lived a truly fulfilled life. Music, ministration, tribute songs, and testimony were presented throughout the service. The first Bible reading was delivered by Faithman Obuada, while the second reading was performed by her daughter, Zoe Ene. In his exhortation, Pastor Soska Forbes from Abiding Word Ministry, Gambia, reminded attendees that death is inevitable and encouraged Christians to live a fulfilled life worthy of admonition.
As a kingdom witness, all you have been taught and all that has been constantly modeled before your very eyes, from Pastor C to Pastor Kedge. And for that, I congratulate you.
Your life's example, your ministry, your selfless spirit will all live on, Mama.
I've had your full support, and I thank God that such a beautiful, strong woman of God is who I get to call my grandma.
I've been pinching myself. Every day I pinch myself so that maybe I will wake up from this dream. I'll say, which kind of dream is this self? I'm buying the dream, that kind of thing.
The body of late Nkechi Ene was later taken to her husband's compound, where the dust-to-dust rites were performed before she was finally committed to Mother Earth. From Port Harcourt, Benga Ahmed, ITV News.
May the souls of the departed continue to rest in perfect peace. In the meantime, as part of activities marking the annual general and scientific meeting of the Association of Psychiatrists in Nigeria, APN, the Federal Neuropsychiatric Hospital, Benin City, in collaboration with the Medical Women's Association of Nigeria, Edo State Chapter, has conducted a free medical outreach for residents of Idowina community. Details of that report will be brought to you in our subsequent news presentation. For more on the ITV News.
You're still watching the network news on Independent Television. Let's take a break. More reports when we return.
Many thanks again for rejoining us on the ITV Main News tonight. The 2025 edition of the Edo Festival and Awards held over the weekend in London attracted Edo's sons and daughters to a colorful celebration of culture, heritage and achievements. The event, organized by J.J. Barry Conglomerate in partnership with the Prince Builders and Estate Developers Limited, took place at the Oasis Banqueting Suite in Barking. ITV foreign correspondent Rosny Nevorame attended the event and brings us the details.
The stage is set as Edo musical artists and comedians converge in London to entertain guests.
It was an evening of relaxation, nostalgia, and excitement for Edo indigenes in the United Kingdom who gathered at the Oasis Banqueting Suites for the 2025 Edo Festival and Awards. Edo musical stars, including Advisor Nwamagbe, Prince Kola Arala Osula, Kizo, and others, lit up the stage, thrilling guests with energetic and culturally rich performances. Founder of the J.J. Barry Conglomerates, Ambassador Ken Ude, said the annual festival is designed to celebrate the rich cultural heritage of Edo State and to showcase the beauty of its traditions to the world. Similarly, the official sponsor and managing director of the Prince Builders Limited, Siri Omoege, spoke about the importance of his company's support for the event.
And we encourage all the Edos in diaspora, whatever you want, to be part of this great initiative, this great event. As you can see, this is positive. This is progress. All we do is talk about real estate, and we are giving out this land. It's also an encouragement to all our Edoites here. With just £50 initial deposit, we will own a land from the Prince Builders.
The highlight of the night was a presentation of awards to distinguished Edo personalities. A plot of land was awarded to the best dressed attendee, courtesy of the Prince Builders. It's
been a wonderful outing among Edo people here in the United Kingdom as they had the opportunity to wine and dine together in the spirit of the Yuletide. From Baki, London, Rosely Evorame, ITV News.
Ambassador Dr. Lancelot Odua Imaswe has marked his 30 years in the movie industry with the premiere of 4 Edo-centric films in an event tagged the Credible Edo-centric movie premiere. The films Enibokun, Esista, Ewebo, Edawe, and Efine Boy Reloaded were unveiled on Sunday at Kada Cinema, Sapele Road, Benin City. Joy Obaishamo reports that the historic ceremony drew a distinguished audience of film lovers and key cultural figures, including the Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Arts, Culture and Creative Economy, Desmond Agbama, and respected elder statesman, Pastor Osagi Izeyamu, who gathered to witness the success of the marathon screening.
The quadruple Edo-centric movie premiere, the first of its kind in the Nigerian film industry, featured 4 films premiered in one night, all produced and directed by Nollywood icon and veteran filmmaker Ambassador Dr. Lancelot Odua Imaswe, fondly called the Governor, as part of activities marking his 3rd decade journey in the movie industry.
I set the heart
of each of the movies. So I'm happy, and all of them got the messages in the work. This has been my work for 30 years, plotting graphs, working on people's emotions, and getting results.
The 4 movies, each rooted in contemporary Edo social issues, include Enibokun, the story of Adanigbe, a young man entangled with older women; Edame, a tragic tale of a young girl driven to contemplate suicide after her father forbids her from marrying the family driver's son; a Sister Webo centered on Imade, who returns from the UK with an air of superiority over her friends; A Fine Boy Reloaded, following Desmond, who returns after 15 years with a new bride, despite having previously impregnated 4 women in his community. The unprecedented premiere of 4 films in one night generated widespread excitement and commendation from intellectuals, industry players, and invited guests. Many praised Ambassador Lancelot Oduwa-Imasuen for his artistic strength, dedication, and the exceptional quality of the films and the cast.
As he celebrates 30 years in the film industry, I think our collective prayer is that God will truly reward you. And let me congratulate the cast. Wonderful performance.
Let me congratulate him for 30 years in the movie industry. Well, I want to commend him and I want to appreciate him because all his movies has been top-notch.
The project itself was great. I never expected it, but came out fine, wonderful, and for everybody who came here, I want to say thank you.
From Benin, Joy Obaisiagbon, ITV News.
The indigenous people of Okoroma Community, Bobaha local government area, have received credible information about a planned attack on a community leader by a neighboring community. The head of Okoroma Community, G.A. Mokbai, has announced that the community is alerting the police and other security agencies, requesting their assistance in identifying those responsible for this threat. According to a statement, 3 unknown vehicles were observed near the homes of some youth leaders in the community on the evening of November 19th, 2025, monitoring their movements. The statement added that since October 31st, 2024, these hostile elements have reportedly been adopting guerrilla tactics, causing tension. He said the community does not know why these individuals have chosen this course of action, but they are concerned it could escalate insecurity in the area. The situation is being linked to a neighboring community involved in unauthorized land sales who have allegedly launched a series of attacks against Okoroma community. He appealed to law enforcement agencies to work discreetly to unmask those behind this threat as the community pledges to cooperate fully with the security authorities to prevent any untoward incidents and ensure the safety of all residents. A sizable number of women and youths across 10 states in northern Nigeria have benefited from a digital skills training program organized by the Niger Delta Initiative in collaboration with Women Our Voice, Our Voices. The chairperson and chief executive officer of the Niger Delta Initiative, Dr. Akpoguma Ekwomose, disclosed this during a 2-day event held across several northern states. Fosa Wangwe has the details.
Dr. Akpoguma Ekwomose, widely recognized for her philanthropic work, has over the years championed various initiatives aimed at uplifting women. She explained that the Niger Delta Initiative, in a partnership with STEM Africa and Women Our Voice, Our Vote Venture, has officially commenced a digital skills training program for young women across multiple centers in the northern region, which include Kano, Kaduna, Gombe, among others. According to the CEO, the initiative is designed to equip participants with essential technological competencies that will create pathways to future opportunities in the digital economy.
This ICT free training has been more than I could ever expect or imagine. I'm so grateful. I think we have about 18 northern states in which is offering this free STEM training, ICT training.
Speaking on day 2 of the ongoing training in Kaduna State, where young women turned out in impressive numbers, she noted that the program will deepen participants' understanding of vital technology tools. She added that the training, an initiative of the Niger Delta in collaboration with STEM Africa and Wovo Venture, continues to provide the digital literacy needed to assess emerging opportunities in today's tech-driven world.
And I pray God will give me the opportunity to do more of this to develop women. Women, our voice, our votes. It's not just only about voting in Nigeria. It's also about impacting and training you and the knowledge to be able to make wise decisions, to be able to support your families.
Some of the participants appreciated Dr. Okomose for the training.
Want to say thank you to Dr. Mary Mena, founder Niger Delta Initiative.
We, the women in Northern State, in Kano State, we appreciate your good work. From
Benin, Efosa Uangwe, ITV News.
We'll bring you more reports after this commercial break on the ITV Main News tonight. Stay with us. Members of the Esan Akugbe Noruri Progressive Union have been commended for their humanitarian services to the less privileged across Esan land in recent years. The commendation was given by guests during the union's first annual general meeting and end-of-year party held on Saturday in Ekpoma, the administrative headquarters of Esan West Local Government Area of Edo State. Edo Central correspondent Chris Omije has the details.
Speaking at the maiden edition of the annual general meeting and end-of-year party of the Esan Akugbe Noruri Progressive Union in Ekpoma, Chairman on the occasion, Barrister Victor Idiakoa, appreciated the union for its commitment to supporting the less privileged across Esan land.
Your noble idea is well appreciated, and having looked at the objective, I've seen that you are now fully registered with the Corporate Affairs Commission, which means it's now a full legal entity.
Chairman of the union, Engineer Fred Roman, stated that the core objective of the union is to care for indigent students, patients, prison inmates, and the elderly in the society. He explained that this informed their visit to Ubiaja Correctional Center and Ubiaja General Hospital on Friday as part of their end-of-year activities.
This year, we were at Ubiaja. Precisely yesterday, we visited the Correctional Center where we took some toiletries and food to the prisoners. From there, we went to the General Hospital in Ubiaja, where we discharged 3 indigent members of the Ubiaja community, and we got them discharged. That's yesterday.
Some guests applauded the union for its service to humanity, while goodwill messages were delivered by dignitaries, including the majority leader of the Edo State House of Assembly, Honorable Jonathan Ibamawu, represented by Honorable Henry Irene.
The objectives of this your local organization, it is very, very valuable. God, in His own infinite mercy, will enable them to accomplish this great commission He has put in their hands.
Awards of recognition were later presented to deserving members of the union.
It is not as if we have too much, but from the little God has blessed us with, we want to make impact on the less privileged.
In Ekpoma, Chris Omije, ITV News.
Jude Bellingham scored one and assisted another as Real Madrid returned to the top of La Liga despite being held to a draw by Elche. That's our package tonight on the ITV Main News. Thank you for watching. Good night.
viewers, welcome to Viewpoint on ITV. I am Caroline Okonji. So today on Viewpoint, let's talk about the insecurity that has been affecting Nigeria as a country and how it affects our economy, our agricultural sector, and most importantly, our means of livelihood.
Security is the most important element if you are talking about whether state development or national development. No investment can thrive when there's no guaranteed security. And I don't think any economy can grow. I don't think any country can do well if the security architecture of that country is not such that it's able to arrest things that will make investors scared to put their investments in that very environment. And then on the issue of Donald Trump, some people say it's threatening Nigeria, but I don't think it's threatening Nigeria. The issues raised that led to Donald Trump and the Secretary of War of the United States wanting to come to Nigeria, those issues, are they real? Those are the questions to ask. The killings, are they real? Is there massacre of people, whether Christians or non-Christians? I don't believe that the people that are doing it, that they are Muslims, because I do know that Islam does not encourage killings. So for them to think that they are on some mission for God in quote, and nobody has been able to stop them. We have a country where the security agencies have not been able to curb these things for so many years. 8 years of Buhari is gone. We are post 2 years now into Tinubu administration, that's 10 years. And in a country like Nigeria, you still see where they will show you on video where people are being killed and buried. The question when some people talk, the question I always ask them is it because those that are affected are not directly related to it? So I think that the American government, coming out to say that if Nigeria cannot solve it, they want to come and solve it. I think it's a wake-up call on one, the president, who is the commander-in-chief of the armed forces, who is the chief security officer of Nigeria, to either do the needful and let every Nigerian feel protected within our country.
As of today, obviously insecurity has become a thing of concern for every Nigerian. And primarily, from our own research, I personally have realized that the insecurity is given birth to by Nigerians themselves, in line with the high rate of corruption in the system. Insecurity can only reduce when the corruption level is reduced. The primary cause of insecurity in our society is lack of consequences to crime. So if there are consequences, as we all know, the Nigerians are very good in abiding to laws when there is consequences to the crime they commit. So the Nigerians are very good in taking advantage of loopholes when there is no consequences to their crime. If you pay attention to Nigerians that are in diaspora today, you realize that 80% of them are very law-abiding over there. The primary reason for that is because in the Western world, the consequences to crime is not negotiable. So, but coming back home today, we all have seen it, taking a negative tone on our society, and we all are, affected by it in one way or the other. Talking about foreign intervention to Nigeria, we all, I wouldn't say we all know, but for me, it is obviously clear that this was expected at a point. It's in two ways. One way is because of the applications of the current uh, federal government, the steps they are taking to boycott American. The country we are living in right now is a one-party system. And obviously, it's not healthy for the country. We see governors, everybody moving to APC today. So Nigeria is in the state of in the state of surgery. So we need a surgery at this point because a society that does not have a competitor is as good as doomed.
What I'm about to say right now is concerning the herdsmen that come to our community here. Those are real cow. They normally come with their cow to eat people cross here in my community here. They used to come with their cow. Instead of them to move along the road so that their cow will not eat grass from the road, they will take those cows to the people's farm in community. They will be eating their cross. Some will have cassava, some will have yam. Those cows will not destroy those cross in their farm. Many occasions, those people, they will come to me, started explaining what is going on in their farm concerning the herdsmen with their cow. We don't want such a thing from the community. The way they are damaging people crossing here in community is very bad. Also, in our secondary school in Umtekon here is very bad. There is no window in those schools, no door. There are some iron shed that those children are using to sit in the school. Some boys, we don't know them, they will go there, destroy those shed, pack those iron and bend it, fold it and take it to somewhere they will go and sell those iron. It's the iron that they are taking from the shed. They will remove the wool that the children will use supposed to write in school. They will remove those one away from the shed. They will fold the iron, take it away to go and sell it to wherever they want to sell it. We doesn't want such a thing in community. We are still pleading, we are begging so that they can also support us. It's supposed the school is well available for us. The school is well built. Those windows they are be fixed. Those doors are be fixed. By the time those door or window are being locked, I believe that they can never go there and be stealing those iron share in school.
First and foremost, let me start with how it affects our livelihood. You will discover that when farmers can no longer access their farms, they can no longer cultivate crops, you find out that there is food shortage and there is food insecurity. People will be hungry and the few crops or agricultural products, the price will skyrocket, which will result in inflation. And if the prices of foodstuff increase, every other thing will increase to catch up with the prices of foodstuff. You'll find out that when there is insecurity, people can no longer travel. You find out that you see situations where buses are stopped and everybody is kidnapped. How will people do interstate and intercity economic matters or businesses? You find out that everyone is holed up in his own state or in his own city without being able to do cross-country businesses. And again, you find out that foreign investments run away from countries or places where there's insecurity. Where there's insecurity or fear of the unknown, money flies away. People start taking out their finances, their investments, and running away from that country. That is the problem Nigeria is facing, and it is not good for our economic development. And if need be, what stops us from asking for help? If your house is on fire and only you cannot quench the fire, will you not call in neighbors to help? I have spoken against his rhetoric before, but we should look beyond how he speaks. We all know Donald Trump, he will always be Trump. But we must look beyond that and see how we can be helped. Now, Donald Trump seems to have the list of people who are behind this mess that we are in, and so everyone is jittery. But Nigeria needs help, and if help is coming, we should accept it, so that these bandits, these herdsmen can be driven away. We must not play politics with our security. If we need help, we should accept help.
Insecurity in Nigeria ranges between banditry, insurgency, kidnapping, and of course, these ethnic clashes. We cannot rule that one out. Also, the farmer herders herdsmen clashes, we can also rule it out. And the fact remains that this has been so predominant in the north and southeast of Nigeria. And I think of recent, we started experiencing kidnapping in the south. Before now, at the advent of the democratic system in this era, there was this militants in the south. But I think at the moment, what we are experiencing now, one can only say that there is other hidden agenda which is not visible to the understanding of the natural man, because we discovered that in the north, a lot of religious crisis, so to say, because we see the Christians are being killed almost on daily basis, churches are burnt, and of recent, the United States of America alerted us that there is, of course, genocide, the massacre of the Christians in Nigeria, of which we are not ignorant of that fact, because it has been always on the news. In Benue, in Plateau, of course, Nasarawa, Borno, Adamawa, where the Christian Association of Nigeria chairman of that state was also killed. I think as it stands, the effect is so devastating. For example, you are going to discover that especially in the northern region, there's going to be restriction of movements, transportation. Of course, also in the south, because you cannot move so freely because fear of being kidnapped is there. And this herdsmen issue, because like in our community of recent, we saw some of these people also creating some problem, resulting in killings. And of course, those things are likely to have adverse effects on our economy and of course in the movement of citizens.
Insecurity is affecting our culture, is affecting food production, short of food, short of yams. At the same time, years back, we see yams everywhere, plantains everywhere, and all that. So, if I may say, but Nigeria is a nation, country, and we also have a stake. But since our government are proving the otherwise, what do you expect us to do? Everywhere is security. Mini city where we are, just the security, Fulani X-Men everywhere, Nitiala and all those terrorist group and all that. Not until they browned these bandits as terrorists, I think they won't do anything about it. And to a large extent, they're being funded by powers on high. At this point, Nigerians are helpless, and that's the gospel truth. We're helpless. The nation is on the standstill, nothing is working. Nothing at all is working. And so, if now our president is beginning to wake up and ask for assembly, it's the right call towards the right direction. They should wake up and do something. Because for too long, I think some persons are making profit out of this banditry and whatever is going on, this so-called Boko Haram and all that. How can you have in a nation, in a country that we are Nigeria, our nation, we have no other country, whether we travel to America, wherever, we're still Nigerians. Just imagine, in this same nation, we have Sharia law. Does it make any sense? I will say we want Nigeria. It doesn't make any sense. I don't know if we are Nigerians anymore. I don't know the right word to say. And I think the Northerners, it's high time they wake up to know we are Nigerians. We are one Nigeria, one nation. Nigeria is not for me alone, it's not for the North, it's not for the Igbos, it's not for the Yoruba, it's not for the Edos, it's not for the Shekiri or Jaws or whatever. It's for everybody. And when we wake up to that responsibility, I think and I believe Nigeria will go forward.
The security of life and property and the welfare of the citizenry is the primary obligation and duty of the government as enshrined in our Constitution, particularly under Chapter 2, precisely Section 14, Subsection 2B, where it says that the government's primary responsibility shall be to provide welfare of the citizens and security of lives and property. And that, be that as it may, it seems that our security issue has lingered for such a long time, that it begins to give some inferences, that people are beginning to infer that there's more to it. There are people who are cashing out on this, our insecurity, which shows that it's being politicized. There's more to it. But in my own honest view, I feel that whatever challenge you have in this insecurity can squarely be handled and tackled by the government, except that they are having some cold feet, probably because of some of their interests or inordinate benefits they are getting from it. Otherwise, if they are set to tackle insecurity, who are these insurgents that you cannot suppress? But because there are political motives, there are selfish, objectives, there are people who are making it here and there. I mean, insecurity or kidnapping and banditry have come in the realms of billions now. They now ask people for ransom in billions, in hundreds of millions. So it has become very profitable to indulge in. So people have been encouraged to get into it because government has provided a veritable ground for it to fester. So now, I think that since Nigeria is a sovereign nation, foreign intervention cannot happen. America cannot invade Nigeria without incurring the wrath of the international community. But as a sovereign nation, your internal affairs are to be managed and handled by you and not to another nation. But America being the number one world police of all the nations, you don't expect them to fold their hands and watch the gory scenes that are flowing out from Nigeria every day, where people are being beheaded recklessly and ruthlessly, where people's lives have been turned upside down, people have been maimed and brutalized, people have been chased away from their ancestral homes, and nothing is being done, despite the amount of budget, huge, humongous money they've been budgeted for fighting insecurity. It ends up in private courts. And the kind of, when you fight a war that those who are fighting it are part of it, it becomes difficult to win. But most of the people fighting insurgency and insecurity are part of the problem. So that's why it becomes a problem. So I don't think that it is impossible for America to invade Nigeria. It has happened in the past.
I will blame the federal government and the state government, not only Edo State. It's no more news. We are aware how the bandit came into Nigeria. I would not want to dwell on it too much. It affects the community, even the rural area. I have farmers that are even farming on their own inside my farm. I have almost 50 laborers. Do you know, if I didn't employ security people, that village would not have been going to farm at all. And yet, we are not feeling the impact of either the state government or the federal government. This place is a bit fair. What of Benue and Plateau? The government should wake up.
For a very long time now, the issue of insecurity, has been quite alarming. Yes, as a nation that is suffering insecurity, the economy of such a country is going to be stagnated. As a country is also seeking to grow our economy, it is also very important that investors from around the world are attracted to invest into the economy. And then let's also look at our citizens. If there's unrest regarding, if the liberty of the people is being threatened, there's no how people can go about their daily endeavors. Right now, it's also a pressing issue that farmers no longer go to their farms at will because of the issue of banditry, kidnapping, and all of that, which is a major problem in our current society. It is also to that effect that we as human rights activists within our own capacity are crying out to the government to ensure that the right security apparatus is being employed, and then that the government of the day is trying to focus more their energy is being channeled to address the issues of insecurity as the ultimate unrest in our nation. With no reasons to dispute that Nigeria currently is going through insecurity, like you rightly said. But then, as a president of the country, which we believe should also be inclined to international law, we see it as a disrespect, to Nigeria as a sovereign state. Yes, before we engage, there are rules of engagement. If Nigeria as a sovereign nation is in one way or the other having a bilateral agreement or a diplomatic agreement with the U.S., inviting the U.S. government to intervene in our issue, then it will be a different case. And then the reasons why I, as a person, which I'm also entitled to my opinion, will not support that effort is because the United States, when it comes to military intervention, has a very poor record, because we've seen instances of countries where they intervene and such countries were left in ruin, and Libya is a forceful example in Africa.
Amid insecurity that is currently affecting Nigeria as a country and its citizens, with different reactions from our respondents, who also called on the federal government to do the needful to boost the security of lives and properties of citizens. They also reacted and made reference to the intervention statement made by the United States of America's President Donald Trump, calling it a welcome development, and it should also be something that should be welcomed by the country. It is Viewpoint on ITV. I am Caroline Okonji.
Thanks for joining us again on the program African Discourse, Monday afternoon, the show program that comes away every Monday at about 1:30. My name is Evan Sunohuge. Well, today we may just continue from where we stopped last week on Monday, where we talked about the G20 summit, and we saw that Nigeria, as a country in the African continent, by way of connection, that for the fact that Africa was mentioned, Africa was is a member of the G20 summit, then definitely we must talk about the summit. Now, we saw
all that played out before the summit, whereby the president of the U.S., the president of Donald Trump, said that he was not going to be in that summit because of the white minority land ownership in South Africa. Now the summit has come and gone, and it ended on Sunday. It was a one-day summit between the 22nd and the 23rd of this month of November 2025. And of course, the summit has come and gone. Now, the big question that we ask is, what is the major pullouts in this summit? Now, so many ways to look at it now, because we understand that one sure agreement that was made in that summit is the general agreement on the need to charge up multilateral cooperation among member states. So we're going to be talking along that line today on the program African Discuss. Well, some of the information that we are following as far as the topic is concerned today, looking at the G20 summit and how it prioritizes Africa. How does it place African priorities? The information we are following on that today is that the G20 summit in Johannesburg has wrapped up. South Africa handing over the rotational presidency to the U.S., which did not attend the meeting. Now, remember, I have said that the U.S. president said he was not going to attend, and definitely he did not attend. But the irony of that now is that the South African president, in the person of Cyril Ramaphosa, has handed over the baton in absentia to the U.S. president. And we understand that come next year, 2026, the U.S. president is going to be hosting, America to be precise, is going to be hosting the G20 summit next year, 2026. And we understand that it's going to be hosted at Donald Trump's golf course in Florida. You know, that's just the way it is. Anyway, South African presidency Ramaphosa formally closed the G20 summit on Sunday, handing over the presidency to the U.S., where we are going to see again, where he said we shall see each other again next year. Then he said South Africa used its G20 presidency to place the priorities of Africa and the global South at the center of the agenda, building on the development focus of previous presidencies in Indonesia, India, and Brazil. Then, of course, Cyril Ramaphosa said South Africa is truly honored and humbled to have hosted the G20 summit, the first time the summit has ever been held on the African soil. So once again, we say kudos to Africa as a continent, and of course, we say kudos to all Africans for successfully hosting the G20 summit. Now that it has come and gone, what does it hold for the continent? How will the continent benefit from it? Is all we're going to be looking at today on the program. Well, to discuss all this today, we're so privileged to have a foremost politician with us here in Benin. Of course, we're not discussing Nigerian politics, but somehow maybe we may be tempted to say one or two things about Nigerian politics. Please join me to welcome Mr. Tony Alile, who is joining us virtually this afternoon from Benin. Mr. Tony, a very good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon, and thank you for having me.
Okay, you're welcome to the program African Discuss. All right, so the summit, the G20 summit has come and gone, and it's a funny one now that the U.S. president did not attend, but the presidency, the right to host the next edition has been handed over to him in absentia, and we understand that it's going to be held in the U.S. in Donald Trump's golf course in Florida next year, 2026. Away from that, but let's quickly look at the major pullouts from this G20 summit in Johannesburg. What would you say are the major pullouts for the African continent?
Okay. Once again, good afternoon, my viewers, and good afternoon to everyone, at the studio. Well, I want to say, first of all, this is a first in African continent. G20 has been, the meeting of the G20s all over the world has been held in almost all the continents in Africa. But like we said earlier, this is the first time it's coming to I mean, all over the continent in the world except Africa. This is the first time it's coming to African continent, and it came, and it was very successful, in spite of the obvious boycott by the United States, due to some of the issues that he has raised over time about South African handling of human rights. You put that aside, the outcome of the G20 meeting and the participants from all over the world, the Prime Minister of the Great Britain, the President of France, the President of Brazil, the Prime Minister of India, representative of the Chinese government, they were all present on African soil. And some of the greatest things that one can actually take home from the G20 was a few of the issues that were contained in the communique, which have to do with inequality in the world and the climate change. Those are areas that really affects Africa a lot. We don't seem to to pay much attention to this climate change. The great countries of the world, the big economies of the world, United States, Germany, and others, seems to concentrate on continuing with their fossil fuel, their coal, their steel manufacturing, and so on and so forth, which some of the process contributes to this ozone layer depletion. And in Africa, we don't seem to have any control of it. Today, 80% of African family are still relying on, what we call the firewood energy for cooking and so on and so forth. By so doing, destroying our rainforest, destroying our forest, and creating a lot of these climate problems. So I'm very happy that climate change was one of the focus issue in this whole thing. And the second part that I can say is a great take home for Africa, is the clamoring for the trade balance, which has been which has been disastrous and disadvantage to African countries over time. A situation where a country will come to Africa like Ivory Coast, purchase their cocoa at a very minimal price and take it away to major companies like Cadbury and the rest of them, make chocolate and bring them back to Africa as a finished product. So all of this area, the idea of Africa exporting all our raw materials to Western world and expecting finished product, these were part of the sideline discussion that I took interest in during the G20 meeting in South Africa. I was very impressed on the stand of I'm trying to remember the country in Africa who was very resolute that the trade balance have to be addressed. The inadequacy in the trade, the trade between African and the Western world, and that issue was very, very important. That it ended up becoming one of the issues that that were addressed when the communique was was being delivered. So I commend the G20 body for picking a South African or picking an African as a president and choosing Africa as a host continent for this last meeting. It's a welcome development to Africa, and it's a good one.
Okay. All right, so good one there. Now, let's quickly mention here again that our own president, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, could not have been there because of the insecurity issues that were reported and that happened recently in Nigeria. So the Vice President, Kashim Shettima, had to make it to Johannesburg, South Africa, to represent Nigeria at the G20 summit. Now, away from that now, Tony Alile, now the charge that is being given in this G20 summit is the need for member states, a member nation, to improve on multilateral cooperation. Now, like you rightly said, that when we talk about the G20 summit, we're talking about the biggest economies of the world and the superpowers in terms of economical advantage, economical strength, and all that. Now, for the U.S., that seems, that happens to be I don't want to say the greatest now, but one of the greatest economies in the world. They were not in this summit. So for us to have an ending charge for member states to ensure that they improve on multilateral cooperation, is that not a charge on deaf ears?
Well, yes. First of all, let me start from the point that concerns our president for not physically present in the G20. The good thing is Nigeria president. There is a say in Benin that the head of the house cannot be sleeping when there is a snake on the roof. So the president at this particular trying time in our country's security situation cannot be traveling out of the country when our young girls are kidnapped on a daily basis. Christians are being shot in the churches. Some Muslims are being killed in their farms. So the responsible president will not be traveling in spite of the importance of the G meeting in South Africa. So I think the president did the right thing for not traveling to that place, because he would have been asked to come back, and he would have, he would have been able to put up a good face in the presence of other world leaders when daily report is saying that Nigeria is on fire. So for the president not attending, is a welcome development, and I praise the president for taking Nigeria interests first. Then for the United States not also attending, over time, you all know that President Trump has complained bitterly about human rights violation in South Africa as it involves the white minorities. With the farmland redistribution exercise that was once perfected when Jacob Zuma was the president. The present administration find the distribution of the land to be inadequate and improper, and they are now distributing it fairly to all the farmers. And for some reasons, the American president find that to be a violation of the rights of the white farmers in South Africa, and for that singular reason, he chose not to attend, the summit. But all fair and good. Great countries were well represented. Like I said, the Prime Minister of the Great Britain was present. The President of France was present. The Prime Minister of India was present. A high-power delegate and representative from China was present. Same from Russia, and so on and so forth. But like I said, the American president's excuse for not attending was the alleged human rights violation against the white minority in South Africa. But some other analysts from the world also frown at the president's disagreement and disapproval of an African country being one of the one of the forefront and front leaders of the BRICS bloc, the BRIC economic bloc, and even have one of the African countries letter as one of the acronyms of BRICS, which is BRIC, B for Brazil, R for Russia, I for India, and C for China, with the X that was recently affixed to it as South Africa. So the Americans have always seen Africa as an economic partner, as a trade partner, and a security partner over time. And they would have expected that any economic bloc or any anti-American crusade anywhere in the world, Africans should abstain from it, which of course I think they are wrong in that perception. But that is actually the reason why some of these analysts canvass that makes the president of the United States not to attend, not necessarily because of the so-called alleged human rights violation of the white minority. We all know what happened in South Africa over time during the apartheid and so on and so forth, what the white did to the black people. I'm not saying the same thing should be replicated back to the white, but the distribution of the land initially at the end of the apartheid, giving about 90% of the land, the farmland in South Africa, to less than 10% population. To me, I think it was an aberration, and it was too one-sided. It was lopsided, and I think that is what the government of Cyril Ramaphosa has come to correct. That is upsetting President Trump, including the daily report from the Elon Musk of X, the former Twitter, against the black South Africans. So I don't want to go into those issues that has to do with discrimination and racism between the South Africans and the American president. But I am saying that the major reason why Donald Trump did not attend is the South African deep involvement in the BRICS economic bloc, not the published story of human rights violation against the white South Africa, who of course today owns the economy of South Africa. So the other countries that came to attend, I applaud them, and I am in full support of the communique, in spite of the fact that the American president didn't wanted them to issue any statement at the end of the of the summit. That was a bold step by the South African president, and that is a bold step for the entire African continent.
Okay. All right. Now, let's quickly talk about the absence of U.S. again, because some analysts are of the opinion that this is perhaps one of the, in terms of trying to look at the quality of the summit now, that this summit is low in quality in the sense that the U.S. Was not present at the summit. Now, you tell us, from your own point of view, do you see the G20 2025 summits as a witless, summit without the U.S.?
No. Certainly, I disagree with that. America did not attend. Does not invalidate the entire letters and principles of the summit. I just mentioned some great countries in the world, great economies in the world who were physically present. Japan was there. I saw the representative from South Korea, and so on and so forth. So if America chooses not to attend the summit, that is their own prerogative. It's their right to do that. But that does not invalidate anything, any agreement that was reached during the summit. Every letter of the communique that was issued by the president of South Africa, who also doubled as the president of the G20 as at the time of the summit, is a 100% valid communique. It's a 100% valid document, and is binding anywhere it goes. So Americans absent from that summit is just a way of Americans registering their displeasure over what they claim to be the human rights violation of the white minority in South Africa. So that is their prerogative, that is their business. So it does not invalidate anything that was discussed there. So you cannot call it a low quality or a low rated summit, because all the great nations of the world were all present. So I give the summit a big kudos, and I congratulate the president of South Africa, I congratulate South Africans, and I congratulate the entire Africa for hosting a thought non-possible thing in African soil. Don't also forget that it's that same South Africa that hosted the World Cup for the first time, since the inception of World Cup. And great things are happening. Some time ago, Nigeria hosted the CHOGM, the Commonwealth Nations in here, and we hosted the African Games. So the more we are putting our country out there to the world, the more the world will start respecting us for who we are. Go to every part of the world. Let me take Nigeria as a test case right now. There is nowhere in America, there is no, among the 500 Fortune 500 established companies in America, Nigeria man is in everyone in the top level management. The best hospitals in the world that are there in America, the best doctors there are Nigerians. Mayo Clinic in Washington, D.C. I can tell you this for free. The vaccine, the equivalent of America's CMD here, that we call CMD, they call it chairman over there, is my younger niece, Stephanie Mokaro. She's the head of Mayo Clinic. That is one of the best hospitals in America, where the top guns all over the world are, goes for treatment. These are Africans. So Africans are not pushed over anywhere in the world. It was the initial, I don't want to call it inferiority complex. It was the initial complex that we inherited from colonialism over time that put us on that pedestal. But as of today,
Tony,
I can
let's quickly take a short pause now.
Everywhere in the world.
All right, Tony, so we quickly take a short pause. Viewers out there, the program is still African Discourse on your television. Independent Television. And our focus this afternoon is looking at the G20 summit that has just been completed in Johannesburg in South Africa. The major priorities. How has it placed Africa's priorities is what we're looking at this afternoon. Mr. Tony Alile, now I don't know if you may share the same opinion that some analysts are sharing as far as the G20 summit is concerned. Now, why the U.S., or you may want to say why Donald Trump may have taken Nigeria's insecurity issue as an issue of major concern. Now, I'm going to read out an excerpt, to you from this summit. Now, the leaders on Saturday, now talking about world leaders on Saturday, they pledged in the declaration to work for a just, comprehensive, and lasting peace in Sudan, the Democratic Republic of Congo, the occupied Palestinian territories, and Ukraine, condemning terrorism in all of its forms and manifestations. Now, you can see that the issue of terrorism in Nigeria, is not mentioned here. Now, Nigeria is not a direct member of the G20, except the fact that it's in a continent which is a member, that is the African continent. Now, little wonder, when world leaders gather to talk about terrorism in parts of the world, what is going on? I mean, one would have thought, for a Donald Trump to have noticed that terrorism is tearing Nigeria apart. I mean, to the extent that he's making an allegation that there seems to be a genocide against Christianity in Nigeria. But at this summit now, we can see that the issue of insecurity in Nigeria and terrorism is not being mentioned in particular reference to Nigeria. What do you think is going on, Tony Alile?
This is another area that I've shied away from, discussing over time. We all know what is happening in Nigeria today as far as insecurity is concerned. It is very, very audible enough for the deaf to hear, and it's so bright that even the blind can see it. Is an epidemic that was handled with a kid globe initially, that has now snowballed into a full-blown, terrorist action. But again, I still rely on my state, on my president. I still believe on the words from the presidency that they are doing everything they can to tackle this menace. Yes, for United States to have come up to say that enough is enough. Really, my brother, enough is enough. What the United States have said so far, from what I have gathered, is not to attack Nigeria. We are not at war with the United States. We don't have any problem, any issue with the United States. They are just angry with the fact that our military and our government seems to, be bereaved of any further ideas at this point on how to tackle the issue. And, United States being one of the leaders of the world will be, they will be accused of, of complicity if nothing is done by them in this regard. Then to say that the issue never came up never came up during the G20 meeting, it couldn't have come up. By who? First of all, our president was not physically present, and even if our president was present, the president would not have taken his dirty linen to South Africa to start washing it. And I am sure that what is happening right now, our president should embrace the subjection and the ideas of the United States coming in to help us fish out these terrorists in their hideout. And I don't see that as an issue for much discussion. And I don't see that as an issue for us to be apprehensive as a country. America is not coming to go to war with us. They are not coming here to fight us. They are only coming here to help us, to solve a big problem that is plaguing the entire country. You all saw it recently that a general in Nigerian army is unheard of anywhere to be summarily executed in the manner that that general was executed. If that happens in a country like the United States, any country that is associated with the name of those terrorists would by now be, a flat ground, because they would have leveled it by now. So I don't know what our military is doing, but for the past 2-3 weeks now, since President Donald Trump have said something about coming here to assist us, we are recording a lot of successes. Just yesterday, the good news that woke me up this morning was that the girls that were adopted from their school has been released, and and the members of the Catholic Church that was massacred and kidnapped during their live streaming the last Sunday. A lot of them are already back home to their family. So I want to give kudos to the president and the administration for that feat. I don't care if they pay them to release them. I don't care if they kill them to rescue them. Whatever that was done by the government, I don't care. What is important to me is those young traumatized children are reunited with their family. And for that, I say thank you, Mr. President. But I think we need to do more. If we were doing what we ought to have been doing by now, instead of engaging in a campaign for an election that is coming in 2027, I think we would have gone a long way. And so far, so good. Thanks to the Americans, since their verbal intervention, things seems to be slowing down in Nigeria. You don't hear anywhere they are jumping off from one canopy to the other, singing, on their mandate they stand anymore. I think the government is now more concentrated on administration and finding ways to tackle the insecurity. But when you bring it back home to Edo State, I certainly don't know what the state governor is doing as regard fighting the insecurity. You all saw what happened at Iyowa a couple of days ago, and another one at close to Sobe. So these people are closing in on us. And again, Evans, let me quickly say this. Why the government and the foreign aids that are coming to help us fight these people are doing that? We in the southern part of the country should also be setting a blockade to push them away. Because as they are being pushed from the northern part of the country, they are settling comfortably in the southern part. When you go to all the bushes around Sobe, that is the All-One East and All-One West, my brother, when you drive through that area, you pray to God to get to your destination successfully. These guys have taken over all our bushes, all the villages in one there. So the governor needs to wake up. He needs to wake up. The infinity sign in a cap is not what is going to solve the insecurity problem. Standing on anybody's mandate is not going to change the insecurity problem. We need to tackle it head on. Our people are very brave. Though people are brave people, we are not afraid. The only difference between those terrorists and our people, our vigilante group right now, is the weapon they are carrying. If our people have the opportunity to carry AK-47 and AK-49, I can tell you for free, within 36 hours, we'll wipe all these people out and send them out of our place. That will not bring us to the other issue that is not part of today's topic, but I just like to throw it in. Why some of us have not been clamoring for state police.
Tony.
For state police, a lot of people are against it for selfish reasons. The disadvantages that goes with the state police is lesser than the advantage that we will get with state police. If state police is allowed in every state today, I'm sure there will not be restriction to the kind of weapon the state police will carry. A situation where you are going to be pushed with a double barrel, and you want to go and double barrel with two cartridges. You want to fight someone that is carrying AK-47 with over 10 magazines attached to their body. That is a suicide mission. That is
all right, Tony. Now, Tony, let's look at other issues. Tony, can we look at other issues? All right, now. I know that so many things to be said, but quickly because of time. Now, you see, a while ago, we talked about the declaration, because one of the major pullouts, from this summit is that the declaration hinges on the need for multilateral cooperation among member states. I mean, that says it all. That all member states of the G20, either as a direct member or you are a member, you know, by bloc, you are in a continent, you belong to a continent that is a member, definitely you are a member. But let's look at it now. Now, there are factors that promote multilateral cooperation. You and I know that Nigeria as a nation may not be close to that, to those factors. I mean, we are still grappling with insecurity in the country. And a while ago, you also talked about some issues that relate to climate change and all that. But the greatest issue that we have in our country today is the problem of insecurity. Ordinarily, these are factors, or this is a factor that promotes multilateral cooperation among member states, you know, of this kind of bloc. So if Nigeria is not being able to deal with insecurity as a problem, so don't you think we are far from this, you know, charge that has been given at the G20 summit? So where do we go from here? How do we begin to ensure that we can actually encourage this multilateral cooperation, you know, from other nations as it relates to Nigeria?
Every game is always a step at a time. You rightly said that the insecurity that is plaguing our country today is a big disadvantage for us, you know, to one would fight for anything. That,
all right, Tony.
That was part of the, you know, the communique from the G20. Yeah, Nigeria as a country, with our human capacity, we are fit to belong to anywhere. Today, the president or the chairman of World Trade Association today is a Nigerian, a female Nigerian for that matter. So that tells you the greatness of this country. What we are lacking, that is, you know, that is the big drawback for this country over time, has been leadership deficiency. We seem not to be able to identify those that can get the job done. I have to be blunt on this, Mr. Evans. We are having leadership problem that does not have the willpower to take certain decisions. I don't want to believe on speculation or hearsay, but if you go by what is being said and showed in social media around the country on a daily basis, you will agree with me that, you know, there are a lot of conspiracy going on that, you know, that is, you know, stagnating the ability of the country or the Nigerian army to, you know, to completely flush out these you know, these terrorists from our land. There are a lot of complicity. Our top elites are involved. The military are directly involved. If you look at the preliminary report from what led to the to the capture and the death of General, I think it's General Sani, you know, his first name again, you know, he's a sellout. Somebody from the military gave up the, you know, the general. They gave up the, you know, the itinerary of his route to, you know, to that forest that particular day, that made it possible for the terrorists to lay an ambush. It is it's almost impossible for a general to be killed in the battlefront. All the army sent for that battle is their duty to protect the general at all times doing that. For them to get to the point that everybody were not scattered, everybody were deserted, that the general now have to seek refuge under a tree and start relying on his WhatsApp to send signal for rescue, is an aberration. That is a complete seller. That means there are still people within us that don't want us to succeed. So those are the things that I am asking the president. Those are the willpower that I'm asking the president to pick up. He has all the power to do anything to change all of these things. There are, you know, before now, names were published of people who are sponsoring this terrorism in Nigeria. You know, prominent among them is Sheikh Gumi, who is who appointed himself as a moderator or intermediary between the terrorists and the state. And such a man is working freely in our country, and nothing is being done about it. Look at the former minister for communication and technology, Issa Patami, who wrote in a book that he supports the action of Osama bin Laden. That action is to take all over again, that he will support it at all times. So when you have this kind of people that are extremists, allowing them in position of authority and working freely in our street, how do you expect us to fight insecurity? So the heavy weight is on the president's shoulder right now. He has the power, he has the reach to put an end to this menace. And to make it even easy.
Tony, can you hear me? All right, now I think we're beginning to have some sound. Tony, can you hear me?
Hello?
Yeah, Tony, can you hear me?
I cannot hear you.
The last question, just like what I said a while ago, that the next edition of the summit next year is going to be in US, in Trump's golf course in Florida. Now, I don't know, because some of the things that analysts are saying now is that since the US has boycotted this summit, then countries like South Africa and perhaps some of its allies need not to be at next year's summit. So what's your take on that?
I didn't get the question. Please, can you take that again, please?
Yeah, some of the things that analysts are saying that is that since Trump has boycotted this summit, then South Africa also need not to be there next year in US.
No, I will not subscribe to that, and I will not support that.
Okay.
If for one reason or the other, the president of United States choose not to attend the summit in South Africa, that is an isolated problem. So our own South African president cannot say because of that he's not attending. Look, you have to look at the gains that is coming out of this, of this summit. It's not a personal thing, and it should not be treated personal. So if the South African president is not attending, is giving a big disadvantage to the entire South African and Africa as a continent. So I don't want to subscribe to that, and I disagree with that. He should attend. Trump has his reasons for not attending. The truth of the matter is, the Americans need very little from us. We need more from them. That is the truth, whether anybody wants to agree to that or not. So I think everybody should attend.
Okay, all right. So, Tony, I want to say a very big thank you to that and also on the program today for finding time to join us on the program African Discuss. We do hope that when we call you next time, you oblige us of the opportunity.
Anytime, Evans, I'm there for you. Thank you so much for having me. All
right, then. All right, so viewers, this is how we end the program today, African Discuss. Like what we said a while ago, that big kudos to Cyril Ramaphosa of South Africa for successfully hosting the 2025 edition. That's the very 21st, the first edition of G20 Summit in the soil of Africa, and it was a huge success. Now, the charge that has been adopted is the need for nations of G20 to relate in terms of multilateral relationships so as to boost the economies of the world and also the political prosperity of the world. But the big question that we ask is that there are some countries that they do not have what it takes yet, for them to be there. Like Nigeria, we must state the obvious truth. There are some factors that enhance multilateral cooperation and relationship. So these countries, we just hope and pray that they will learn from other members of states so that all of us, we can, grow and develop together. All right, so this is where we anchor the program today, African Discourse, until same time next week when we come with another topic and, of course, another panelist on the show. My name is Evan Sunohuge. Good afternoon.
Good evening and welcome to Voices of Freedom on Independent Television. I'm Ihoy Davis. Tonight, we explore stories of courage that start on one of the world's brightest stages, the Miss Universe 2025 competition, and stretch far beyond it into classrooms, offices, and communities worldwide. It began with one woman's decision to stand up and walk away, a single act that would ripple across continents. That woman reminded the world that dignity cannot be negotiated and that silence is not submission.
In Bangkok, Thailand, a moment of defiance unfolded before the world's camera. A contestant, Miss Mexico, stood up for her dignity when she was spoken with disrespect. In a room filled with light and applause, her voice trembled, but her courage stood tall. When she walked out, others followed. Contestants from different continents, languages, and beliefs stood side by side, united not by competition, but by conviction that our walkout wasn't rebellion. It was a reminder that a woman's worth is not negotiable. It was a statement clear and undeniable. Respect is not optional. For decades, beauty pageant promised empowerment, yet, time and again, women find that same system that praised them for their poise often punished them for their power. But this time, the narrative shifted. Women refused to stay silent. They chose solidarity over silence. And that choice turned an uncomfortable moment into a global conversation. The world didn't just see models. It saw mirrors reflecting what every woman has faced in her own way, being dismissed, talked over, underestimated, or disrespected.
No, not about you. Not about you. Not about you.
It's not about me. It's about all the people that I represent.
I didn't give you opportunity to talk. Please keep polite for me. I still talking. Listen. I still keep talking to everybody while you stand up to talk to me.
Because I have a voice, and it's not for everybody to talk. If you have a problem...
No, you have a voice, but you have to respect. The voice...
You are not respecting me as a woman.
What? No, why you stand up? When the gun. Security. No, just leave it here. She stand and she talk by herself.
Stand up. As a woman, we have respect. They need to have respect for us. I'm here representing a country, and it's not my fault that you have problems with my organization.
No. Listen. You must listen to me, and then when I argue, you. Stop. Security. ปิดประตู Stop. In between police and illegal, not me. So she may be not stable.
Not everyone, guys. I feel like
let's just take a few. Yeah, the rest just sit down. We have the sashing ceremony to go through, and we will go through it. Okay, she has to. Yeah, go there. Yeah. Okay, the rest of you, please take a seat. She wants to get to the bathroom.
Thank you, all the rest. Believe me, you come to the right place. You have to thinking by yourself. Believe me. Don't follow anyone. You have your own decision. Believe me. MJ is one of the problems. You see, when I record already, MJ called the contestant go out. Okay, have a seat. You know, maybe only her, but MJ, call everything go out. Huh? ใครจะเข้า Okay, we can talk. Don't worry.
Over the few minutes, we will witness the story of that moment, examine why it mattered, and hear how women everywhere are reclaiming the power that has been denied to them for generations. That day, the pageant stage became a classroom in courage, because when one woman refuses to shrink to fit someone else's comfort, she gives language to the silence of millions who have been told to stay small.
That moment on stage wasn't just about beauty, it was about bravery. It spoke to millions of women who have had to walk away from workplaces, relationships, and spaces that refuse to see their value. Every woman who walks out of disrespect is walking towards something greater, our peace, our self-worth, our freedom, and each of those steps become part of a bigger march, one that says we will no longer be quiet to be accepted.
Thank you, all the best. Believe me, you come to the right place. You have to thinking by yourself. Believe me. Don't follow anyone. You have your own decision. Believe me.
Mother passed away, so the the tour with the palace isn't happening. So those are the minor changes that we have made. Whenever Kunawat MGI has organized, those activities has been approved. So we should continue to do it.
Yes, I agree. Can we call our sisters?
Yes, please call your sisters. Yes, I know.
Over. This is a misunderstanding.
Yes.
I think the language barrier. I'm sure everything's gonna. We can do this again.
Okay. Yes. Let them call the sisters. Yes, I agree. We're all sisters. I'm a sister too, right? I really care for all of you. I met all of you, and I'm so impressed. You guys are wonderful.
And we love Nawat and all the
You've done a great job.
Yes. We just have
Okay, feel comfortable sitting. And then, if anyone want to help, okay, let them back.
Yeah, let's call them.
Except, sorry to say, except Mexico, because she always talking too much with my team. But let her come back if she want.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
You would like
Do you mind if I go outside and check?
Yes, please do. Let's take a breather. Let's take a moment. Let's take a breather. Okay. Yeah. Yes. Thank you so much.
I am very appreciate.
Okay.
Because of I want to make everything is the best. Yeah, to save the ego, everybody can do the same. Maybe someone they do, someone they don't do, make understanding. Okay?
He meant well.
You know, it's very hard work for our staff.
He has put in a lot of effort.
When they go to you, you do it. But they go that one that she don't do. And you know why I have no information, because she spoke to my staff 2 times. She don't want to do because of order from national director that the police take them out of the country already. Because the problem in between police and illegal, not me. So she may be not stable.
Not everyone, guys. I feel like
let's just take a few. Yeah, the rest just sit down. We have a session ceremony to go through, and we will go through it. Okay, she has to. Yeah, go there. Yeah. Okay, the rest of you, please have a seat.
The Miss Universe walkout reminds us that empowerment cannot exist where dignity is optional, True empowerment is rooted in choice and the courage to walk away from injustice.
Across generations, women have stood at the front line of progress, building, teaching, leading and nurturing. But their strength often comes wrapped in silence. They are told to smile more, speak less, and never appear too ambitious. They carry the weight of nations and expectations of history, and yet, too often, they are left out of conversation that shaped our futures. Still, they rise in boardrooms where their ideas were once ignored. They rise in classrooms where girls told to dream smaller. They rise in courtrooms, in kitchens, in community, proving again and again that respect must be earned, not begged for. The walkout in Bangkok may have happened on a single day, but it joined a legacy that stretches back centuries, a legacy of women who refused to shrink, who dared to speak, who chose courage over comfort.
That moment on stage wasn't just about beauty, it was about bravery. It spoke to the millions of women who had to walk away from workplaces, relationships, and spaces that refused to see their value. Every woman who walks out of disrespect is walking towards something greater, her peace, her self-worth, and her freedom. And each of these steps becomes part of a bigger match, one that says we will no longer be quiet to be accepted.
Across generations, women have stood at the front line of progress, building, teaching, leading and nurturing. But their strength often comes wrapped in silence. They are told to smile more, speak less, and never appear too ambitious. They carry the weight of nations and expectations of history, and yet, too often, they are left out of conversation that shaped our futures. Still, they rise in boardrooms where their ideas were once ignored. They rise in classrooms where girls told to dream smaller. They rise in courtrooms, in kitchens, in community, proving again and again that respect must be earned, not begged for. The walkout in Bangkok may have happened on a single day, but it joined a legacy that stretches back centuries, a legacy of women who refused to shrink, who dared to speak, who chose courage over comfort.
I would like to give this opportunity to say something about something is happened, because I am a human. As everybody know, past few days, a lot of pressure that I would not like to say again, but it already passed. I think you must be understand the pressure is a lot. I am the human. Sometimes I cannot control. But by the way, I have not intend to harm anyone, because I respect all of you, but sometimes I have to say, I am so sorry it's happened. I want to give this opportunity to, first, I have to apologize for the delegate. If anyone affected and not comfortable, it happened. I'm so sorry. And also, I will sorry for Universe fans around the world too. But I wish all the true messages must be the right, because I saw so many messages like some word. I didn't say that before. Please check everything in our website. Still keeping posting there, because someone they put very bad word on the post, so they're sharing together. By the way, it's past. Okay, are you happy? All right. Okay.
The lesson is simple, yet powerful. When women walk away from disrespect, they are not being difficult, they are being free. When they demand respect, they are not challenging the system, they are changing it. And when they stand together, they redefine what strength looks like. And that's the size of our package on Voices of Freedom, where every voice matters and every story reminds us the true crown of a woman is not what she wears, it is how she stands. Let's do this again, same time, same place, next week. Until then, bye for now.
ITV, certainly the best.
Nigeria faces a severe housing crisis marked by significant deficit and high costs, particularly for low and middle income earners. The housing deficit is estimated to be at least 20 million units, with an additional 5.5 million people needing housing each year, requiring at least 550,000 new houses annually. This deficit is compounded by high housing prices and rents, which have increased faster than general general inflation, making it difficult for many Nigerians to afford adequate housing. Nigerians' housing deficit is substantial, with estimates ranging from 20 to 28 million units, according to a real estate expert estimate. How housing prices and rent, especially for low and middle income individuals, are major barriers to accessing adequate housing. A lack of viable mortgage system and high interest rates hinders home ownership, particularly for those in lower income brackets. The housing crisis has led to the growth of informal settlements with substandard living conditions. Rising costs of building materials such as cement further exacerbate the problem. Nigeria's housing sector faces a multifaceted crisis. Addressing this requires a multi-pronged approach that includes government intervention, private sector participation, and innovative financing solution to make housing accessible and affordable for all citizens, according to the Federal Ministry of Housing and Urban Development.
Let me just speak of Benin City, where I reside. You see, the menace of agents has become a menace. Agent is something that is known because they help you to, you may not be able to go around the town to look for houses that are vacant and all that. So these agents are supposed to, bring people who will come. They know all the houses that are supposed to be free. They're supposed to be like a liaison, a middleman between the tenant and the landlord. And in those days, they used to possibly collect 10% of whatever you are going to pay as your annual rent. But I want to tell you that these people are not even collecting more than God. God in the Bible collects 10% as tithes. I can tell you for free that this agent now, they collect as much as 30%. The landlord would have told them they will ask you for agent fee. They will ask you for agent fee 30% of what you are paying. Then they will ask you for caution fee. They will ask you for agreement fee. And to be very honest with you, in many cases, this caution, these agreement fees, they don't even go to the landlord. Is there a law governing agents in this country? I really don't know. It is something that the government may need to look into, because these agents, they are devil's agents. They are frustrating tenants.
20% of rent from the prospective tenants is unreasonable. So by the time you add those figures, those unreasonable figures to the already built up costs, it makes it scary. So a lesser standardized percentage might be acceptable. It's not just to make policies, it's another thing to also enforce the policies. The property market can be regulated, not in a way to hurt the agents in a way, but to curb the excesses. Because if you also look at it, like I said, there are positive and negative sides. We're also encouraging them. You are keeping people off the streets, you are giving them jobs, okay? But we want to regulate how, or we want them to regulate to what extent they make property accessible to others. So a fair pricing system can be encouraged. The agency business can be standardized. Consultation between the government and the stakeholders on a fair price can also work.
This housing problem is being compounded by both professional and non-professional estate agents, popularly known as house agents in some clime, making houses to be very expensive for the masses. A person who sells and rents out buildings and land for clients, an estate agent or a realtor. The journey to finding a suitable rental property or accommodation in Nigeria is often fraught with challenges in cities like Lagos and Benin City. Navigating the murky waters of rental practices dominated by estate agents or house agents is unprecedented. Prospective tenants find themselves ensnared in a wave of unexpected fees, especially for house inspection, leading to frustration and financial strain. Some agents will ask as high as 30,000, 25,000, 20,000, 10,000 or 5,000 depending on the area.
It's alarming with the rate these persons are going. Some of them are very greedy. They take advantage of tenants in certain properties. A situation whereby an agent is demanding more than 10% from you, that is criminal. I know some states they allow more than 10%, but to my best of my knowledge, Edo State, the standard is 10%. That's what an agent should collect. Then, as a tenant, if you are paying for a rent for any property, ensure to ask, let them give you a breakdown. They shouldn't just tell you 1.5 million, 2 million for a property and you just pay. No, even if you have the money, You are not the only person that will be renting house. Other persons, because once you make this thing a norm, make it a norm, it will become a standard. Before you know, every other person will be seen as a normality. So I will advise potential tenants, when you want to get a place, ensure you ask them, let them give you a breakdown. They should tell you the amount for the rent. They should tell you the amount for if there's a legal fee. They should tell you the amount for the agency. Like I said, standard 10% is fair enough. Then if there's a caution fee, they should tell you. Any other fees, service charge as well, maybe managing the place in terms of light bills and utilities, that's my service charge. Any other fee or bills outside any of these that I've just enumerated, it is illegal and it is criminal.
What they do, they will make it difficult for tenants to take your house. Number one, they will go and put different fees. They will do agreement for the landlord that owns the house. Jesus Christ of Nazareth. And they will shield the tenant from you. Not until he enters your house, you will even know your tenant. So the person that's coming to take your house, and that can put the owner of the house in jeopardy, and they can give him problem, because as the owner of the house, I need to know who's coming to my house, but they will shield the person. And the different fee they collect from intended tenants or tenants is too much. At times they say caution fee. They will tell you this fee, that fee, that fee. So I understand in a house that somebody went to rent, they made him to pay 200,000 naira caution fee, agent fee, this fee, that fee. Jehovah, for my house, on my head. And it is high time government begin to regulate their activities. Some time ago, Lagos government have to climb on these agents, and it's high time that those state government come out and look at this thing holistically. Because I saw a house that somebody went to rent, 2-bedroom flats, 1.2, 1.4 million in this building. Now that is outrageous. An agent collected up to 100 or 200. Or that's almost, as they say, 800,000 for one parlor and a room. Jesus. So number one, they are responsible to an extent for astronomical increase in house rent. Number two, they also cause problem between landlord and tenants. In that, before a tenant gets to your house, you don't know it, or you will just come there and say, this is my new tenant. Whereas if you had interviewed the person, maybe you wouldn't have given him your house in the first place. And number three, they are also making things difficult for the tenant themselves. A tenant that went to hustle for 150,000 to rent room and parlor, you come and give him other bills, then he will not be able to get this thing. So
missed and the need of owning a property of your own, because the way some of our agency are taking it now is just somehow the agent will just skyrocket some locations and tell you this is how much they are giving this location. For instance, now we needed an apartment in, let's say, Uselu, Gbowo, Saplerwood houses. The owner might just say, okay, let me give it lesser price, but the agent will place that property in their care. We just say, no, this is what they are renting in this location. This is how much we used to give property, 2-bedroom flat, 3-bedroom flat, as the case may be, a room and a parlor, unit self-contained, as the case may be. They can say, okay, this is what we are giving in this location. This is what we are giving. But that is not in the mind of the original owner of the building. So that's the reason why we are urging all the agents, we call them freelancers at a time. In all, they are called agents. Those agents, please, just take it easy with our citizens of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, because most of us, it's not that easy to just school out the money. You hear some persons will just say, okay, this house per annual is 600k, as the case may be. It will just say, okay, now agency is 450,000. It's not encouraging. It's scaring people away out of the city of Benin. So we are using this medium to encourage our agents to make sure, please and please, take it easy with our people in the city of Benin. They are supposed to be regulated by the state or the federal government of Nigeria. There should be a punishment, but not now, because there is no law guiding them. It is when the Edo State government now decide, or the House of Assembly now decide to say, okay, let us look for a way to fix it. Then they cannot say, okay, now we are going to pass a law. If there is no law, there will be no offender. So that's the reason why, not until we have a law that is guiding this set of people, this set of persons, this body, then they can never be an offender.
Searching for a home in Nigeria has become a frustrating ordeal as many prospective tenants face an uncertainty reality. Estate or house agents demanding hefty fees for limited property viewing, while leading clients to properties are often failed to match that requirement. This exploitative practice, as investigation revealed, doesn't just drain finances but leaves tenants feeling trapped and misled. As a housing crisis deepens, the integrity of Nigeria's real estate market seems to be teetering on shaky ground.
We have some issues with them. Some of them, they jack up the rent for certain houses beyond even what is prevailing in that area, because each area has its own rental value. But they jack up the prices, and there are two things about this. It makes it impossible for people who would have afforded the house normally not to get a house. And then secondly, the landlord is deprived of rent for the period he's waiting for somebody to take up the house, not at his price, but at the agent's price. And some of these agents, they are not appointed as agents by certain landlords. They just go to a house that is empty. They just take the picture and they put it on their platform, and then they advertise it as a house. And then some, they collect rents, and then they start looking for a house for the intending customer. So while they are running around, that intending customer is in pain. So these are some of the unwholesome practices of some of the agents. And some people collect money, and at the end of the day, they don't give the customer a house, and they cannot even refund the money. And sometimes you take them to the police station and they start refunding the money in bits and pieces instead of the lump sum that was given to them. I think the activity should be regulated, honestly. And some of them do the work of agent, they do the work of barristers or solicitors who are supposed to write agreements. Some of them write agreements and some of them steal the stamp of the lawyer, and they are fixing there and just put that in signature. We have had many of these issues, and I hope that the government and even the professional body of estate valuers and agents will look into this issue.
There's a lot of deficiency in the areas of housing in Edo State. Why do I say that? Is that the cost of housing is being affected because of the demand. You can see in some areas, the very moment construction is being done in any building, before that building is completed, some persons have already made payment for that building. That is to show that the demand of rentage is very high. People need this property, they are desperate in need of it. And because of that, there is now inflation in the cost of housing. The landlord, there is no regulatory system to regulate the cost of building per areas or per environment or per the size of the building. So landlord just wake up to put a fixed price on their property the way it suits them. Just because maybe the next street there's a certain price the landlord are charging, so they now build their home, they will just give it price higher than the other one, because the number of persons that is asking for the property during the construction is high. To be honest, the agents in Edo State, their activities are very, very terrible. So I believe the government and the judiciary, they have to step in. Because, for example, there is a time that the NBA, they come together and they said that there is a fixed price for the lawyer. The lawyers has a fixed price, maybe 5%. If it's above so amount, it's 2.5%. So there's still room for you to negotiate with your lawyers. All these are professionals. They have their own regulatory bodies. And also the government has to step in, because roadside agents will just give fixed price. Sometimes they are even trying to aim higher than the owners of the property. You will see a property for 1 million naira. Agent will tell you that agent fee is 300,000 naira. You don't know how much they buy block. You don't know how much they sell sand. You don't know how much they sell cement. You are even trying to share the same profit with the owner of the property. So the government have a lot of work to do. First of all, let all agents be profiled and let there be a regulatory amount on their charges that will not affect the tenants, because when it's becoming too high, you will see that it will also affect the economy of the environment, that people will be shifting away from renting us. We don't want a situation of what we are experiencing in some states like Lagos, where people are not staying under the bridge.
The cost of renting a 2-bedroom flat is 400,000, but you see some persons who happen to be agents telling you to pay 700,000. That is to say, they are collecting extra 300,000, and you ask them, what are they doing? Just because they know the owner of the house. It is that time the government and the collective effort of landlord will bring together to make sure that this problem is salvaged. You'll be so surprised that in the first 1 year you are going to pay 700,000 for 3-bedroom flat. They will tell you subsequently you are going to pay 400,000 or maybe 500,000. What are you giving the 200 or 300,000 to one man sitting on his own? What is the work of this man? Just to bring a link between the owner of the house and the tenant. To me, it's outrageous. We are having this problem, and the painful thing is there is nothing like soon they will understand that they are evil. Sorry to say, I will say it. Some of them, not all, are evil. You are collecting outrageous money from people, 300,000. Or some will tell you 20% rate. If I am to rent a house for 1 million, 20% will be 200,000. Waiting the happen.
In a nation where access to comfortable and secure housing is a fundamental need, a disturbing trend has emerged. Estate agent or house agent exploiting the desperation of prospective tenants to maximize profit. Many house hunters desperate to secure a suitable home pour time and money into multiple inspections only to be shown properties that fall far short of expectations, whether due to poor location, subpar amenities, or prices widely exceeding their budgets. This troubling pattern has drained and has tainted what should be a straightforward house hunting experience, turning it into a frustrating cycle of financial strain and unmet promises. Some agent will promise you won't pay until they secure an apartment for you. It's a lie. Once they collect your money and send you listing you can't even consider, then they disappear once you reject a few options. The financial bleeding doesn't stop these housing agents into collecting commission on every rent paid, further compounding the financial burden of prospective tenants. Why agents are often viewed as primary culprits, finding a review that landlords are equally complicit in this exploitative web. Many landlords, fully aware of agents' dubious tactics, deliberately channel prospective tenants through these middlemen, knowing it will pile extra charges on renters. Though this arrangement may seem like a convenient way to streamline tenant selection, it raises serious ethical concern around transparency and fairness. By relying on agents who extract inspection fees without proper accountability, landlords indirectly fuel a system where tenants are financially drained and disillusioned even before securing a home. Across social media platforms, a storm of outrage has erupted from victims of this exploitative racket. Numerous posts recount experiences of exorbitant inspection fees levied under false pretense that left prospective tenants drained and demoralized. Many describe this drawn to properties through glossy, deceptive listing only to meet with vastly different realities during physical inspection. Shabby apartments, noisy environments, and poor maintenance often replace the pristine visual showcased online, sparking frustration and heartbreak for those desperate to secure a home. Beyond financial strains, the emotional toll is undeniable. Tenants feel trapped in a system skewed heavily in favor of landlords and agents, an ecosystem where renters' vulnerability is exploited while accountability remains elusive. Adding another disturbing layer to this crisis is the revelation that some landlords or their relatives now disguise themselves as estate agents or house agents to exploit tenants directly. This deception strategy bypasses professional intermediaries, allowing landlords to pocket inspection fees while maintaining a false image of legitimacy. Another deceptive tactic haunting the rental space involve fake house agents who lure desperate tenants with suspiciously low inspection fees. Operating without legitimate listing, these scammers flood social media with eye-catching property art, targeting vulnerable renters searching for affordable homes. Once a tenant shows interest, they demand varying fees for property inspections, often without having any real properties available. Some victims report being taken to random buildings with no rental vacancies or properties in their conditions unfit for living. These con artists thrive in a dangerously unregulated market where anyone can pose as a real estate professional without credentials. The allure of quick, easy profit often overshadows the lasting damage inflicted on already struggling families in need of homes. By posing as agents, they lure unsuspecting tenants into believing they are dealing with professionals, not the property owners themselves. Some even create fake online profiles or use aliases to maintain this illusion. Another deceptive tactic haunting rental space involve fake house agents who allure desperate tenants and suspiciously low inspection fee. Operating without legitimate listing, these scammers flood social media with eye-catching property ads targeting vulnerable tenants searching for affordable homes.
The role of an agent is to help source or manage, protect the said building. So if you are paying, whatever you pay, you say you pay to an agent, the agent at the end point replies back to the landlord or the house owner. So if we can also say, we also have some, what I would have suggested that we were saying, agent that tells you they want to search for something for you without. But the bottom line, that agents hike in house rent, I don't believe, because where me or you stay, some people have houses, and because of the stress of talking to these tenants who in total don't help maintain a property, you handle it to a man, an agent who can help you speak and understand the language your tenant speaks, and to relieve you of their stress and burden, you give the agent to maintain. That does not give the agent the prerogative or the right to increase or decrease that house. You are now to tell the agent, this is what you collect, or agent suggests to you. They are not the owner. If tomorrow you want me to help you sell something and say you have a house, you have a land, you have a car to sell, and you give it to an agent to sell, you will tell the agent or the household that you are selling at this fixed price. There's no way agency can be bigger than the said money you are paying. It's impossible. So maybe they will not tell you are paying legal fee, you are paying agency fee, you are paying the ad fees. But if you understand the terrain, understand the system, if you pay it the first time, you are not going to pay that again. If you understand it, an agent does not have right to collect a legal fee.
Looking at the present state of house agents precisely in Edo State today, absolutely is not an help to a common man as he stands. In a situation where an agent will impose a fee in a house they know nothing about, and at the end of the day, the money that will be going to the landlord or either the landlady of the house will have nothing to do with that of the legal fee. So many fields to talk about. So at the end of the day, I will say from my own take, the government, if they have anything to do to make this agency to be a better regulating body, because it stands today, anybody just wake up and for any reasons nothing doing, they appear to be agents on the street, and at the same time they don't care about the genuity of the persons they give these houses to, which at the end of the day, many of these clients bring problem to landlords and landlady. All they are after is just what they gain and what they profit at the moment.
Imagine collecting 5,000 naira inspection fees for more than 5 persons for the same apartment. Some house agents will go as far as preventing prospective tenants to have any form of contact with the landlord, making sure that rents are paid to the landlord through them. In Benin City today, looking for a house is like you going through the eye of a needle. You get to see advertorials on Facebook, WhatsApp pages, reading thirst, pay 800,000 naira now. Subsequent years, you pay 500,000. In some clients, you get to hear pay 1 million naira now. Subsequently, you pay 400,000. While in some part, you're going to see pay 700 naira now. Subsequently, you pay 300,000 naira in subsequent years. Where are all these monies going to? Some agents have fashioned a weapon whereby they can even collect money more than the landowners, manipulating the system so that the landlord or landladies will not even know what is going on. Some agents also go ahead to be the middleman between the landowners, the house owners, the tenant. The tenants will be arm twisted so they can pay directly through the agent, which in turn will take out their own share according to what they call it and give the landlord or landlady a payout compared to what they've collected. Some of these tenants don't even know their landlords or landladies. Sometimes they have to pay through the account of the agent. Just paint this picture: a tenant paying 1 million naira, or better still 800,000 naira, in some cases 600,000 naira, for the landlord to only receive 300,000 or 400 or even 500, as the case may be. The activities of these agents should be regulated. In this situation, they can choose to increase the rent paid fee on their own without giving the landlord the complete amount. Equipped with the knowledge that the tenants do not know the owners of these houses, some house agents deceitfully issue quick notice to tenants in order to bring in new tenants that will pay higher agent fees and house rent. This has in no small measure inflicts so much pains on tenants. These agents most time goes for the highest bidder, not minding what the so-called higher bidder does for a living, as long as the greed of the landlord and agent are satisfied. Hence you get to hear words like "Oga, landlord, give your house to Yahoo boys. Now Yahoo boys they pay pass." Really, these fraudsters have so much money to spend and spare. This act further compound the pains of low-income earners. The act of putting money first before personality has plunged society into chaos. You hear of kidnapping, ritual killings, and robbery in the society, all because the landlord refused to vet prospective tenants properly, all because of money and the negative influence of house agents. The government of the day should, as a matter of urgency, look into these unwholesome practices of these house agents. This set of persons should be regulated and prosecuted if they desist from this unwholesome act. The government should set up task force on accommodation and housing matters, as done in some states in Nigeria, to checkmate the unwholesome practice of these house agents and greedy landlords, so that both high and low income earners seeking accommodation can breathe. Wilson Omasho reporting.
Certainly the best.
ITV. ITV, certainly the best.
Hi, We expect that our vast viewership may have need for varying fitness concern, and in respect to these, we have made provisions for personal training sessions available for everyone, for we are poised to giving you a satisfactory one-on-one training. So, hire our service today and get a visible but lasting result. I am your host, Higato Destiny. You can call me the Man of Steel. Once again, welcome to this fitness show on ITV this morning. I'm Mediator Destiny, aka Man of Steel. Already, I've introduced us to the use of cardiorespiratory exercises, and aerobics. This morning, once again, we want to take another variation of the aerobics. Thank you as you watch. We will be stretching first, of course, otherwise called the warm-up, which is very essential and necessary in every workout. Afterwards, we'll do a cool down. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Inward, please. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Outward. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Please return that, please. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Inward. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And outward. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Alright. For our waist and of course our torso, we have to do some stretching. Please place your hand by your side. And let's go this direction first, please. Let's go. 1, 2, 3. Alright, that will be fine. Of course, this way. 1, 2, 3. Alright, and before the last one, let's place our hand behind our back. Mind you, it's proper this way. Don't go like this, it's wrong. Just do this or alternatively do this. Alright, but I prefer this personally. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, that should stretch your back for you. Of course, let's do our thigh stretch. 1, 2, 3. Remember, when you pull your thigh, ensure that your elbow is directly facing, your knee is directly facing the ground. Alright? 1, 2, 3. Yeah, that'll be fine. Guys, are we good? Alright, the first program to be run this morning will be the mountain climb. Yeah, many of you are conversant with this move. And of course, we will be introducing more to you. But for now, let's hit this. Alright, let's step down to it. Yeah, all good. Yeah, good. Let's go. We're going 3 sets and 10 reps each. Let's go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Woo. Alright, please. Woo. Yeah. How do you feel? Yeah. That was set 1. It's necessary you do your workout in the reps and the set. Alright, so that was the first set. And we're not wasting time waiting for the second set. The minimum break duration for every set should not exceed 20 seconds and a minimum of 10 seconds. Alright, we're good with 10. Of course. Let's do it again. Right, let's go. 3, 2, hit it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Alright, when you do this, more effect will come to your abdominal region if you just look up while doing it. What I mean is this. Alright? So not all the way this. But there's nothing wrong with staying this way. However, breathing your head might place more pressure. Alright, for the very last set of this mountain climb, let's get down, please. Let's go. 3, 2, 1, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Alright, at this junction, we will take a water break. We will join you in the next workout for this very session. Thanks very much. Once again, I'm Mediator Destiny. Alright, let's do this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Whoa. Yeah, you have to let it rotate, please. 3, 2, 1. This is when you do this, ensure that your knee gets to the level of your chest. Okay? Well, that's the maximum level you get. And of course, the minimum here. I understand not everyone is as flexible as I am or as anyone here. Please, we'll just keep it safe and do the right thing. Thanks very much. Alright, we'll go on the left. 3, 2, 1, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Whoa, that's exhausting. How do you feel? Yeah, thank you very much. And this is the last set of this workout. Remember, every workout should be done this set and the rest. Alright, thank you. Let's do this. Let's go on the left. To right, brother. 3, 2, 1. Let's hit it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Yeah, we'll also 3, 2, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Whoa. And that'll be all for this morning. Alright, remember, I said in the beginning, before any workout, there's need for a warm-up. And after that, there's also need for cool down. And this is the cool down. Alright guys, just sustain the breath, watch this first. Ensure that your knees are locked, alright? This one goes to the hamstrings, the calf, and as well as the lower back. Doing this. Swing it, swing it, swing it. Got that? Alright guys, let's do this. 3, 2, 1, go. 1, just 5, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Alright. So, lastly, what we did before we started, let's stretch it. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. So that's the last thing. Yeah. Please let's target our hamstrings. Do this. Just sit inside of it. Alright? Please do not stand on it. Keep that shape like this. And both stand just this. Alright? Stand 1, 2. Yeah, this is a form of squat though, but this is not the purpose of developing or building the hamstring muscle, it's just for stretching it. Yes, today you do not need to use weights to build your pectorals, your chest, and of course your biceps, your biceps and triceps. There are programs you can do at home and get what you want. You understand? So we'll be doing push-ups this morning, otherwise called push-ups. We'll do push-ups this morning. And of course, we do have our ladies. There are variations for ladies. Please watch them very closely to get, if you're a lady out there, watch them closely to get what you have to do. And of course, our guys are here. Thanks very much. Let's hit it, guys. Are we ready? Are we good? Yeah. We're going to do the pyramid first, which is the closed wrench and push-up. Alright, let's go. 3, 2, 1. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Whoa, how does that feel? Yeah, that's the first set for this morning. And we'll be doing 3 sets of that. Meanwhile, the first one was close your hand in the pyramid shape. And that one goes for the tricep. For ladies that have sagging hand, you can do that actually. And it will help you. And of course, this time around we're doing mid-open. And finally, we'll do wide range of it. So we're going there now. The mid-open. Let's go. 3, 2, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Alright. That's for the mid-open. And someone wants to ask, why exactly are the ladies crossing their legs? Why they cross legs for the ladies? Now you understand that the guys have more defined muscles, and of course to bring more weight on the upper body, we go on the what's called the toes, picking all the weight in the body to the upper body. But for ladies, they do not need much weight, just that. So we break it down at the knee level by crossing the legs. So the weight used starts from this very region. You understand? Alright, thank you for watching. Alright, for the last very set of these exercises, the wide range or the push-up, particularly intended to build the, the side of the chest. Do you understand? Alright, let's hit it. Okay, this is wide enough. At least double your shoulder width. Double your shoulder width is enough. 3, 2, 1, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. How many of you noticed I cheated there? I actually did one, I did 2 and called it 1. Yeah, just to lay more emphasis on that part. But today, thank you guys, yeah, we're awesome. But today, we're done with this. Thanks very much for watching. Please, be safe.
In the morning sun, searching for a longer day. People feeling like the light has just come. We must never stop the way. Birds jumping and I hear my name, grasping into life. Life is happy but it's so insane. We must merely make a start. Savannah, I'm coming home. Savannah.
ITV, certainly the best.
Very good morning to you. Big thanks for joining me on the AM News and ITV. I am Philip Omogupo. The Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, Nyesom Wike, says the presidential grace period granted to ground rent defaulters has long expired, insisting that enforcement will now begin without further delay. The FCT correspondent, Joy Egoche Ehiakina, reports that the minister made this known during an inspection of the ongoing construction of a 6-lane road from Life Camp Junction to Ring Road 3 in Abuja.
The FCT Minister, Nyesom Wike, on Monday visited the construction site of N2 and N5 corridors, a 6-lane road linking Life Camp Junction to Ring Road 3 near Karimo, to assess the pace and quality of work. He expressed confidence in the contractor's ability to deliver according to schedule. Wike used the occasion to reaffirm that a grace period earlier granted to ground rent defaulters has elapsed, stressing that full enforcement will commence immediately.
You realize that when we started this enforcement, there was a pre-intervention, prevention intervention to give them 2-3 weeks more. But it's more than 4 months now, and we cannot carry out these projects without people paying their taxes. So we did also make publications of extending and extending and extending. And of course, they like to rush. If you don't go and enforce it, nobody will go and pay. So we believe that this is the last time. We're not going to extend any further.
The minister also addressed concerns surrounding the recently inaugurated Abuja bus terminals, giving updates on their operational phases and expected timelines.
Well, it's not a question of being quiet, it's a question of making sure that those who apply to run it, it's a contract, and so the procurement is ongoing. And then we also want to see the number of the fleets that they have. To believe by the grace of God before the end of the year that would have been rounded up. So it's a matter of getting things done by the way they were supposed to be by following due process.
From Abuja, Joy Igoche Hakina, ITV News.
The Edo State government has appealed to President Bola Ahmed Tinubu to, as a matter of urgency, direct the National Boundary Commission to immediately resolve all boundary disputes between Edo and neighboring Delta State. The Deputy Governor and Chairman of the Edo State Boundary Committee, Right Honorable Dennis Idahosa, made the appeal when he led members of the committee on an inspection of some encroached communities in Oriamon local government area. Deborah Beffon brings details.
Following a petition on alleged encroachment into some communities in Oriamon local government area of Edo State by neighboring Delta State, the Edo Boundary Dispute Committee embarked on a visit to the affected areas. The Deputy Governor, Right Honorable Idahosa, made his first stop at Igwelaba Town Hall, where leaders and representatives from Obe, Ikobi, and Obozogbe Lokun gathered to give first-hand accounts of the alleged encroachment on their ancestral land.
To highlight the security situation in our communities, which has resulted in several deaths, incidents, rape cases, and kidnapping.
Most of the people, they always come to the farm, arising every other person. Most of them is the one steady them, that to the extent that they don't share even the labor slot to Delta State.
Spokesperson for the community Friday, Iyewaye Ebwegbe, and Asemota Lucky Nusakai alleged that Delta State had encroached on Edo land, attacked farmers, and compelled investors operating in their territory to pay royalties to Delta State. Right Honorable Idahosa and his committee members then proceeded on a fact-finding mission to the affected communities, including River Jimsi, which forms part of the boundary between the two states. Addressing journalists and villagers, the chairman of the Edo State Boundary Committee, Right Honorable Dennis Idahosa, appealed to President Bola Ahmed Tinubu to direct the National Boundary Commission to urgently resolve all outstanding boundary issues between Edo and Delta states to prevent possible communal clashes.
We want to thank all the community people that we've seen, the settlers, and we want to beg that they continue to maintain peace pending the determination of National Boundary Commission.
The Deputy Governor also vowed that the state government will reclaim all government lands or properties illegally ceded to political or business associates by previous administration. In Oriamon, Deborah Ubefon, ITV News.
Edo State lawmakers have taken steps toward amending the Edo State Local Government Electoral Law of 2012. Assembly correspondent Joy Obaisiagbo reports.
In a significant move aimed at updating and strengthening the legal framework guiding local government elections, members of the Edo State House of Assembly during Monday's sitting considered a bill seeking to amend the Edo State Local Government Electoral Law of 2012. The majority leader, Honorable Jonathan Ivama, expressed support for the proposed amendment.
To ensure that Edo State House of Assembly also is in tandem with what has been passed by the National Assembly, this bill before us today is to amend the Electoral Act in sequence with the Electoral Act at the national level, so that we keep the same days, 360 days where it's supposed to be, 90 days where it's supposed to be, 30 days as the case may be provided in each case. So we should be seen as a community or society that work the law and keep to the law. So let us amend our bill, our law, Mr. Speaker, by telling you, so that it will with what operates in the Electoral Act, so that Electoral Act will not be going in a different way. And those states is having a law that is going in a different way. We all did our elections with the number of days that we set for our offices, and those states cannot be different.
The bill was subsequently slated for third reading.
This bill is together with the team on local governments. So looking to where we will cross T, cross, and where we will just lie
From Benin, Joy Obaisiagbon, ITV News.
The Patriarch of the House of Igbinedion and Esama of Benin, His Excellency Sir Chief Dr. Gabriel Osawa Igbinedion, has felicitated Honorable Dan Uyidehen, CEO of Rendezvous Hotel and Apartment, on the joyous occasion of his 58th birthday celebration. In a special congratulatory message on behalf of the House of Igbinedion, the Esama of Benin Sir Chief Dr. Gabriel Osawa Igbinedion said he is proud of the accomplishments Honorable Dan Uyidehen, distinguished CEO of Rendezvous Hotel and Apartment. He said his 58th birthday celebration marks another remarkable milestone in the life of a man known for hard work, integrity, vision, and an unwavering commitment to excellence. The Esama of Benin said Honorable Uyidehen's contribution to the hospitality sector, business development, and the community continue to reflect diligence, noble purpose, and values that resonate deeply with the traditions of the Benin people. He offered prayers that the Almighty God will continue to grant him wisdom, sound health, prosperity, and the fulfillment of his heart's desires, and that his path ahead shine even brighter. Former Vice President Atiku Abubakar yesterday officially joined the coalition party, the African Democratic Party, just 17 months to the 2027 general elections. The 78-year-old politician disclosed this in a short post on his official X handle, attaching pictures of him holding the party's membership card with a brief caption, "It's official." And prior to joining the coalition, the former VP had been a high-profile member of the People's Democratic Party. He, however, resigned from the opposition party on July 16, citing irreconcilable differences that have emerged within the former ruling party. Atiku explained that he found it necessary to part ways due to the current trajectory the party has taken, which, according to him, diverges from the foundational principles it stood for. The opposition coalition officially adopted the ADC as its political platform on July 2nd, 2025, to contest the presidential and other elections in 2027. The coalition said it was set to rescue the country from collapse and rebuild its democracy. Eric Mass was held to honor the life and memory of the presiding pastor of Carpenter's Church, Port Harcourt, late Pastor Nkechi Ene. She was widely described as a woman of honor, both in Nigeria and around the globe, and passed away at the age of 56. Warrior correspondent Benga Ahmed reports that her husband, Engineer Emeka Ene, children, grandchildren, extended family, dignitaries, including Engineer Elvis Obaseki, Managing Director of Independent Television and Radio, pastors, and friends from all walks of life gathered at the church to pay their last respect.
During the service of song on Friday, 21st November 2025, at the headquarters of Carpenter Church in Port Harcourt, the atmosphere was filled with emotion, praise, and heartfelt tributes. The event theme, An Evening of Testimony, celebrated the profound impact Pastor Nkechi Ene had on the lives of many.
No words that can describe how much you mean to me.
Let's be glad that Pastor Nkechi is in heaven today.
Commenting on the late pastor's life, Engineer Elvis Obaseki, Managing Director of Independent Television and Radio, said she lived a fulfilled life.
It is not really how many years I will live on earth that we should measure life with, but the impact. This woman, in about 56 years of being alive, has impacted very seriously both in the body of Christ and in the lives of those that she met.
The homegoing service took a solemn turn as the remains of Pastor Nkechi Ene were escorted into the Champions of Faith Carpenter Church premises by her husband, children, friends, pastors from various denominations and dignitaries, all gathered to bid farewell to a woman who lived a truly fulfilled life. Music, ministration, tribute songs, and testimony were presented throughout the service. The first Bible reading was delivered by Faithman Oguada, while the second reading was performed by her daughter, Zoe Ene. In his exhortation, Pastor Soska Forbes from Abiding Word Ministry, Gambia, reminded attendees that death is inevitable and encouraged Christians to live a fulfilled life worthy of admonition.
As a kingdom witness, all you have been taught and all that has been constantly modeled before your very eyes, from Pastor C to Pastor Ketch. And for that, I congratulate you.
Your life's example, your ministry, your selfless spirit will all live on, Mama.
I've had your full support, and I thank God that such a beautiful, strong woman of God is who I get to call my grandma.
I've been pinching myself. Every day I pinch myself so that maybe I will wake up from this dream. I say, which kind of dream be this self? I find the dream, that kind of thing.
The body of late Ikechi Ene was later taken to her husband's compound, where the dust-to-dust rites were performed before she was finally committed to Mother Earth. From Port Harcourt, Benga Ahmed, ITV News.
May our gentle soul rest in perfect peace. We'll take a short break. Do stay. Thank you for staying on. The 2025 edition of the Edo Festival and Awards held over the weekend in London, attracting Edo sons and daughters to a colorful celebration of culture, heritage, and achievements. The event, organized by J.J. Barry Conglomerate in partnership with the Prince Builders and Estate Developers Limited, took place at the Oasis Banqueting Suite in Barking. ITV's foreign correspondent Roslyn Eworame attended the event and brings the details.
The stage is set as Edo musical artists and comedians converge in London to entertain guests. It was an evening of relaxation, nostalgia, and excitement for Edo indigenes in the United Kingdom who gathered at the Oasis Banqueting Suite for the 2025 Edo Festival and Awards. Edo musical stars, including Adviser Nwamagbe, Prince Kola Arala Osula, Kizo, and others, lit up the stage, thrilling guests with energetic and culturally rich performances. Founder of the J.J. Barry Conglomerates, Ambassador Ken Ude, said the annual festival is designed to celebrate the rich cultural heritage of Edo State and to showcase the beauty of its traditions to the world. Similarly, the official sponsor and managing director of the Prince Builders Limited, Siri Omoege, spoke about the importance of his company's support for the event.
And we encourage all the Edos in diaspora, whatever you want, to be part of this great initiative, this great idea. As you can see, this is positive. This is progress. All we do is talk about real estate, and we are giving out this land. It's also an encouragement to all our Edolites here with just £50 initial deposit. you will own a land from the Prince Builders.
The highlight of the night was a presentation of awards to distinguished Edo personalities. A plot of land was awarded to the best dressed attendee, courtesy of the Prince Builders.
It's been a wonderful outing among Edo people here in the United Kingdom as they had the opportunity to wine and dine together in the spirit of the Yuletide. From Baki, London, Rosalie Evorame, ITV News.
Ambassador Dr. Lancelot Oduwa Emaswen has marked his 30 years in the movie industry with the premiere of 4 Edo-centric films in an event tagged the quadruple Edo-centric movie premiere. The films Enibokun, A Sister, Ewebo, Edame, and Efine, Boy Reloaded, were unveiled on Sunday at Kada Cinema, Sapele Road, Benin City. Joy Basiagbon reports that the historic ceremony drew a distinguished audience of film lovers and key cultural figures, including the Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Arts, Culture, and Creative Economy, Desmond Agbama, and respected elder statesman, Pastor Osage Zeyamu, who gathered to witness the success of the marathon screening.
The quadruple Edo-centric movie premiere, the first of its kind in the Nigerian film industry, featured 4 films premiered in one night, all produced and directed by Nollywood icon and veteran filmmaker Ambassador Dr. Lancelot Oduwa Emaswen, fondly called the Governor, as part of activities marking his 3rd decade journey in the movie industry.
I set the heart of each of the movies, so I'm happy, and all of them got the messages in the work. This has been my word for 30 years, plotting graph, working on people's emotions, and getting results.
The 4 movies, each rooted in contemporary Edo social issues, include Enibokun, the story of Adanigbe, a young man entangled with older women; Edame, a tragic tale of a young girl driven to contemplate suicide after her father forbids her from marrying the family driver's son; A Sister Webo, centered on Imade, who returns from the UK with an air of superiority over her friends; A Fine Boy Reloaded, following Desmond, who returns after 15 years with a new bride, despite having previously impregnated 4 women in his community. The unprecedented premiere of 4 films in one night generated widespread excitement and commendation from intellectuals, industry players, and invited guests. Many praised Ambassador Lancelot Oduwa Emaswen for his artistic strength, dedication, and the exceptional quality of the films and the cast.
As he celebrates 30 years in the film industry, I think our collective prayer is that God will truly reward you. And let me congratulate the cast. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful performance.
Let me congratulate him for 30 years in the movie industry. Well, I want to commend him and I want to appreciate him because all his movies has been top-notch.
The project itself was great. I never expected it, but came out fine, wonderful, and for everybody who came here, I want to say thank you.
From Benin, Joy Obaisiagbon, ITV News.
The indigenous people of Okoroma community, Kwabawaka local government area, have received credible information about a planned attack on a community leader by neighboring community. The head of Okoroma community, G.M. Mokbai, has announced that the community is alerting the police and other security agencies, requesting their assistance in identifying those responsible for this threat. According to a statement, 3 unknown vehicles were observed near the homes of some youth leaders in the community on the evening of November 19, 2025, monitoring their movement. The statement added that since October 31, 2024, these hostile elements have reportedly been adopting guerrilla tactics, causing tension. It said the community does not know why these individuals have chosen this course of action, but they are concerned it could escalate insecurity in the area. The situation is being linked to a neighboring community involved in unauthorized land sales who have allegedly launched a series of attacks against Okoroma. He appealed law enforcement agencies to work discreetly to unmask those behind this threat, as the community pledges to cooperate fully with security authorities to prevent any untoward incidents and ensure the safety of all residents. A sizable number of women and youths across 10 states in the northern Nigeria have benefited from a digital skills training program organized by the Niger Delta Initiative in collaboration with Women Our Voice, Our Votes. The chairperson and chief executive officer of the Niger Delta Initiative, Dr. Akpoguma Okomose, disclosed this during a two-day event held across several northern states. Afosa Wangwe has more.
Dr. Agbogoma Okomose, widely recognized for her philanthropic work, has over the years championed various initiatives aimed at uplifting women. She explained that the Niger Delta Initiative, in a partnership with STEM Africa and Women Our Voice, Our Vote venture, has officially commenced a digital skills training program for young women across multiple centers in the northern region, which include Kano, Kaduna, Gombe, among others. According to the CEO, the initiative is designed to equip participants with essential technological competencies that will create pathways to future opportunities in the digital economy.
This ICT free training has been more than I could ever expect or imagine. I'm so grateful. I think we have about 18 northern states in which is offering this free STEM training, ICT training.
Speaking on day 2 of the ongoing training in Kaduna State, where young women turned out in impressive numbers, she noted that the program will deepen participants' understanding of vital technology tools. She added that the training, an initiative of the Niger Delta in collaboration with STEM Africa and Wovo Venture, continues to provide the digital literacy needed to assess emerging opportunities in today's tech-driven world.
And I pray God will give me the opportunity to do more of this to develop women. Women, our voice, our votes. It's not just only about voting in Nigeria. It's also about impacting and training you and the knowledge to be able to make wise decisions, to be able to support your families.
Some of the participants appreciated Dr. Okomose for the training.
We want to say thank you to Dr. Mary Mena, founder Niger Delta Initiative.
We, the women in Northern State, in Kano State, we appreciate your good work.
From Benin, Efosa Uwangwe, ITV News.
The very story that made AM News. Thanks for watching. I am Philip Omo Gupon. Coming closely as TMI. Happy viewing.
Certainly the best.
Thank you very much for joining us on the program, Healthy Living. What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body, which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain, which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits.
It is curable, but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well
and avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity to be down, then the risk of contacting tuberculosis will be reduced.
If you're healthy, then you're wealthy.
ITV, certainly the best.
Thank you very much for joining us on the program, Healthy Living. What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body, which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain, which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits.
It is curable, but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well and avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity to be down, then the risk of contacting tuberculosis will be reduced.
If you're healthy, then you're wealthy.
ITV, certainly the best.
Thank you very much for joining us on the program, Healthy Living. What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body, which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain, which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits.
It is curable, but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well and avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity to be down, then the risk of contracting tuberculosis will be reduced.
If you're healthy, then you're wealthy.
ITV, certainly the best.
Thank you very much for joining us on the program, Healthy Living. What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body, which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go.
It's always interesting waking up and seeing a bright new day, and again, always challenging and intriguing for you to unpack the issues concerning the day. It's TMI, and my name is Philip Omo-Gyupo. A lot of things happen, and so I just got a very, very storming emergence of my co-anchor this morning. What's me? Patricia Gabriel, good to have you join.
Good to have you, Philip. It's good to be in Benin. Good morning, viewers. I'm so excited to be in Benin, Philip.
Basically, so excited too for you to co-anchor with me on this desk.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
A lot of things happen, and you know, basically, we usually, banter, talk about issues surrounding the polity, while you are at Lagos Axis, while I'm here at the Benin Network Center. But it's quite stunning to see that both of us are here together.
It's interesting. I've been wanting to meet you on the live, not just from the television.
Seriously.
And I'm seeing you live without having to take visas.
Free of charge. You were sharing a story about issues surrounding, though it was talked about on the news as regards how the former vice president, of this country, Atiku Abubakar, officially defected to the African Democratic Party.
Yes.
Quite interesting. So what do you have to say in that regard?
Well, we just saw that he declared that he has finally decamped to ADC. And then, of course, the news this morning was saying that, the party is divided right now.
Oh, of
course. And so
the
division party is saying is none and void because they don't recognize him as a member of the party. So I don't know where that is going to be taking us to, because he has declared he's a member of the party, and of course you know what that means. Is going to be running as a presidential candidate from that
for
party.
the 2027, yeah.
Yes, but the other part of the party is saying we don't know him, he's not our member. So I don't know how they're going to sort that out, and it's beginning to become a big problem with Nigerian parties. They have these different thoughts, different leaders. We have division in the parties. Everybody is saying, I am the leader of this party, I am the leader of this party. And it's making us not to have a strong opposition party for APC.
Yeah, basically, if we go back to what they usually say, the slogan that in politics, they don't have any permanent enemies or friends, but only permanent interests. And so that basically will make them to continue to defect, or dump a political party for another party.
But is that going to help us?
Yeah, but again, well, it depends on the political motivations. Sometimes when politicians, differ from one party to another, they give us some brilliant, intelligent reasons, most especially when we're having issues with the opposition party, People's Democratic Party, basically is facing some storm.
Yes.
And so that gives credence and reason for members of the party to shy away.
To leave.
Of course, yes. Okay. But again, you can't tell these politicians who have some ecocentric reasons for living, Nigerians are waiting, yearning for leaders who are patriotic to the point where they are selfless.
That's where I'm going to feel
But some, they just defect for the purpose of stomach infrastructure.
Yes.
Yeah. For what they want to benefit, selfishly. And again, this is what is really taking down, the ideologies of parties, if at all these parties have ideologies in Nigeria.
I don't think so.
but looking at it, it shows that the 2027 is going to be an intriguing year because of the election that is coming up. And if we look at the challenges of insecurity, well, some will say, like we were sharing, off camera, some will say, well, some of this criminality we see, terrorism acts, could be politically motivated.
True. True. And we've seen a video this morning.
Something crossed your mind.
Yes.
Share it.
we saw a video this morning that one of the bandits was saying that, well, he was swearing with Allah, and when they do that, you want to tend to believe that they're saying the truth. Yes. So he was saying they do not know what AK-47 is, that the government gives these guns to them. They're just cow rearers. They mind their businesses, they sit on their own, and government comes to give them these weapons. And, you begin to ask, Philip, what will the government gain in wanting to kill your citizens, or killing your citizens, or kidnapping your citizens? What's their gain?
Well, they say power corrupts. Absolute power corrupts. Finish it. Absolutely.
Absolutely.
A lot of things that happen, a lot of criminality that happens may be linked to politics. Now we have the 2027 election coming up, like a tornado invading our political space. Again, it always gives room for, terrorism acts, to emanate vividly the way it never used to be. But whenever it's getting close to the election year.
Philip, why does it have to be like that?
That's why I said power corrupts, and absolute power corrupts absolutely.
Absolutely.
We can't take away the fact that these people who are in the corridors of power, or who are in power, or who are in the opposition, could be failing one way or the other, to bring about a way to discredit the ruling party. We can't take that away. So for the terrorists to be talking about this, it's not far-fetched from the fact that this is linked to those who are probably in the opposition, or those who doesn't just like the face, of the ruling party or the president.
It's not going to be a problem, because
it's not what should be wished away. It's not what should just be taken lightly with levity. But I believe that if we really have law enforcement agents, that has got their T's and I's, they should find a lasting solution tactically to investigate what that.
They should pick up the guy and question him.
Exactly, investigate him.
So if we have intelligence in Nigeria, they should pick up the guy.
Again, this aspect of insecurity that's so escalating has given us room to look into what the president just did recently, by withdrawing, security personnel from the VIPs, just to make sure that at least we have a beefed up number in tackling all of this criminality and insecurity. How do you take that?
Well, I don't think that will work in Nigeria.
Oh.
I don't think so.
So we're going to have issues implementing that.
Yes, because I still see one or two people that I know still have their private policemen escorting them, even with the announcement from the presidency.
Yeah.
So I don't see that working. I don't see that working.
You give me a lot of appetite to run continuously, but let's quickly join Lagos Network Center, I believe. Okay, Dominic Yemese of Abuja Network Center. Good morning.
A very good morning to you, Philip and Patricia over there in Benin, of course. I can see Joshua also from Lagos. It's a delight to be on the program again with you this morning on Night TV. Quite interesting opening there. Just like Patricia said, the withdrawal of police personnel from VIP, she doesn't see that coming. This is not the first time we're hearing the higher authorities, especially the Nigerian police, announcing such withdrawal from VIPs, trying to get personnel back to their original duties of securing the lives and properties of Nigerians, and not just a handful or a few persons who probably, because of their status in the society or what they have to give, then you neglect those who truly need that security. But let's just hope and see how it goes. But I just believe that with the new directive and what is happening, probably we should be seeing a change from the hierarchy of the Nigerian police, trying to ensure that this directive by the president is taken seriously. Modalities are on ground to see how we begin to get these things to work. The civil defense corps that trying to corrupt into this will definitely play a very great role in this. Well, most of them are having similar trainings in terms of insecurity, because as it is now, we cannot leave the job of securing the nation alone to the Nigerian military, who are already stretched. If you look at the way the war is going now, it's no longer the war for just the military alone. We have to bring all the security apparatus in one place for them to see how we can tackle insecurity. But I feel we should wait and see what the police will do if they will actually adhere to this call by the presidency that, look, police officers of VIP should be withdrawn. But we don't know who and who will be affected. Don't forget the vice president has police attached to him, senators and the rest of them. I'll just keep our hands crossed and see what will happen at the end.
Thank you, Dominic. Well, that brings me to Nigeria, my country. Because we've seen such announcements, but just like Patricia said, implementing it will be difficult. Well, I've taken your girlfriend over, Joshua. You are alone at the Lagos Network Center. Good morning, Josh. How do you feel about that? You're lovely.
Good morning to you, Philip, and of course, my very good friend there, Patricia. I hope you're enjoying Benin. And my friend over there in Abuja, Dominic, good morning to you. Of course, reacting to the issue you guys are discussing, quite very much salient. I mean, talking about the official defection of the former president, Atiku Abubakar. Of course, come to me as a surprise. I have been waiting for it because I know it was going to happen. Given the recent announcement where, a press statement was released by the party stating that persons who are still sitting on the fence, as the case may be, or still, towing the line of coalition should come in and become a full-fledged member if they are going to be vying for leadership role. And of course, there's no seat for bystanders. There's no seat for people who want to be sitting on the fence and all of that. So I knew that Atiku was just taking his time, as it were, reading the rooms, or as persons would say, smelling the coffee. So I knew there was going to be a time, for Atiku to be able to come out and officially state where he stands, in the scheme of time. But of course, it's official now that he is a full-fledged member of the ADC. And of course, we know that the ADC need Atiku Abubakar as a person. But we'll be looking at how the situation will unfold now that he's a member of the party, and if he's going to clinch the ticket come 2027 to, contest with the ruling party APC. And given the conversation you also had about the announcement of the withdrawal of security details from VIPs and, of course, private citizens, it has always been the case. I mean, successive government, we've always heard them giving an announcement, or the new IGP in place saying persons, who have security details attached to them will be withdrawn. Some Nigerians have always said, well, it's an old-fashioned thing. What invariably is saying is that, well, there's a new sheriff on board. Why not we come back and renegotiate, as it were, the terms and conditions for which these persons will be deployed to you or attached to you, as the case may be. But of course, just as Patricia said, let's see how this will pan out if actually these security details will be withdrawn. Because given what we see in our society, I doubt if we have up to 500,000 police personnel who are, guarding the nooks and crannies of the Federation. I doubt. So if this is something to go by, let's just see if it's going to be realistic. And of course, let's begin to see our communities being protected, because given what we're seeing in the northeastern region and of course other places, we know that actually facing a very serious insecurity issues within the country. So let's just see how this will pan out.
Well said. They say the taste of the pudding is in the eating. So let's see how this will be implemented. But it is going to be to the credit of the entire country if we can have it right, in terms of tackling insecurity, in terms of having the right numbers, to tackle all of these dreaded monster, that we've been facing as regards insecurity. Well, we've got a full plate across the network centers. We're going to be taking a short break, after which we'll look at the pages of the newspaper. Basically, you're going to have a wide appetite after doing that. Do stay.
Thank you very much for joining us on the program, Healthy Living. What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body, which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits.
It is curable, but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well and avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity to be down, then the risk of contracting tuberculosis will be reduced.
If you're healthy, then you're wealthy.
ITV, certainly the best.
Thank you very much for joining us on the program, Healthy Living. What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body, which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits.
It is curable, but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well and avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity to be down, then the risk of contracting tuberculosis will be reduced.
If you're healthy, then you're wealthy.
ITV, certainly the best.
Thank you very much for joining us on the program, Healthy Living. What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body, which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits.
It is curable, but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well and avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity to be down, then the risk of contracting tuberculosis will be reduced.
If you're healthy, then you're wealthy.
ITV, certainly the best.
Well, let's say go get the big stories on the headlines today, and we'll be starting with the first, which will be hitting the screen shortly. Let's get to see that, and it is the nations. What do we have on the nations? We have this, it says, the big one here, Southwest rises against bandits And of course, this talks about the need for, the governors to come together and find a lasting solution to tackle the issue of banditry, in this region. And of course, we also have reports where even the northern governors are also on this, holding meetings to make sure that they're able to tackle this headlong. Okay, we have this, it says on Badaru, government boosting intelligence to tackle threats. What we have on the pages of the newspaper today basically dominated issues surrounding insecurity and how to tackle it. It says how Tinubu coordinated rescue of Eroko 38 and Oyinlola backs Adeleke to run on Accord platform, and this says contempt charge against AMCOM officials for hearing tomorrow. Well, that's what we have here. Let's see the underlying story. The big one, Southwest rises against bandits. It says governors plan forest surveillance to halt terrorists. In caution, it's time for state police. State police has been, a recurring discussion across the national issues surrounding what we have in that regard. But let's get to the next, which is on the pages of the newspaper.
Short delay. On the news, still on the pages of the newspaper, we have Punch, kidnapping crisis. The major headline and the big headline there says governors convene emergency section, school lockdowns rises. And we also have the UK rejects request to repatriate Ekwedumaru. We have Ekweremadu there in the UK that Nigeria has been seeking that they repatriate back to Nigeria so he can face justice here, but UK has rejected that. And also we have on Shul 2026, Adeleke is set to announce re-election platform. We also have the police tightening security in Lagos schools and worship centers. We also have the Constitution review moves to 36 states assembly. That's on Punch. We all have on the top paper of the Punch says Wike's campaign defer on PDP secretariat reopening. And we also have ASUNEC to review federal government's final terms on Wednesday. And we have NSA Londa's 2025-2030 counter-terror plan. We hope that this works, Philip.
Yes, basically we hope it works because anything that has to do with these issues, you can tell. The only thing that can only show up is with time. We know what it is. Let's go to the next on the pages of the newspaper. We've got the Nigerian Tribune, and we've got this to talk about. Look at the big headline there. Southwest governors advocate enhanced forest surveillance. We said that earlier, and of course, that's covered on the pages of the newspaper today. You could see the big figures are the subnational government representing their states, the Southwest, and it speaks a whole lot on the need to come together and tackle this dreaded monster of insecurity. This says one federal government to deploy forest guards across region. That's an agenda, and also says to set up regional security fund, intelligence sharing system, and again it has this demand state police now express concern on unregulated interstate migration, and that's the issue that is still begging answers to the problems and questions that have been evading it. Can state police be the way forward in tackling issues about insecurity? Only time will tell. This says infrastructure takes lead as Makinde proposes 891.99 billion naira appropriation bill for 2026. And of course, NNPCL declares 5.4 trillion naira profit after tax for 2024. You get that on page 5, and a lot follows.
Okay, let's see the next newspapers, next newspapers headlines. Okay, we got the Vanguard, yeah. So the Vanguard says, Kebbi Niger schools adoption, U.S. to share intelligence and demands action. And we also have the insecurity, it's time for state policing. You just said that, Philip, and
Yes.
I do not know if that state policing thing could work, but we pray and hoping that they can fix it and make it work in Nigeria, because it's working in other countries.
Of
so I
course.
do not know why it shouldn't work here. Okay, Atiku officially joins ADC, vows to end APC misrule. Wow, we hope that comes up too. And then Kebbi Niger schools adoption, U.S. to share. Okay, we've said that. And then we go on with UK rejects federal government request to complete prison term in Nigeria, Ekwere Maru. So they have rejected him to come back to Nigeria. And well, I do not know if Nigeria will want to appeal more to see if they can bring him back to Nigeria.
Or maybe the reason why they are rejecting that is because they feel that that plea could be an opportunity or an attempt for the government to, give him a soft landing.
Maybe.
It's not far-fetched from the
because
truth.
of course they know that that could happen.
Because if he comes home, basically, the extension of that sentence
Might
may
be
in
reduced.
jeopardy.
Oh,
Or
not
we may
even
get
reduced?
or we may get it as audio.
Wow. Okay, so for the last one on Vanguard, withdrawal of escorts, fear grips VIPs as police plan modalities.
Well, I'm afraid that's much we can take on the pages of the newspaper today. Let's go hitting the ground running on the discussion segment we have today. Don't forget, escalating insecurity. It's all about what we'll be talking about. And of course, we've got our policy analyst and our cybersecurity experts from London to digest this with us on today's episode, of course, of TMI. Do stay. We'll do that quickly.
Thank you very much for joining us on the program, Healthy Living. What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body, which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits.
It is curable, but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well and avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity to be down, then the risk of contacting tuberculosis will be reduced.
If you're healthy, then you're wealthy.
Of course, state of the nation addressing escalating insecurity is what we're about this morning. And we're going to be having a ways to tackle this issue headlong as regards insecurity. And joining me right in the studio is the former SSA to the governor of Edo State on youth and development. And he is Comrade Collins Osagai Amadi. I don't know if you still use the word comrade.
I was born and bred into it.
Already.
That's my official title.
At the time of the comrade governor, then, Adam Oshomole, it was involved. But when he left, it dwindled.
He never did. Even when people try to give me chieftaincy title and honorable, I still want to key into my comradeship.
Thank you, comrade,
for
being here.
Thank
you for being
good
here.
Morning. Thank you. Good morning for having me.
All right, also joining us via Zoom from London as a cybersecurity expert, a political analyst, a social media influencer, and a person of Adobo, please. Adobo, yeah, please, can you please quickly put me into the name again? Yeah, Uyosa Adobo, a cybersecurity expert via Zoom, London. Good morning, Uyosa.
Yeah, good morning, Philip. Thank you for having me. Thank you very much.
Just like we're having issues surrounding insecurity, it's a mind-boggling challenge. Just as I had a mind-boggling issue pronouncing your name, Uyosa Adobo. But let's come to the question, issues regarding insecurity. We've been having this challenge in Nigeria, and of course, I don't know what you have to say as regards recent trends in Nigeria. Of course, the abduction of the schoolgirls in Kebbi, that also followed to that at Niger, and of course Nasarawa. Issues surrounding even the governors, coming together to say they want state policing. What are your thoughts in all of this?
Much, Philip. I'd say it is obviously we all know the problem that our dear nation is facing at the moment, and to say that we are ignorant of the issues that we are experiencing. The thing is that we know that our problem cuts across different aspects of our human life, from economic factors, weak government and corruption. We have social and cultural factors as well. We have political instability in Nigeria, judicial delays, and locally complaints. So if you look at, I keep telling my colleague that what we are experiencing in Nigeria today is a ripple effect. Because according to Chinua Achebe, he said when the center no longer holds, what happens? Things fall apart. So the insecurity, the problem rocking our nation, started way even into the existence of the entity called Nigeria, even before the military, before the British, we'll call it, when they came into our country. So we already had a problem across political lines. We already have a problem across ethnicity, where we had different ethnic groups coming together without proper social and political integration. So these have caused a lot of problem for us. And to think that what we are experiencing today just started, no. So the foundation of our nation is a very critical part to why we are where we are today. So, and for me, I think one of the ways to try and tackle these issues is we need to go back to ourselves and tell ourselves the truth. Because there's a very great divide across the political space, the ethnic group, religious groups. So we have never actually come together as a nation to say, let's act for our national interest. If you look at one of the things that brings the northern people and the southern people together, one of the major things is sports, football. That's only when you see we talk about Nigeria. Outside that, everything is all politicized. Everything is all personal interest. That's the problem. So it is safe to say one of the things that we can actually do as an institution to help curb this issue is, one, government has to take responsibility, because there has been a lot of complacence from the government. If you look at when most of these issues started snowballing into our society, things like farmers' herders clash, things like Boko Haram, when Boko Haram started 2002, we just felt like, oh, this is one of the incidents. And now Boko Haram has become a very major issue that is rocking our nation, destroying every fabric of our nation. Look at farmers' header clash 2015, I think it started 2015. So up to now, government has been very complacent. They haven't taken these people, they haven't nipped these things in the bud. That's the problem. So look at banditry. I think Boko Haram banditry 2015 against banditry 2015, and the so-called Headers Farmer Clash, I think 2011. So if you look at all of these incidents, there have not been proactive steps from government to actually tackle this heads-on. So these things have snowballed into what we've seen now, and have destroyed everything that we stand for as a nation. So for me, I think one of the things we need to start to do is looking at how the security has deteriorated in our country. Security alone cannot fix insecurity. So what we need to do integration. We need to have integrated actions. Then also our communities, they shouldn't just be beneficiary, because if you look, we feel that security is just for the military, the police personnel. No, our communities shouldn't be just benefiting from the security. They should also be a partisan. They should also be a beneficiary, and there should also be people who are taking part. They should be partners. Nobody knows my community better than me. The invaders who is coming to my community doesn't understand my community better than me. So that's why we need to engage the youth. There need to be an intelligent system between the local community, the vigilantes, with the police and the military. There should be a coordinated. And again, there's also a problem. Our military system, our security system is very polarized. So we can't even trust intelligence reports at this point in time. So it's a big issue. So we need to start, like, I think recently we heard we had a security report that the military moved into a school. Then 30 minutes after they left, whether Boko Haram or which ASWAP came into this. So what happened? So who gave them this report? How did this happen? So there's an issue with our security system. So we need to be sure that our security system have not been infiltrated. And I cannot wholeheartedly say that our military and our police force has not been infiltrated by these so-called Boko Harams and ISWAP people.
Yes, sir, you said quite a number of issues, but I want to take your mind back to what you said, where you seemingly cast aspersion on past administration as lacking the political will, to tackle this issue of insecurity headlong. But some believe that it's not just only the past, but even the present. Administration under President Bola Ahmed Tinubu also seem to lack the political will. Do you share that thought?
Yes, I completely share that thought, because if you look at our past government, you will discover that most of them, they lack the political will. And I would say because it's quite easy to, when you sit outside Aso Rock, to say, oh, most of these leaders, they lack the political will, because to be honest, they don't even trust most of their service chiefs. Some of them are even part of this. So oftentimes we have heard on the news where you see top ranking military officers say, oh, the people who are supporting, who are promoting these bandits, this ISWAP group, Boko Haram, they are members of the cabinet in the government. They've said it. So even the president is even scared, to be honest. They don't even have the political will. The past government, you would expect that somebody like late Muhammadu Buhari would have had the political will as a former military general. No. This insecurity even got heightened during his time. So if a military person, Obasanjo couldn't fix Nigeria. Buhari couldn't fix it. So Tinubu at this time is struggling because he has inherited a lot of disaster over the time. And to be fair to Tinubu, there's been a lot of positive things he has done for their nations. But like I said, it's not just the insecurity you're seeing that, oh, this is Buhari, this is Tinubu. This is an inherited insecurity problem for over decades upon decades. So
Uyosat, are you there, please?
Yeah,
I asked you a question about comparatively, even with the present administration. Do you see tendencies to show that even the present administration under President Bola Ahmed Tinubu also lacks the political will to tackle this issue of insecurity? Because it's like we're going back and forth. We are not being able to, tackle these issues. Some have said that, governance, there should be proactiveness in governance, not being reactive. At the time where the president had to suspend his trip, to make sure that he's able to tackle issues surrounding this insecurity, he posted the Minister of Defense, to Kebbi State. And just immediately after, before even the minister could sit, it escalated to Niger State. And so questions are being asked. Will the minister continue to move from one state to another just to tackle this issue of insecurity? Or is it that the president even lacks the political will?
I don't think the president lacks the political will. I think the problem here is the fact that we cannot trust the security chiefs. We cannot trust the people in government, because it's one thing for the government, the president, to give a directive. Now, and this directive has to be cascaded down to the officers, to the commanding chiefs and the officers. Now, if there is a security breach, if there is somebody who's trying to sabotage this process, what happens? Okay, take for example, the military was deployed to a particular school. What happened? Just 30 minutes after they left. So who is infiltrating our system? Who is giving that this? So that's the problem. So it's just like, no matter how much the president, even if he deployed the militaries, if there's somebody inside the system that is sabotaging our system, it's not going to work. So for me, I think, first of all, we need to overhaul our military system. We need to overhaul our police force. We need to overhaul the DSS. There's a whole lot going on. And until that is being done, we are not going to fix the problem, no matter how many presidents will come in. Tinubu is doing his job. Just recently, he just sanctioned the employment of more personnel into the police force, into the military as well. We're trying to get more military strength. So I don't think he doesn't have the will. I think that there are a lot of people in the government who are trying to sabotage all the efforts, and that's the problem we are facing. So I think we need to look back into our system and see how we can actually overhaul our system.
Thank
That's
you
the
so
problem.
much. That was a fantastic analysis on insecurity here in Nigeria. But again, I'm going to be talking to you, comrade. You heard all what he has said, okay? I don't know if you want to believe what he said or accept what he said, but let me throw a question to you. He has said Bola Tinubu is capable to fight insecurity. But we also saw a video this morning where a bandit was saying in the Hausa language and was interpreted saying that the government sponsors them. The government gives them the weapons to go fight. They don't know what AK-47 is, but the government made them to know what AK-47 is. Do you think this is true, or he's just speaking?
Thank you very much, my sister. I want to thank my friend Edubo for
giving you a soft landing.
Some of the analysis he did. It shows that you are not only far away from home, you are intended with what is going on, and information unlocked from your quarter. Now, coming back to you, it's unfortunate we have a system that the people suffers all the time. When Trump spoke, insecurity heightened. Opposition, those who never liked Tinubu, felt it was an opportunity to quickly bring America to come and scatter Nigeria to them. Because anywhere America visits with their military strength, the economy suffers, the political structure suffers. So for them, it's an opportunity to come and start all over, not minding the consequences. I overheard one of the former candidates spoke of one political party who wanted to be president. I said, no, as America just said they want, I will tell them to come. Later I can discuss every other thing. Because they are desperate for power. They don't understand what states is in international stage. To be a state, you must fully be sovereign. And even in sovereign, even when you want to get a helping hand, you must analyze to what extent the help is coming. Because nothing comes from free. America will not bring their fighter jet to Nigeria and buy their fuel with their money. There must be, so somebody is not making an arrangement with you, for example, to say I'm coming in to assist you at this level. Instead, he's coming to create more insecurity. But we saw what that tweet did. But however, I know God will not walk away when the minds are fully set. But also too, patriotism has become a very big problem in our state, in our country. Let me say country in the local term, so the people will understand. Because when I mention state, I'm talking on international stage. You know, in international stage, a country is called a state. So for our people who do not understand, that's what I mean. Now, patriotism is completely out completely. I don't know why and where, or the reason why it had gotten to this level. I can tell you for the past 20 years, even those who have had the opportunity of serving in government, I would say that the country as well has not given opportunity to serve or administer or make life better. In most cases, they have even made it now worse. Why? Because their hands are tied unnecessarily. Ethnicism, nepotism have created so many things. People who have capacity. Today you see a president will appoint a primary six holder as a special advisor, for example, on intelligence. Primary six holder who did not even study something related. You will see a local government chairman appoint a complete farmer as a special advisor on media, for example, who do not even know what it entails. Sometimes it is good to patronize either your former gate man or your car wash people or your family people, but you must segmentize it. There are areas they can function, there are areas they can't function. When when, for example, you want, now, the man you said talked, for example, government is sponsoring us. Certainly there is no incumbent government who will sponsor arms against itself. It's not possible. Okay. You can say those who were in government before are now helping you to destabilize the system. Either because they didn't get what they wanted, it was time to bring down the system. Because I cannot be a governor today, then I'll be arming insurgents to distract my government. When I know that any strike they do will return back to me as being inefficient or incapable of securing my people. Why should I do that? So that completely is out. He is trying to give another assertion to the social media influencer. Those who have lacked complete patriotism are now giving ISWAP and Boko Haram and insecurity the heights he needed. Unfortunately, they are not even regulating our social media anymore. In the name of freedom of information bill, our people are now misbehaving in social media, pasting everything, giving this insurgent opportunity to hype more. You go to social media today, for example, or even go to televisions and radio and see the way they are celebrating people who are killing our brothers, killing our sisters, creating unrest, and telling you government is not able, this person cannot, this governor does not have capacity, thinking that they are doing the governor when we are the direct victim. So I think patriotism needs to also come in, even while we appeal to government, to help and bring in people with capacity, maximize nepotism, ethnicism, and allow efficiency to assist. Now, when Ribadu came, for example, most of us applauded him even till tomorrow, because he's like the director of SSS now, for example. No matter how you seize all the security apparatus, you must give the DSSS a thumb, because they have been doing extremely well. They have always given information at every strike that be going on. Now, are you not telling me, are the local communities also making revenue from this kidnapping? Or are even the local government in those areas thinking that when they kidnap people, whatever money that comes, yes, you cannot even throw off completely what they have said.
Let me just continue this question. So now that this man has spoken, don't you think it's the right thing for the government to get him arrested or call him and, ask him questions? That could help in fighting this,
Is it easy to get him?
But he spoke publicly. We all saw him.
He spoke publicly. Is he saying he himself is fully part of those destroying the nation?
He also said he was ready to talk, that he's not afraid to speak.
Well, Madam, if he's ready to talk, he will talk. What he's saying is just a game of also trying to make money like Gumi was doing. Gumi will tell you, Gumi will look for how to, he will gather some few people, wear them some funny shirts and say they are insurgent. He wants to go and negotiate with them, wants to go and talk with them, collect money from government at the end of the day, messing the system up. Okay? The truth is that judicial system has really failed beyond my imagination. Because
before
many
we go there, leadership failures is what we're really having.
Of course.
Because you may mention the fact that it's easy to get him. That seems to be indicting even the government of the day. You mean to say that an individual is bigger than the government of the day? We'll be quizzing you on that. Stay with me. It's this morning on ITV, and we have analysts with us, Colin Samadi, alongside Edobo. But well, let's quickly quiz what you just said as regards if it's easy to get the terrorists. Now, just like you said, it wasn't really pointing fingers at the government of today, but again, it pointed to the fact that those who are in power, those who are the lead in leadership, one way or the other sponsors them. This is no news to you. And of course, again, there has been some leadership failures that has been bringing up some mind-boggling questions about how can't the government of the day tackle this issue? Why shouldn't the government of the day even name those who are behind it? Because there was a time when the discussion was on that there are certain bigwigs that are behind this, attacks, who are political figures. Is it difficult for the president?
Now, let me answer the very first one. Why I said it's easy to get them. I'm not even talking about those directly voyaging. Now, some of them say some of these things to draw government attention to themselves, either make money from it, and at the end of it, tell them, lead me to these people. It becomes another story. Then they will tell you, we have reached them, we are waiting them to call back and give a negotiation. At this point, they have collected what they want to collect.
So what you're saying is that, what you're saying is that the security architecture has a poor surveillance on where these terrorists and bandits are. Is that what you're telling me?
Of course, there are sabotage. Let me tell you, especially when ethnicity becomes an order of the day. Now you see the insubordination that was displayed by one young soldier officer, for example, when you see him talking back at a higher authority, by age and by position, ordinary, higher authority. And you saw most Nigerians celebrating because you don't like the face of the other man. You have already celebrated a system, an issue that can bring a complete society down. Because one, if at his level, if we want to talk about age of even working or time of working, I think I'm older than him by the time we have served in government.
Don't digress. Please.
No,
Don't digress.
I am coming now.
Don't digress.
Now there were already an act to create insecurity. Yeah. Let me tell you, not too far from there or ours, the minister who probably comes from their region.
You are giving us another topic.
No, now you are talking about security.
No. Let me
and the minister supported, the minister for defense was a consonant with that attitude. Now, that is the same government. Automatically, what are you saying? If there are issues tomorrow, that same minister probably can even use his funds to sponsor insecurity. I cannot derive from that. And we can't run away from the fact. Now, when issues are not going well, when we treat it well, that kind of a soldier young man, his senior officer can even tell him, go here, insurgent wants to take place, lead this troop and go. He will get somewhere and stand and say, I will not go. Yes, and nothing will happen.
It's been a challenge in Nigeria that in the course of running a 4-year term, before they even get to the second year, they are looking at the next election. And now this has been the practice. And the current administration under President Bola Ahmed Tinubu is not also, eliminated from that. Don't you see his grip, or he seems to be losing grip in tackling insecurity because he is looking at the next election? Don't you see that as distracting him?
No, I disagree with that because elder statesman, Mr. Danjuma, or retired Major General Danjuma, have since told us when Jonathan was in power that insurgents have surrounded the entire country, that they had the free hand to have moved from Niger and some other places, and that they have already covered everywhere.
No matter what has
no
matter what has happened, the president also gave a mandate.
I am coming.
He gave his agenda that if he's voted in as the president, he's going to tackle this. Are you saying that we should entertain this excuse?
No, I'm not giving an excuse. I'm telling you that the system already had been captured. If not that Siwaju today is the president of the Federal Republic, we would have been singing a completely different song. Now you saw the way the strike went, and you saw his reaction. Even cutting his trip, not traveling anymore for major event he ought to attend. Those who liked, some that hate him, didn't see any action there.
That could be
I am coming as a way of commitment.
That could be
and two,
no, but that's his duty.
the people, wait now, madam, government runs. You do that if you already have a calendar. Okay, there are calendars. It's only in special cases. It's not compulsory that you can't. But because he has human feelings and he feels what has happened, then he stopped. But nobody have also gone out parading the fathers. Most of those students have been rescued. And two, that those who went to attack Akure, most of them have also been arrested. Nobody is saying all of that because these are efforts that were being made already. Quickly, swiftly, he started the job. Many have been rescued. The job is still ongoing. Minister had relocated.
The vice president have gone.
When you say
Actions
many,
have been
when
taken.
you say many have been rescued, I don't get it. What do you mean?
Among the students that were kidnapped.
At what point?
In Kebbi. At what point?
At what point were they rescued?
Okay. They went to search for them. They went out to look for them. They went to cover all areas and were able to capture some of them. Whether ransom were paid, were not paid, now is not the issue. But it's unfortunate our country is where we are today. One, because we have almost 95% of Nigerians have lacked and lost patriotism. It's so sad. But we believe and pray that we will be better than this. I'm happy that even the U.S., as at yesterday, have opened the door to help us and assist us, because there is no country that can solely fight insecurity, even within. We know that it is a right for a government to fight security and insecurity. Even in America, we are talking about, there were churches not too long that was invaded. Over 40-something people were killed instantly
Our joy
in the
is
church.
going to be that insecurity.
I am coming. They also too are managing the way they push out their information, so that people who don't have a certain image against their country. But when it comes to Nigeria, no matter how little, we blow it off the wall.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Let's go straight to Edebo, where he is in the UK. So I'm going to be asking you, as a security expert, what would you say is the biggest gaps in the national security architecture of today in Nigeria? If you can hear me, please. Can we have him up on the screen?
Can you hear me? So I would say the biggest gap that we're facing is, one, we are facing not a lack of intelligence, but I think the political will to actually affect this intelligence. Then, like I've always said, there's been a lot of sabotage within the government. So, but I think the key step for government to fixing this issue, because looking at the way it's going now, is more like a cancer in our country. I think we will need more, not just from government, but I think the citizen as well. So the government needs to introduce what called state policing, vigilantes, communities, security networks. So, and the government has to do that in such a way that there is an intrusion system, a very well coordinated system between the locals and the military personnel. So for me, I think because there are key persons within the government, I'm not just talking about present government, they have so much institutionalized themselves that even society government, these persons, these folks that have decided that Nigeria is not going to get better, that there's really nothing we can do. So it's on society government. So they've taken it upon themselves that Nigeria is not going to get better. So, and you need to take a very decisive action that's even at the expense of ensuring that
Can hear me?
lot of people
Sorry, let me cut you in short there before you continue. A lot of people have said that state policing might not work in Nigeria because of the kind of politicians that we have here in Nigeria, because they believe that the politicians will begin to use the state policing for their personal use. Like we see even with the federal policing, they are still using them as their, private security agents. What's your take on that?
Yeah, but the thing is that it's like you're saying that because of, there are some changes that are necessary. They all have their own adverse effects as well. But you need to look at the overall good. First of all, if you ask yourself the question, we don't have state policing, and has that helped us as a nation? No. So why are we worrying about the effect of state policing? Why are we not looking at the positive side? Take, for example, we have most of the issues we're having now. We're having bandits, ISWAP, Boko Haram, coming to our local community to displace our mothers and our sisters, our brothers, our people from their communities. So if we're talking about state policing, this is going to empower our local system, our communities, so that they will be able to fight back. What's the difference between a Boko Haram person and a communal person? It's because of the guns, the ammunition they have at their disposition. So let's not, I keep telling people, let's not focus about the negative effect of state policing. Let's look at the positive. In the US, they have state policing. Other countries, they have state policing. So we have not had the state policing, and is it helping us? No. Let's focus on the positive side of it, because whatever you do, even giving power, even like the federal system of government we are using, even the federal government is using the police against the states. So we have seen where many people who have influence within the government are using the police to intimidate people at the state level. So this is not a question of what the governors are going to do, but let's look at what they can do in the positive aspect of securing the lives of our communal people. So that's what is more important. So I'm completely in support of state policing, because this is what we need at this time when our system has deteriorated so badly. I'm an Edo man. If my brothers, my cousins are enlisted into the state police,
Uyosa, can you hear me,
they'll
please?
be able to secure our people.
Now, away from state policing, I know basically that's a discussion that will continue to evade our political space, and of course, across desks on the news and of course discussion segments. But let's look at how engaging the Nigerian government is about deploying artificial intelligence, intelligence gathering, to tackle this issue of insecurity. Some have said that in spite of the budget, year in, year out, there seems not to be an optimal usage or deployment of this intelligence, in tackling insecurity, even by the present-day government. Are you there, Mr. Uyosa?
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I don't know if you got my question.
Yes, I got your question. Yeah, I got your question correctly.
Can you respond to that, please?
Yes, so what I would say is that we need a whole lot of technology. And I think the government needs to invest more in security, because if you can, the first responsibility of a government is to secure lives and property, and to give stability to its nation. Without stability, security, nothing can be progressive in any nation or any state. So for me, I think we need to invest in our technology, and that ranges from different forms of technology. And if you look at this Boko Harams, this ISWAP bandits, they all communicate. They've got technology, they've got mobile phones, they've got internet, and they're all using our ISP internet service provider. They are using the network. So we need to take advantage of this. We've got the technical know-how. We've got the people who can actually break into these security networks and coordinate and understand what these guys are doing, how they move around. We can do all of that. So for me, I feel like the government has a lot to do. They have to bring in manpower, human intelligence, people who understand how this technology works. So in terms of technology, I think that our country needs to invest more on our people.
Okay, Uyosa, there's still another challenge of having fifth columnists even within the army, sabotaging the efforts of the Nigerian army, in tackling, or the armed forces, in tackling this issue of insecurity. What do you think the government under President Bola Ahmed Tinubu should do about
it? It's more like a cancer at the moment. So, and it's, when you are trying to, it's just like when someone who stole your wristwatch is helping you to find it, you're not going to find it. That's the problem. So when you're trying to tackle insecurity, and the people who are actually benefiting from insecurity is still in your government, you will never have any headway, any progress. That's the biggest problem we're having now. So we have infiltration within our security architecture in Nigeria. That's the biggest problem, and a lot of people are benefiting from it. So for me, I think a lot of service chiefs have to go. We have to really look into, now, one of the best way you can do all of this is for you to create a security system whereby you can actually monitor this security personnel even up to the top ranking officers. See, we can set up a security system that can monitor even these top ranking officers to know what they do on a daily basis, even their calls that they make, even what they do, even the people they communicate with. Sometimes you can find it very disturbing to say, how should we be doing this for our services? Yes, we need to be doing this. Anybody who is a top ranking officer, we should have a system in place to monitor their calls, monitor their messages, monitor where they go and everything, because we can't really tell where the cancer is coming from, where it's starting from, who are the people. So we need to do that. And the government, obviously, the government needs to step up and say, we need to nip this thing in the bud. And for them to do that, they are going to upset a whole lot of people. And what is more important is that as far as what you're doing is for the common good of the nation. So irrespective of who is going to be upset, so they should go. But I think we need to deploy a lot of security systems. We have a lot of cyber systems that we can actually deploy that can actually keep a track of what is happening. Even this Boko Haram, the question is that you ask yourself the question, when these people kidnap, adopt our people, what do they use in communicating to the abductors? What they communicate with their families? How do they ask them for ransom? So we can actually track all of this. So I just think that government is not doing enough. Not just the Bola Ahmed Tinubu. I think our society government haven't done enough, and there's a room for us to do enough. So we have a lot of technology. The government knows where to get this technology from, and there are a lot of people who are ready to be trained on all these technologies. But it's just that we are not every effort. Just take an example. I remember during the time of Jonathan Goodluck, when we heard about the Dasuki Gate, and we heard about how somebody was giving a funds to actually acquire ammunitions, and these funds were siphoned, and we were clapping for this man. You are jeopardizing the security of our nation. Those kind of people should be in prison. They shouldn't be allowed to work freely because you are mortgaging the security of our country. So this is, I think, also there's a whole of complacence from government and also irresponsibility for the past administration. And I think Bola Ahmed Tinubu is trying as much as possible to see how much he can fix the issue. But like I said, whatever we are seeing here is not just a problem. It's not just a problem that just started now. It's a ripple effect over time. That's it.
Thank you so much. You said a whole lot, and actually, I was just nodding my head here. I think we need this technology. So coming back to you, comrade, here in the studio, I see you're just eagering to say something.
Not really.
Okay, so
my brother is doing well.
He talked about technology. He talked about these bandits having all this technology, how they ask for ransoms from the family, how they communicate with the family of the people they have kidnapped. And that brings me to the question I'm going to ask you. They asked for ransoms, and we found out that the government also pay ransoms to these bandits. Do you think it is right to pay ransoms to them?
Yes, at that point they need to pay ransom because of the pressure. The oppositions usually take advantage of as slight as it could be. They make it big, so everybody want to quickly see how the general public will not hit back on the system that the government is failing. Because when ordinarily government cannot guarantee security and welfare of the people, which is the first enactment in the Constitution, it becomes a problem, no matter how you seize it. And when you begin to see skirmishes and blowing up of issues, it automatically shows that government is incompetent. But however, security across the world today has taken a different dimension, because we have some persons who once said they were extremists or supporting a certain cause. From certain cause now to monetary, you can see that they have lost their value. They have lost what they think they feel or they think. They have lost their sense of comprehension. How can you say, I am fighting for a certain cause, and thereafter, I am now using it to make money? That means you are complete out of bound. But however, government must continually put structures in place because they already sabotaged. Former President Muhammadu Buhari rehabilitated some so-called Boko Haram members who are from his place, is from his region, or from the north, and at the same time, co-opt them into all the security institutions. And these are some of them you see today that are in subordination, that are creating subordination and being ruled to state laws, to authorities, because that euphoria of how gun-freaked they used to be, it still rose in them. And if you dare them too much, they don't mind how highly placed you are, they can bring out the pistol and get you down. So you must also apply caution.
So we're talking about the ransom.
Yes, I am coming now, because ransom, because it has now come to this level, the people were also recommending for government, top officials, selling Oga, why don't you just pay ransom? They will go back and collect their own parts.
Are you indirectly confirming to us that that's what the president could be doing in terms of tackling?
As in paying ransom?
Yes.
I have not said the president is paying ransom. My sister here has said, it's obvious that government now pay ransom.
Okay, ransom payment.
I am okay. I'm okay in it. No, that is not how it's supposed to be. That is not what we are supposed to see.
Do you know the decadence that Nigeria has gone through over these ransom payments?
Okay, now.
Do you know that it has been like a cancer, that this insecurity is escalating just because there is always a patronage for it?
Can we be patient?
It may somehow be like we are approaching it wrongly for you to say that the government should, pay ransom.
Now, can we be patient and allow government?
Does that not show to you that the government does not even have the wherewithal, Philip, to nip this part of insecurity?
Once you ask me, you know, allow me laugh. I said, can Nigerians be patient to allow government, for example, go into it and do the needed thing? One, maybe no. Because that was what brought about Bring Back Our Girls.
The Chibok girls, yes.
Yes, and which is 16 tomorrow. Bring back. The pressure is high. And now, even while government is trying to do intelligence, at the same time, even those you are even doing the intelligence with are also telling those people they already know where you are, move. Change location and change direction.
That is exactly what
so that is why spoke about. That is why, first of all,
monitor even those who are securing the borders, even those who are doing the business
that's what I'm saying.
Of tackling insecurity.
Now, do you not know them? Do you not know who will be sincere? Do you not know who will show patriotism? Now we must go back to the drawing board and appeal. That is why we must go back to our curriculum of history. We must teach our children from birth. I don't know why they had to stop it at the time. How we have seen patriotic Nigerians before. How you can even lay your life for your country.
Let's not beg the question. You seem to turn your eyes away from leadership failures that we're having.
Yeah. Right now, I will not tell you.
What do you urge the president to do?
The president is
as regards making sacrifices, that will beef up security and show some proactiveness in governance over tackling insecurity.
The president is doing.
Thank you very much for joining us on the program, Healthy Living. What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body, which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain, which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits.
It is curable, but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well and avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity to be down, then the risk of contracting tuberculosis will be reduced.
If you're healthy, then you're wealthy.
Join us this morning on ITV. Big thanks for taking our time to be part of this. This is what we call it a wrap on a discussion from the Benin Network Center. But basically, big thanks, Comrade Collins Usagai, for being a part of this.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And I think first, my last appeal was let Nigerians be patriotic. Let's see what we can do for our country. It doesn't matter how we see past failures or assume present failures, but let's just do all our can to protect our country, Nigeria.
Thank you for coming.
All right, to you, Uyosa Edobo, big thanks, and your final words in 10 seconds.
Yeah, thank you very much. Quickly, I just want to say, you see, just like it's also necessary that our government also listen to its citizens, because I remember in the last administration of Godwin Obaseki.
Okay, all right, we'll take the thoughts of your memory, what you remember later on. But this is what we call it. This will call it a show for the Benin Network Center. We now join Abuja, where Dominic Yemese is standing by.
All right, thank you so much, Philip. Of course, our guest is already seated in the studio for us to look at other issues away from insecurity, although it still has to do with security. If you look at it from the other side, by the time we dive into the discussion, you understand why I said it also has to do with security. Well, today is 25th day in the month of November. If you've been following the United States events, how they celebrate their events each month, you know that today is the International Day for the elimination of violence against women, and then the beginning of the activism, that's the 16-day activism against for violence against women. It's an international day, and of course Nigeria is part of that treaty, where we also look at issues that have to do with abuse against women. Some persons have argued in the past that where we have days that men will be talked about when you talk about abuse for men, but that will not be our focus this morning. So I have joining me already. She's already seated in the studio to tell us what this year event is all about, or what we should be expecting rather from the 16 days activism. I have Peter, or Mimi Peter. She is the president's Nigerian Female Youth Organization. A very good morning to you.
Good morning, thank you.
And I must say congratulations again. Every year we have women coming to the studio to talk about the 16 days activism that kickstarts with, sometimes we have road walks, we have so many activities lined up. But let's look at the theme for this year's event before we now dive into the discussion. Digital abuse. I don't know why the choice of that, fighting digital abuse this time.
Okay, thank you so much. I'm pleased to be here. When we talk about digital abuse or digital, why we use that topic is because a lot of things have been happening. You understand, the recent time there's this girls that met a guy on the internet, you know, people do marry there. People do have good relationship from social media. But in the recent time, it has become a problem. You understand, you meet someone not knowing the person have an ulterior motives. So a lot of people have died through that way. You understand? So that's one of the main reasons why it's like that, so that we'll create awareness.
Most persons do not know how this thing works. When you say digital abuse, how does it occur? How will you know that this person is being abused using platforms like the social medias we have?
Like I said earlier, you meet someone in a very good note, and hi, and maybe it starts from there. Then you start having a relationship. There's recently what happened in Abuja, where a girl went to meet someone she met through that social media, and the girl was almost killed, if not that she raised an alarm. So a lot of things are happening in social media. So we're trying to use that digital to create awareness that people should be careful, you know who you meet and where to meet such persons, and at least you go to a public place and do any interaction you need to have with the person.
So in other sense, social media has not really done so much good to women, because the majority of them fall victims to abuse. You can see some of them are being stalked, some they have been abused, images put on the platform just to molest them and all that. Is that the reason why we should be focusing our attention this time as we celebrate the elimination of violence against women?
Okay, I'm not going to say it has not done well. Do you understand? It has its good and it has its bad. It's social media too that most of us have heard things. People come on social media and say, this is what happened to them. And some of us are into activism, take it up from there. So I can't say it has not done much. But we are saying that people should be careful. Do you understand? And we should use it positively. If you have any problem, you can get on your phone and talk about it. Speak out, because they say the closed mouth is a closed destiny. People should use social media positively by exposing the evils of men. And also, like I don't know, I've not said that, but when we talk about gender violence, we're not just talking about the women, even though somehow men are equally involved. It's just that mostly women are being always this, yes, you know, at the receiving end. So it's not just men, it's not just women. Men are still involved.
So how do you know you are a victim, or probably how do you begin to sense that, look, are being victimized through social media or through digital platforms? As a person, how do you begin to sense that, look, I see someone, or I'm beginning
okay, sometimes maybe you have a relationship with someone, maybe the person has promised to marry you and it's a long distance or something. You see some people who ask you for some things that are not really that good, you understand? Maybe they ask you to make a video of yourself, you know, nude pictures and all the rest. So some vulnerable ones will believe that he's my man, you understand, after he's going to marry me. So some take the risk of exposing their nude pictures to such men, and before you know it, those guys take advantage of that by, okay, I have this about you and you know, so if you don't want to, they use it to blackmail you. So we're telling the younger ones, we're telling them, don't just try it. There's no need for that, because you don't know who is it. It's not written in their face that this is their intention. You can't see it. You're not going to know one's intention. So there's no need for you to do that. If the person can't wait until he comes back or until you guys are together, there's no need for that.
So what does this do to the women, especially those who are victims of digital platforms where they're being abused?
You speak out. You take it out from there. You speak out.
Now, as an individual, are there traumas?
Yeah, traumas. Yes, you need to be told. When your nude is private. It's private. So when it goes out, it's not more private. It becomes public, and it's not an easy thing to see that your nude is outside. So the trauma, some people try to kill themselves, you understand, try to commit suicide because they can't start the shame. Some maybe single mothers, some have their parents, some have their family members, and other rest of friends. So it causes a lot of trauma. So we're doing everything to see that we end it.
You talk about speaking out. Most persons feel by the time you speak out, probably you'll be stigmatized, and that's the reason we have issues with persons who are victims of maybe bullying, stalking, just like you mentioned, where your needs are out there, and they get stigmatized and wouldn't want to talk. How do you address those?
I say that he that is down fears no fall. So what am I trying to say? Before we used to have problems in maybe going to the station to report. You understand? The police, like now we made a lot of advocacy about it, and as I speak today, most of the police stations have the decks for that. So before it was a problem when you come to a police station to report, they start asking what were you wearing, how were you dressed, why did you go with the person in the night, and all those questions. It doesn't work they don't do it anymore like that. So we are fighting against that. So it's better for you to speak out than to die in silence. Because when you speak out, if they say the problem solved, a problem shared is half solved. So it's more better for you to speak out than to keep it to yourself and die in silence. So encouraging everybody to...
Now, because like you mentioned, you die you speak or you die in silence. So like I said earlier, you're being victimized or you feel you cannot speak out. So what role does society play in ensuring that these people who are victims are being, there's a way you absorb them and make them understand that, look, we understand what you're going through, because definitely it's the society that's making them try to hold back and don't want to speak. So what role does society have in ensuring that we reduce such violence against women, especially on the digital platforms?
Okay, I am the publicity secretary, Youth NILOV, League of Women Voters in Nigeria, is one of the biggest organization in Africa, women organization in Africa. There is an organization that welcomes you. They say, come as you are. Come as you are. No matter your problem, no matter how you're tuned, no matter how you're being abused, come. It's everywhere in Nigeria, in all the states in Nigeria. So yeah.
I may have to ask you to pay me for publicity.
Okay, I'm actually, okay, what I'm trying is, because you're asking me how, we're trying to, that organization gives you that voice. You can talk to anybody, you go to schools on our own, you understand? If you can't be able to go to the station, talk to somebody, there's somebody beside, there's NGOs around. Ask of NGOs, there's NGOs in every state. So go around and tell them, they will be there, they will bring out your case. Or if you don't know what to do, put yourself on the social media. This is what you're facing.
Social media where you have issues.
We don't have issues.
When we return, I will continue that discussion.
Thank you.
ITV, certainly the best.
Nations 16 days activity and extracting the violence against women and girls. And I have joining me in the studio already. We had Mimi Peters. Earlier she was talking about how to talk to those who are victims of violence. And then we have Teresa Ogbuazebe. I hope I got that correctly.
Yeah,
she is the founder, No Girl Left Behind initiative. Before you joined us, we were looking at issues that have to do with those who have problems, who have been victimized through digital platforms. How do they seek help? Now, the theme for this year is Unite, Fight Digital Abuse. Tell us, what's your own take on the theme for this year's celebration?
It's actually a good thing because it's a call to action. Just like I always say, when we talk about federal or gender-based gender, it is something that is not left for just one person or an individual. Everybody has to take a step and continue to do it. Like we have, most of the reasons why all of these things keep happening is poor education. Yes, we need to do more education. We need to do faster justice.
That's one of the things. So I think this is a call that Pastor does, because we have those laws and you see they keep running around. And that's why most of these big things, they find it really hard. They prefer to just keep quiet because the stigma is going to be there and justice is not going to be served. So this is a call to every person in charge of our law to actually take this thing very seriously, because we are losing a lot of girls, we're losing a lot of people who go through this process and they just feel like to remain silent, and silence is not the thing.
Earlier I was asking her, how do you know that you're a victim, or how do you know that you're being, or you're going to be harassed through some of those processes like she was mentioning earlier. And now you are somebody who, I know you did directly with girls, young girls and all that. How did you begin to nurture them? Like, look, if you're on the social media, this is what you should do, this is what you should not do, so you don't fall victims of victimizations.
Okay, just the way we say environment matters a lot. So the social media is actually an environment. So who you follow, who you click the follow button to, what you watch, restriction, you have to have knowledge that whatever you bring close to you has something to do with it, either affecting you or it's going to make you stronger. So for instance, we have like, some persons will be like, there are a lot of ads even when you don't want to watch it. But when you see it, you skip it. It doesn't take you anything. There's no need for you to be curious to see something that you know is not good. And don't be pressured because others are actually doing it, so you have to. So you have to restrict those mediums that you get to see, because we know them. As young as they are, those that have access to phones and those that don't have that still phone, is because they feel that that thing is necessary. But what we do is make them understand who they are. When you know who you carry, you know the things you bring to yourself. Just for instance, you know that you want to be someone great. You know that all of these things are not something that you stand in, and you're just a young girl who's supposed to focus on your education and focus on being a better version of yourself, not to start being into being abused socially. It's going to come, but when you are fully aware of what it actually is for the problem, you're going to actually now know the solution. So thereby, even when they are being tempted, they now know, oh, it's not nice, it's not good and all of that, so they keep access.
So we are talking about regulations, and we don't have laws that really guide against abuse on social media and all that. I want to go back to Mimi. Now, how do we begin to get justice for people like this? You mentioned earlier you have an organization, you reach out to these people, try to talk to them. But how do you get justice for them? Because we see, like I told you earlier, there are people who withdraw. They have issues like they have to just withdraw back. They don't want people to hear about it. But how do you begin to get justice for them so that we have to make people aware that, look, if you're being abused, you're being molested, or you're being stalked on social media, you can actually get justice if you speak up. Okay, just like she mentioned, the problem we have is enforcement. It's not as if there's no laws or whatever. There is, but the enforcement is not strong. You understand? And most of the punishment too is not strong enough. And that is why we're calling everybody within this period, we're calling everybody to come together. Let's unite together against death. Let's come together. Let's fight this together. When we talk about there's enforcement now than before. But we say like there's some violence that's maybe just 2 years imprisonment. But when you look at the money, it's 500,000 naira. Anybody can pay 500,000 naira and go away. So that's it's not strong enough. But when you have enforcement, you have punishments that are very strong. They're going to cut off your private parts. If you rape a woman, will you want to do that for anything? You're not going to do that. And there's no monetary compensation. You're not going to do that. Nobody wants to be left half or whatever. So the problem we have is the punishment. Most of the punishments are not strong. And that is what we're doing right now. We're calling on the government, we're calling on the judiciary. Let's make the punishment strong and let the enforcement be there. And we're promising people there is punishment. You're going to get your justice. We are there for you. We are there for you. Like I said earlier, before, when you go to police stations, which is easier for people to enter, they start asking you questions, what were you? Oh, you're wearing mini. Oh, you understand? And some of the men will say, she just said no. No have no color. No have no color, have no face. No is no. No matter how they say it. It was silent. No. It was no. It was no at the initial time. It's no. No is no. There's no color about that. So
letting people know that you will get justice. The only thing why you will not get justice is that you keep it to yourself. Speak out. Nigeria police now, they have decks, gender decks, you understand? They have decks where you come. This is just what they entertain. So it's not a problem now. And we see that other security agencies, which is what we're working on, they're having it. So you must get your justice. The only time you don't get justice is that you close your mouth.
Okay, let me come back to Teresa. I know she talked about some of them. I want you to talk to the young ladies out there. What are some of the signs that you just have to see? Maybe you notify and say, okay, look, it's not just going to those sites, click and click. There are signs that will make you know, look, this person is about to stalk me or I'm about to be abused on social media. What are the signs to look out for as a young lady when you're on social media?
Yeah, I will actually use a personal experience. I was 17 and I didn't have a phone. But the moment we opened those things we got to go or something, we saw someone chatting you. They'll tell you like the wife or something. Maybe it's just hiding around. The person will be like, send me a picture of you. And you would be wondering, those are signs. Why would someone ask you a picture of you while you already have a profile picture, right? Or you get questions, you are being stalked. Someone is always stalking you, they will use sexual words. Abuse is not just physical, emotional abuse. Or you get for instance, sometimes when I go to jail, someone will be like, you're just wasting this body. That's an abuse. The person is indirectly telling you. You don't need to wait for it to happen physically before you get to know. And that's why I speak more on education and awareness. That's why when we teach girls at Nigerian FBI Initiative, we teach you to be self-aware. We teach you to know what is wrong and right. We let you be alert about your environment. So there's nobody that when you see some things happen, even with, you will know. There's a way you're going to be, because we've told you the signs. We'll take time to tell you, when you see someone trying to be sensitive, act smarter than that person, you already know what he wants to do. So you know what next to do. So you're telling them the problem, you're telling them how to address it, and you're giving them closure. And one thing again that can actually help, when they are there, you actually give them like a safe place. They should have safe places. And I'm grateful that we have a lot of non-governmental organizations that are here. They want to listen to you. They want to hear you. So that's why when you are educating about these things, you need to be loud enough. I said that I cannot keep quiet about things that matter, because I want everybody, every girl child in this world to feel safe. They deserve dignity. They deserve safety. And how can they get this safety? It is when they are aware that this safety is their right. So when you actually know and you see the signs going around, you will know. And when now knowing it, maybe now for instance, a big person in this country is trying to sexually harass you or harass you economically, they do that. You might go for a job and they said you can't get the job.
But do you get cases where boys also are being harassed on that? So how do you manage both situations?
Yeah, most people think that because the name of my foundation is not getting less than we don't get cases of boys, so we don't attend to it. Our main focus is for girls, but when we get such, I have team members, colleagues that are into boys, like advocacy. So when we get something like that, we listen to them.
So what I mean is that, is it similar process to what the girls face on social media, the same thing?
Yes, boys go through them too, even worse. But because we have actually made boys feel that they are man, so those things are supposed to happen to them. It's the ladies that is not supposed to happen, it happens to them. I remember one telling me how he was raped by his senior in SS3. She slept with him. And he didn't see the need that, he didn't see it as rape. He saw it like he enjoyed it.
So as we begin the 16 days activism, I keep mixing it up. What should we be expecting? Let me go back to you, Mimi. Within this period, what kind of awareness, what should the government be doing? Because this is not the first time. I understand that it's also the 30th anniversary of the Beijing conference. What should the government be doing? Because it seems we've not gotten it right as far as the issue of violence against women is concerned.
The government have a lot to do, and like yesterday, there was a program that was the opening program in Women Affairs, Office of the Minister of Women Affairs. They create awareness. There are a lot of things going to happen. It's not just only in Nigeria, even in South Africa, everywhere in the world. You're going to, in fact, we're going to schools. There are lots, everything. We're calling everybody to unite. We think from now till 10th of December, that's what you're going to be hearing. We want you to use the color, which is orange. We want it on your status. We want it everywhere. There are a lot of things, drama, going to school, advocacy. There's just going to be a lot of things happening because we're creating awareness and we're uniting people against GBV. You understand? And everybody is involved, not just the women.
Before we go, let me take you again on how to prevent sexual abuse or judicial abuse and all that on the side of the parents. But most persons feel it's neglect. You not get a phone for your child of 12, 13, 9. Android phone. And how do we begin to play our role as parents to ensure that we don't get our children into such situations?
You know, parenting is a very big tax, and it is a tax that even when God was bringing marriage, he said you should bring out children that are godly. So when you want to train children, you don't train them with emotions. You train them with your head, with God's direction and the purpose of why they are coming to this world. So I feel like most parents now need to sit down and train their children, take away emotions. When you take away emotions, you tell me why I was 18 or 19 in school and my mom didn't give me a phone. That is, she wanted me to actually know that I didn't need that. Many people, parents now get phone, they say they want the children to learn. I'm sorry to say, I'm not in that category that feel those children will learn. It's going to do them more harm than this. So I feel parents should sit down and actually know that there's implications and all of this. And it is good for a child to wait until time. So when you now know that you need to wait for this certain time, by then the child, while you are telling them to wait, you are not just telling them wait, you don't need to, you are giving them the education, you are giving them the awareness, so that when such things come to them, they won't misuse it. They won't misuse it. So parents need to sit down, both the father and the mother. When we talk about parenting, is two of them needs to sit down and know what they want from this child. So restrictions to this phone is going to be actually good. I'm not saying you could use your TV to show them YouTube and all of that for a while, but giving them phone, I don't think.
Let me get your last thoughts on this parental influencing children as far as social media is concerned.
Okay, I must say that the parent training is not how it used to be now. Parents don't have time anymore, and that is wrong because we go to schools and we're seeing it. I will tell you the experience I had while growing up. I got a phone. Do you know that was the first meeting my father called for me. He called my mom, see that I thought it's something, we sat down and said, how did you get phone? It was a problem. I have to explain. I was a student leader because I was a student leader. I was a nurse. Do you understand? This is how it comes about and this. It was a very big problem. Do you know that a guy of 18 years brings cars to the house and the parents are so happy about it? I must say that our parents, most of the new generation parents are failed. They have a lot to do because the first training, the first teacher is home. And I want to let parents know that whatever you didn't teach, if you didn't teach them positively, they will get it outside. They will get it outside and it may be negative. Do you understand? So our parents have a lot to do. Take time, look at your children, look at their books, look at what they're doing, look at what they come back to school with.
Okay, I know we have so much to talk about this very event, and it's going to be for 16 days. So I just hope we'll have you guys back again in the studio for us to talk more as event unfold in the course of the celebration. Thank you so much for coming, President, Nigerian Youth Organization, Mimi Peters. Thank you for being on the program. Teresa Boaze, she is the Let's Know Girl behind the initiative. Thank you so much for joining us this morning.
Thank you so much for having
quickly
us.
To our Lagos studio for the continuation of the program with Joshua.
ITV, certainly the best.
Thanks for staying with us. And of course, if you're just joining, of course, it is the continuation of your ultimate news and current affairs program reaching you live from our Lagos Network Center on the ITV network. I am Joshua Okata. On the program this morning, our focus will be on the initiative, of course, to secure schools within Katsina State. And it's a move, especially by the government of Katsina State in collaboration with the Nigerian Police Force through the office of the Commissioner of Police in the person of Mr. Bello Shehu. A move especially to secure the schools, which of course would activate school protection mechanism to strengthen security within the state. This move, as proactive as it may seem, of course, is coming against the backdrop of recent attacks, especially on the northeastern region, which of course we saw the attacks which happened in Kebbi State and the most recent in Niger State, where no fewer than 100 persons were abducted from that particular location. Now, in the course of our conversation this morning from our Lagos Network studios, we'll be looking at a number of issues, of course, which has to do with the effectiveness and, of course, the implementation of such policies to, of course, engender trust out of the people towards the security agencies. We'll also be looking at who is responsible for funding and allocation of resources that will enable the security personnel to be able to carry out their job on a daily basis. What impact would this have on the educational sector in Katsina State? Would it disrupt academic activities going on there, or will it in effect cope or mitigate the apprehension students are already having, especially the pupils in that school, to be able to return back to their schools? And eventually, what will be the long-term effect this would have on the sector? We'll be having a couple of persons who will be joining us right here, one of which is Mr. Tony Nwaje, who's a public affairs analyst, who's of course on his way to join us right here in the studio. But of course, in the meantime, we'll be having a security expert joining us from the UK, and then of Mr. Uyosa Edobo. Good morning, Mr. Uyosa, and thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
All right, now let's get, thank you so much for joining us. Now let's get your bite on this issue. There is an initiative, especially from the Katsina State government in collaboration with the Commissioner of Police in the person of Bello Shehu, to be able to activate school protection mechanism to protect the lives and properties in Katsina State. What's your take as regards this? Is this coming too late or a proactive step?
Well, I would say we need proactive measures, and I think it's better to prevent than to try to remedy a situation. But in this case, a lot of security, a lot of damage has already been done. But what we can only do is to try and ensure that such incidents doesn't happen. So, and then what do we do is to put in security mechanism in place to actually deter these insurgents, these bandits, ISWAP people from actually carrying out consecutive attacks. So for me, I would say it's a welcome development, because there's no security measures being put in place that is not a step in the right direction. So for me, I think it's a welcome development, and I think there should be a very high synergy between the government and the security personnel, so that we long way to actually solving this issue of insecurity. And I think we need to have a very secure system where the government and the security personnel will be able to communicate and share threat intelligence without any form of breach or compromise. I think that's very important. So, and what I've found at most times is that there's been a breach between the security channels, between where government and our security personnel communicate in coordinating attacks to actually curb this insecurity that we're facing. So I think we need a system like a trust relationship between government and the security personnel. If we can have all of this in place, I think we'll go a long way in solving this problem.
All right, talk to us about specific measures, I mean strategies that could be put in place to be able to ensure that there is no sort of likelihood of an attack, especially on such school, because you talked about information sharing, you also talked about persons within the sector that could sabotage informations that are very classified that could help to be able to make the lives of the students and of course the staff in that particular school or within the state secured. So what would you talk about when it comes to strategies?
You see, if you take the United States and take the United Kingdom as an example, you see, I was surprised when I heard from the news that the military and police personnel were talking about lack of internet services when they were trying to communicate with colleagues. So I was really surprised because in the Western world, the military and the police, they have their own secure line, which is different from the normal lines which the ISP provide. So first of all, we need to protect our system, our communication channels. So that's why I said if there's an effective and secure communication channel between our government and our top security personnel, such that whatever information is communicated or whatever data is being shared doesn't go out and gets to the wrong hands. That's the first thing. Then we need to create what we call cyber presence within our states, such that we are able to track all these activities of these bandits, of all these people who are trying to infiltrate our security, cause problems to our system. So we need to be able to track the activities. We need to be able to track their movement, their calls, their conversations, where they move to, who they communicate to. Then again, we also need to create a cyber presence in terms of tracking these financier people who are financing them, because the truth is that all over the world, for you to be able to fund terrorism, you need money. You need to move money around. So we need to be able to trace these people, trace where these monies are going, is coming from. So we need that presence. And also, I think the social media is also playing a very big factor, escalating issues beyond necessary. So we also need to first of all find a way to de-escalate the problem we're having. But above all, I think the first thing is that create a secure channel. We need to also have more of intrusion systems where before these attacks takes place, we are able to identify, because the very first stage is reconnaissance, which is more information gathering. So we need to be able to gather information, threat intelligence, to see what is happening. Like also to give a kudos to the DSS. We have seen oftentimes that the DSS have often told us and given us a prompt on issues and possible threats, but it's just like there's been a bit of negligence and to actually tackle this threat intelligence that we have. So I think it's important that we have a well robust coordinated attacks, and government itself also have to understand that technology has advanced. If you look at most of the technology Nigerians are using, you wonder it's quite a bit outdated. So Nigeria needs to invest in technology in fighting these people, because don't forget, these bandits and these terrorists, they are all heavily invested in technology as well. So we as a state, we should be looking at 21st technology to actually tackle these people. And it's happening everywhere. The US are doing it. The Russians are doing it. So why can't we implement this? So it's very important. And again, it's not like we don't have the brain drain. We have this, but it's just that our governments, in certain ways, have not really stepped up to look at the problem and collaborate with our locals as well to see how we can solve all this problem. Just like, take for example, my state I wrote a proposal to the previous government on how to, because there was a whole lot of insecurity rocking our states. I wrote a proposal on how to develop an application that we can share within our community, and where there's an issue of kidnapping, issue of banditry, we can actually send a response, and the security personnel will be able to get it and locate the exact location. I wrote this proposal, but it was shoved down a few years ago. So this is the problem. So the government also has their own responsibility to play in all of this.
I mean, this is the first time I'm hearing, or the second time rather, that I'm hearing someone like you talking about writing proposals, you know, to your state government, and of course it being shoved aside. You raised issue about, you know, information sharing, especially when it comes to investing on technology, given the fact that these guys are good investors, regardless of who their fundraisers are when it comes to technology. And of course, do we really have a dedicated line, secure for that matter, that our law enforcement agencies can use when it comes to curbing crime? Do you think we have that in our climb here in Nigeria?
To be honest, when I heard that statement from the security, I was really shocked, because I was like, for the fact I know, and I haven't worked with a lot of security personnel, I know that every country, military, police, they have their own dedicated line. So if we still rely on the ISP, and it's quite very concerning. I won't say that we don't have it, but I can say that from the information on the public, I think there's a problem. If we do, but I think there's a problem with the line. And if there is, I don't think it's secured enough, because we found out over time that most of these bandits, they've actually infiltrated into our network, and most of our intelligence, in twinkling of an eye, we were so surprised how they get to find information. So imagine the one that happened, where the military went to secure a school, and 30 minutes after they left, and this banditry attacked. So who is giving that information? So it's a very big concern. So I don't think we've got a secure communication line between our military. But that's why I said there needs to be a proper integration between the military, between the police, for the DSS, even our local vigilante. So this is a combination of, you can't do it. That's why I said we also need our community. They need to be a partner rather than just beneficiaries.
All right, before we talk about community engagement, let's look at those who will be at the very first hit when it comes to beneficiaries of the security agencies. I'm talking about the students and staff of those schools. Now, in the course of this engagement, do you think that the students and the staff would have some level of trainings or drills, you know, to be at the level of defense, especially before security agencies move in? Do you think, you know, some sort of exposure in that regard will be given to them?
Yes, you see, it's quite very simple. Every school needs to have a security system, an intrusion system, where when there is a case of security concern, and there should be a very secure channel where they can communicate with the government within a limited time, and government response in a very swift and decisive manner. But let's come to for our children in our schools. If you look at the Western world, they train these children at a very early age. They tell them that when you have an issue at home, just dial 999 or 911 or 333, depending on the number of the country. So every schools need to, with the level of insecurity in Nigeria now, we need to be telling our kids, when you find anything, if you see it, like we call it here in UK, if you see it, you say it, you report it. So when you find any disturbing movement around, and if you don't feel it, just dial the number, report it. So I think we need that level of awareness and training in our schools, as it should be part of our daily routine. Even in the classrooms, in the assembly grounds, they need to tell them, they need to recite the number, they should have it offered. When something like this happens, this should be. So I think it's a way to start regaining trust and confidence in our security system again.
All right, now let's look at the issue of funding and resources, because largely it has been one of the issues that have been bedeviling the security agencies from carrying out their job in a professional manner. I'm talking about combing the nooks and crannies of a particular state can be very problem in their issue. Do you have any bearing on the state government talking about being responsible in catering to the funding, especially logistics and other resources involved? Whose responsibility is it? The state governor or that of the IGP?
So, you see, if you take this down to our state level, where we look at communal policing and state policing, I think our state can fund this, because if you look at each of the states with there have been a very high case of mismanagement of our resources and of our finance. So if a nation which can provide security and any development can actually take priority. So I think our responsibility, we have state policing, they take care of their state police. So it's really important to get into villages to take that. And there are various ways where you can fund this police personnel. A lot of people are happy to join the police personnel to solve the problem working at their states. So it's just a case of the government giving them the necessary work equipment and providing them with an enabling environment such that they will be able to function. So I think most of the problem is not really about getting security personnel. It's all about ensuring that these personnel are fully equipped to be able to do their job effectively. I cannot overemphasize the need for state policing and how well it is going to help our community.
All right, talking about funding, like you said, the state government can actually do that. And of course, given recent interviews we've had on this platform, some persons who are analysts have told us categorically that the removal of fuel subsidy, talking about the gains, now puts money or more money in the pockets of the governors. Now, I want you to also look at this area of abuse. Like they say, to whom or to he who pays the piper dictates the tune. Do you see any form of abuse if the governors now decide to fund their state when it comes to state policing? And do you see any abuse that may likely come when this same police that they use in securing the state is now used to unleash mayhem on the people, especially when they go out there to protest?
Well, you see, I believe that the first thing is for us to, when you don't have a nation to govern, so every other thing becomes irrelevant. So there have been series of concerns about how most of these governors, state governors, are going to use this state police for their own personal agenda. But before we get there, let's look at the bigger picture. We have a problem that is affecting every state in Nigeria. So what is the benefit of state police outweighs the concern? So we wouldn't say that because there's the possibility of these governors abusing this and then we will not introduce state policing. We are talking about lives and property of our nations, our people. So for me, I think that should be a conversation, another day conversation. But what is more important is that we need state policing to be able to secure the lives of our fathers, our mothers, our brothers and sisters, which is more important. Now, if you are so concerned about what the governors are going to do with this policy, how about the national? We have had cases whereby the governors, the states is in a different party and the federal is in a different party, where the federal uses this police, use the might of the police and to intimidate the state. So it's not happening in our current day. The federal is intimidating some states, and they have done it over time. So why are we so concerned about the governor using against this thing? But that's not relevant. What is more important is what the state policing is going to do for us. That is more important thing. So we have to look at scale of preference. So at this point, we cannot overemphasize the need for us to introduce state policing into their states.
All right, talking about the immediate benefits, which you want us to focus on. Now, do you think, based on your experience as a security expert, that these operation or the day-to-day activities of the security agencies within the state would disrupt academic activities from going on? That's one. Number two, what would you say about the issue of properly governing the state when it comes to community engagement?
So first of all, I don't think security presence. The security presence should be something that should give hopes to the common man. You see, when you find security personnel around your community, that will give you some bit of safer. You feel more safe that having this security. But however, the way security is done is not the way people think. Security is done in different levels. Some are visual, some are invisible. So government, you don't really need to put on a uniform. You can have security personnel that just dress in form of human, just like an intelligence. People just like the JSA, people live in community. You don't even know that they're security personnel. Observing and understanding what is going on within the community. So for me, security presence, and again, the various ways, like I said, there are various ways we could tackle this. We could tackle in cyber, we could do cyber, there's a way we could do it. We could use cyber intrusion system to actually check the activities of these people and check their movement. There are drones and everything going on. So this shouldn't be a problem. So I don't think when our children find out that their security apparatus and their security devices around, checking what is happening on this, and they will feel a bit of safe. So for me, I don't think that should be a problem.
All right.
Then secondly, again, for
go ahead.
Like you said about the community, I think nobody knows your house better than you. So that's the reason why even somebody who is coming to fight you, to attack you, he doesn't know your house better than you. So that's the reason why we need the community. We need to engage our community. They need to be partners. They need to feel integrated. They need to have that sense of belonging that the government and the state are with them in this fight against insecurity. So we need to arm our local vigilante. We need to give them sophisticated weapons. This ISWAP and Boko Haram headsmen, they're using AK-47. And our vigilante, they don't even have this assault rifle. They should have it as well. Because the difference, like I said, the difference between a Boko Haram person and a normal communal person is the gun that they're carrying. So that's it. So that's what I think we should also arm our own people.
All right, talk to us about the immediate and long-term effect this would have on the education sector in Katsina State if this goes into fusion. Because as you know, right about now, kids, especially in Kebbi State, Niger State, and of course some other states, are apprehensive about going to school because of fear of being attacked. What do you think these security measures put in place by the Katsina State government would do in the long term?
You see, one thing we need to look at is sustainability, right? So it's not about implementing, but bringing up security measures. It's about how you sustain these security measures and ensuring that security measure is safe. Because we have found out over times where the measure put this security over for 6 more time is going to retrust of the state. It's going to give them that sense of belonging that yes, we've got a state that is working. And when your life is not secure, I don't think education it's continuous. think of ways to actually continue to secure your people over and over time, thinking of better ways and how to improve on the existing systems.
All right. Before what will be your intent?
Our push should continue to trust on the government. People, individual stakeholders should collaborate with the government. Government can't do alone. So we need to support our government. We need to get threat information as well, everything that as much as we can to support our dear nation. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Mr. Iyosa, for reaching us from the and of course your this morning.
Thank you very much for joining us on the program, Healthy Living. What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body, which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits.
It is curable, but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well and avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity to be down, then the risk of contracting tuberculosis will be reduced.
If you're healthy, then you're wealthy.
Very good morning to you. Big thanks for joining us on the news round. I am Philip Omogupo. The Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, Nyesom Wike, says the presidential grace period granted Brown insisting that enforcement would not
edition of the annual general meeting and end-of-year party of the Esan Akugbenori Progressive Union in Ekpoma. Chairman on the occasion, Barrister Victor Idiakoa, appreciated the union for its commitment to supporting the less privileged across Esan land.
Your noble idea is well appreciated, and having looked at the objective, I've seen that you are now fully registered with the Corporate Affairs Commission, which means it's now a full legal entity.
Chairman of the union, Engineer Fred Roma, stated that the core objective of the union is to care for indigent students, patients, prison inmates, and the elderly in the society. He explained that this informed their visit to Ubiaja Correctional Center and Ubiaja General Hospital on Friday as part of their end-of-year activities.
This year, we were at Ubiaja. Precisely yesterday, we visited the Correctional Center where we took some toiletries and food to the prisoners. From there, we went to the General Hospital in Ubiaja where we discharged 3 indigent members of the Ubiaja community, and we got them discharged that same yesterday.
Some guests applauded the union for its service to humanity, while goodwill messages were delivered by dignitaries, including the majority leader of the Edo State House of Assembly, Honorable Jonathan Iwamawu, represented by Honorable Henry Irene.
The objectives of this your local organization, it is very laudable.
God, in His own infinite mercy, will enable them to accomplish this great commission He has put in their hands.
Awards of recognition were later presented to deserving members of the union.
It is not as if we have too much, but from the little God has blessed us with, we want to make impact on the less privileged.
In Ekpoma, Chris Omije, ITV News.
Edo State lawmakers have taken steps towards amending the Edo State Local Government Electoral Law of 2012. Assembly correspondent Joy Obai-Siagbon has details.
In a significant move aimed at updating and strengthening the legal framework guiding local government elections, members of the Edo State House of Assembly during Monday's sitting considered a bill seeking to amend the Edo State Local Government Electoral Law of 2012. The majority leader, Honorable Jonathan Iwamawu, expressed support for the proposed amendment.
To ensure that Edo State House of Assembly also is in tandem with what has been passed by the National Assembly, this bill before us today is to amend the Electoral Act in a sequence with the Electoral Act at the national level, so that we can see days, 360 days where it's supposed to be, 90 days where it's supposed to be, 30 days as the case may be provided in each case. So we should be seen as a community or society that work the law and keep to the law. So let us amend our bill, our law, Mr. Speaker, by telling you, so that it will be with what operates in the Electoral Act. So that Electoral Act will not be going in a different way. Edo State is having a law that is going in a different way. We all did our elections with the number of days that we set for our offices. Edo State cannot be different.
The bill was subsequently slated for third reading.
This bill is hereby reflects the team on local governments to look into where we will cross T, cross, and where we will just lie. We will just basically go back to the House of 2 years.
From Benin, Joy Obai-Siagbon, ITV News.
Iconic reggae legend Jimmy Cliff, who helped transform the Jamaican rhythmic music into a global cultural phenomenon, has died at age 81. His wife Latifah Chambers says her husband Jimmy Cliff died of seizure caused by pneumonia. Oluwa Pelumi Abioye in this report reflects on his life.
James Chambers, born on 30th July 1994, known professionally as Jimmy Cliff, was a Jamaican ska, rocksteady, reggae and soul musician, multi-instrumentalist, singer and actor. At the time of his death, he was the only living reggae musician to hold the Order of Merit, the highest honor that can be granted by the Jamaican government for achievements in the arts and sciences. Over 4 decades, Cliff wrote and sang songs that fused reggae with his sensibility for folk, soul, ska and rock music, and addressed issues like politics, poverty, injustice, and war protest. Clive, a multi-instrumentalist and singer of hits like You Can Get It If You Really Want and The Harder They Come, is widely seen as reggae's most influential figure after the late Bob Marley, with whom he collaborated early in Marley's career. Jamaica's Prime Minister Andrew Holness said the nation was pausing to honor Clive, a true cultural giant whose music carried the art of the nation to the world. Walk good, Jimmy Clive. Your legacy lives on in every corner of the island and in the hearts of the people. From Benin, Oluwapelumi Abioye, ITV News.
That wraps it on the news round. Thanks for watching. I am Philip Omo Gupon. TMS Social is next with Ifunanya Adigoy. Happy viewing.
ITV, certainly the best.
ITV, certainly the best.
Thank you very much for joining us on the program, Healthy Living. What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body, which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological.
Morning and welcome. This is TMI Socials. I am Chukwufumnanya Digwe, and here's what's making waves across the social media space. Now, the social media space has been lit abuzz as Ike Ekweremadu, once Nigeria's Deputy Senate President, is serving a 9-year term and 8-month sentence for conspiring to traffic a young man's kidney to help his daughter Sonia, convicted in 2023, alongside his wife Beatrice and Dr. Obinna Obeta under the UK's Modern Slavery Act. He remains the key figure in the case. Now, in early November, President Bola Tinubu sent top officials to London seeking a humanitarian transfer, but UK authorities rejected it, citing doubts over enforcement in Nigeria. Ekweremadu stays in prison until around 2028, while Beatrice returns home after her early release. Now, this is the story that has caught the social media space by storm. A lot of people are talking about how the Nigerian government sent a delegation to the UK to solicit for the transfer of Ekweremadu. There are diverse views on the social media space about this, and let's get to see how the social media space is reacting. Now, Senator Shehu Sani says UK should accede to the request of the federal government and allow Senator Ekweremadu to return home and complete his term. The historical and diplomatic ties between the two countries should be considered. One day, UK may request such favors from Nigeria. That's his view. Let's see another. Now, this commenter goes ahead to say, this whole Ekweremadu issue just exposes how broken our system has become. How can the federal government even request that he completes his sentence here when we still struggle to enforce our basic justice at home? The UK refusing isn't the real headline. The real headline is how little confidence other nations have in our institutions. Until we fix our justice system, rebuild trust, and end the policy failures that have weakened the country under this government, we'll keep facing this kind of international embarrassment. Nigeria needs leadership that restores credibility, not more shut courts. Now, that is that comment. Let's see this one. This one says that the Nigerian government keeps embarrassing us on the global stage. A sitting senator, his wife, and a Nigerian doctor were all convicted in the UK for organ trafficking, a crime as grievous as it is disgraceful. Yet, in the face of such shame, our government shamelessly traveled to the UK to beg for the release of the senator alone, conveniently ignoring the victims and overlooking the gravity of the offense. It's hypocrisy, selective empathy, and a disturbing reminder of how deeply misplaced our national priorities have become. Let's see the final comment on this one before we move on to our next story. This one says, actions have consequences. Regardless of status or nationality, Nigeria must learn that diplomacy cannot be used to launder accountability. If anything, this should be a moment of reflection for our leaders. The world is watching, and justice systems elsewhere do not bend because someone holds a title. Instead of seeking shortcuts, we should focus on strengthening our own institutions so justice at home carries the same weight and integrity. Well, that's the comment that finalizes that one from the social media space as regards the declined transfer of Ekweremadu from UK to serve his term in Nigeria. Now, let's move on to the next story that's trending on the social media space. Now, former Vice President Atiku Abubakar left the PDP in July over principal disputes and formally joined the African Democratic Congress on Monday in Jeda Ward, Adamawa State, his hometown, with a large convoy and notable attendees like former Governor Bindo Jibrila. He pledged to lead real opposition against the ruling APC for the 2027 elections, tying into a reported coalition with figures like Peter Obi and Nasir El-Rufai. A rival ADC faction called the registration invalid due to leadership disputes. Now, while APC's Adams Oshomole questioned Atiku's track record in stabilizing parties, there's a lot of comments and a lot of opinions about this. As you did just hear me say, of course, a faction of the ADC has come to debunk and also say Atiku is not a part of the ADC officially. However, let's see how the social media space is reacting as regards this one. This commenter says, the politics in Nigeria has always been a game of strategy and perception. Amechi, Obi, and co. as merely playing on the sidelines. Atiku remains their father. ADC is just the SPV built to serve his long-standing ambition. Anyway, history reminds us that ambition alone does not guarantee victory. Tinubu will beat you all silly come 2027. Let's take the next comment. This next comment says, political nomadism underplays politics and treats itself as a self-serving endeavor rather than a serious public-spirited calling. Atiku is not an epitome of party loyalty. He sees every party through the prism of his ambitions. Yet, he brings nothing truly substantial, such as Buhari's cult following or Tinubu's resources and political profundity to the table. Let's see another comment. This next reaction says, his days in the party are already numbered. Once he's defeated in 2027, he'll either retire quietly or go hunting for yet another political platform to settle into for his retirement. A complete political wanderer. Well, those are the comments on this one from the social media space. On TMI Socials this morning, we've gone from talking about the declined transfer of Ike Ekweremadu, from the UK Correctional Center where he's serving his time to Nigeria, and how it's elicited reactions from the social media space. And we've also gone to tell you about the intricacies surrounding Atiku officially joining the ADC. And here is where we draw the curtain on this segment on TMI, and of course, TMI as a whole. I want to say a very big thank you to everyone that participated, to our guests, our amazing viewership from the 3 network centers, Lagos, Abuja, and here in Benin. We say thank you very much once again, and do have yourself a lovely day. Bye-bye.
ITV. Certainly the best.
Thank you very much for joining us on the program, Healthy Living. What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body, which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain, which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits
It is curable, but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well and avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity to be down, then the risk of contracting tuberculosis will be reduced.
If you're healthy, then you're wealthy.
ITV, certainly the best.
Thank you very much for joining us on the program, Healthy Living. What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body, which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain, which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits.
It is curable, but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well and avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity to be down, then the risk of contracting tuberculosis will be reduced.
If you're healthy, then you're wealthy.
ITV, certainly the best.